Hey, we'll go ahead and get started. I would like to welcome you all to the 2026 preseason Yukon River Panel meeting being held here in Fairbanks. Welcome to everyone here in the room, and welcome to everyone joining us online or observing meeting proceedings over the live stream. My name is John Linderman. I'm with Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and I'm the U.S. co-chair of the Yukon River Panel that'll be overseeing and guiding meeting proceedings here today. We'll begin our public session with an opening prayer. I'd like to invite Reverend Dr. Anna Frank to come to the podium up front, who will provide our opening prayer for today's proceedings.
Good morning, and you don't have to stand. I have a few words to offer. I would like to say this morning that it's good to see all of you at the table, because when we first started this, there was just only a handful. So I can see that the work is continuing to be done. And I would like to say that what you're working for is something that we really need. And I thought of that this morning because I have a grandson who is in the academy in Anchorage, and I'm going to visit him on Sunday. And I asked him, what do you want me to bring? And he said, Grandma, I want you to bring me fish. And that means salmon strips and fish you eat with your pilot bread. And that I do not have. And this is what it's all about. How do we feed our grandchildren? What do we have to offer them? Today, not very much. It seems like everything that we ask for becomes a battle. Someday, hopefully, we'll work together and see what we could do for our grandchildren, great-grandchildren. So this morning, the Lord be with you. Let us pray. Creator, I ask your blessings upon this gathering today. We pray, Heavenly Father, that we will work out the issues that needs to be done. Help us to get to know one another and speak to each other for the better of our grandchildren. We ask your blessings upon the family that they left behind and home. Watch over them while they're here. And those that are out there not knowing what to do with their own lives, we ask you to watch over them also. We pray, Heavenly Father, that we will continue to work for what needs to be done. We pray that we will work together as you have asked us to. Bless this meeting today and bless those that have come. And take them back homely to their family. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Frank. We very much appreciate you taking the time to join us here today, provide your words of wisdom and guidance. Thank you very much. With that, we will move into our introductions and welcome and remarks. I have already introduced myself, so by way of continuing with introductions and opening remarks, I'll refer to Mr. Co-Chair from Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning To everyone, both attending in person as well as virtually. My name is Steve Gotch, and it's my pleasure to serve as the Canadian chair of the Yukon River Panel and head of national delegation. Panel members, advisors, elders, tribal and First Nation government representatives, as well as guests, we extend our welcome to and appreciation to you for your participation at this 2026 preseason meeting of the International Yukon River Panel. For the benefit of our in-person advisors and guests attending virtually, I did want to convey that the Yukon River Panel's public proceedings are being live streamed and simultaneously recorded. And a recording of this session will be posted to the Yukon River Panel's website following this week's proceedings. It's truly an honor for me to serve as head of Canadian delegation and to be attending this meeting session here in Fairbanks. The welcome and hospitality we have received from our Alaskan hosts is sincerely appreciated. And it's also a testament to the close working relationship and long-standing bonds between the people of the Yukon River watershed, both in Canada and Alaska. I think as most of our participants and guests recognize, the Yukon River Panel was established through an agreement between the governments of United States and Canada. But most importantly, its implementation has been built on the participation of panel member representatives who come from villages from the mouth of the river at the Bering Sea to the headwaters in the southern Yukon Territory. And the importance of this panel is that it does serve as the primary advisory body to the respective countries and governments on the conservation, restoration, and management of Chinook and chum salmon stocks, which originate in the Canadian portion of the watershed. And much of the discussions that this panel focuses on at this week's meeting proceedings are squarely emphasizing the importance of Canadian origin Yukon River Chinook salmon stocks, not only to the people of Canada, but to the people throughout the watershed, as the adult fish that migrate up the Yukon River migrate past all of the communities in Alaska on the main stem and in the lower Porcupine rivers as they make their way to spawning grounds in Canada. And I think that this connection between the people and the salmon is incredibly important. And one of the ways and means, Mr. Chair, that this panel provides the opportunity to hear from community members throughout the Yukon River watershed, be it in person at these meeting sessions or virtually, is through the provision of public testimony. And we will have an opportunity for individuals to provide public testimony. I would like to encourage those that are participating online or virtually, or excuse me, in the room, to really take advantage of that opportunity. Panel members very much value hearing from members of the public and representatives from throughout the watershed, and this is the best opportunity to really take advantage of to hear from all of you. Mr. Chair, I think I'll maybe conclude there. I just want to convey again that I'm honored to be participating in this meeting session with representatives comprised of Canadian panel members from a number of Yukon First Nation governments, as well as territorial government bodies. We have a lot of diversity in our representation, both on the Alaska and the Canada side. And I think it's always important to keep an open mind to both listen and to hear the different perspectives that are brought forward from different representatives throughout the Yukon River watershed. And ultimately, although there will always be differences in the realities and the communities throughout the watershed, we are connected by the salmon and by the river. And at the heart of it, I'm confident that we maintain a common objective, and that is to maintain salmon in the river, maintain the connection between salmon and the landscape, and very importantly, salmon and salmon people, Mr. Chair. So it's a pleasure to be meeting here this week.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Much appreciated with your opening comments and sentiments, and welcome to all the Canadian members that are attending here today in person and online. It's much appreciated. We'll go ahead and proceed with introductions around the room. We'll start with the end of the table here and then go around the front table. I'll guide it. So Sven, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. Welcome to everyone. My name is Sven Pauken. I'm a panel member from the community of St. Mary's on the Lower Yukon.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Jill Klein. I work at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and I'm sitting in as our Yukon River Panel member. And this is my first in-person meeting in a while. Some folks may remember me from working at Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association and also at Alaska Department of Fish and Game, where I was able to participate in panel meetings from, I would say, around 1999 to 2016. So took a little break, and I'm refreshing my memory and catching up with everything the panel's been working on. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Dean Allen. I work for Fisheries and Oceans Canada as their Senior Pacific Salmon Treaty Advisor, and I'm a new Yukon panel member.
Good morning. My name is Virgil Emphenauer. I live in North Pole. I'm the alternate panel member for the Upper Yukon. I've been involved in this process since 1988 when I was first appointed by the governor. And I own a meat and fish processing facility here in Fairbanks. But good morning to everyone. And we have a lot of information to share. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Rhonda Pitka. I'm chief of the Village of Beaver, and I was just recently appointed as vice president of the Tanana Chiefs Conference. My role on the Yukon River Panel is I'm the panel member for the Middle River. My alternate is Charlie Wright over there. And thank you all for coming today.
Morning, everyone. It's great to see some folks from Canada over. Thank you for taking the long journey to come over here and share your experiences with us. My name is Andy Bassich. I live on the Yukon River north of Eagle, subsistence lifestyle on a homestead. I serve as a panel member, and I also serve as the communications co-chair for the Yukon River Panel. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Caroline Brown. I am the research director for the Division of Subsistence, and I am also the alternate U.S. co-chair for the panel. I serve on the communications committee, and I facilitate the traditional knowledge committee. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Ragnar Ahlstrom. I'm from the village of Aluknuk, which is located on the Yukon River Delta.
Go to Bonnie.
Good morning. My name is Bonnie Borba. I'm the fall season research biologist for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, Commercial Fisheries. I serve on the JTC and also the subcommittee for the Fall Chum IMEG review.
Good morning. Dina Jalen with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, also with the Division of Commercial Fisheries here in the Fairbanks office. I'm the Yukon River Summer Season Fishery Manager, and I also serve as an alternate on the JTC for Aaron Tiernan.
Morning, everybody. My name is Zach Liller. I'm with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game based out of Anchorage, and I'm a research coordinator for the Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim region, and I also serve as the U.S. co-chair for the Joint Technical Committee.
Good morning. Danny Evanson, Alaska Department of Fish and Game. I'm a policy advisor for all things treaty. So that goes from the Central Oregon coast all the way up here to the Yukon.
Morning, everyone. Adam Odell. I'm a senior fisheries biologist with Fisheries and Oceans Canada in Whitehorse, also a member of the Joint Technical Committee.
Good morning. I'm Yvette Hatcher. I'm the business manager in the Whitehorse Fisheries office and here supporting. And just want to extend many thanks for the wonderful hospitality that we've received while we've been here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Sasha Bent with the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat. I am the Grant Program Manager at the Secretariat and oversee the Restoration and Enhancement Fund for the Yukon River Panel.
Morning, everyone. My name is Amy Liu with the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat as well, and I am the Salmon Coordinator, so I provide administrative support to the panel as well as its committees.
Hello, everyone. My name is Taylor Pryor. I'm with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game in the Commercial Fisheries Information Center, and I'm here helping coordinate and do some administrative work here. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Tiffany Aguiar. I'm from the mouth of the Yukon River, village of Alaknak.
Good morning, Charlie Wright from Rampart. I am the co-chair to the Traditional Knowledge Committee, and as Rhonda said, I am her alternate. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome, John Lamont, alternate panel member Y1.
Good morning. I'm Holly Carroll. I'm the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in-season federal manager for the Yukon River. I also serve as a member of the communications committee for the panel.
Good morning. My name is Serena Alstrom. My Yupik name is Juchit Joh. I'm the executive director of the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association, newly appointed advisor to the Yukon River Panel, and serve on the Traditional Knowledge and Communication Committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Janessa Newman. I'm from Rampart and Tanana on the Yukon. I am a new advisor. This is my second meeting, my first in-person meeting. I also serve on the Traditional Knowledge Committee, so glad everyone can be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Matt Olson, Alaska Department of Fish and Game, Division of Commercial Fisheries. I'm the Yukon River Fall Season Manager and JTC alternate.
Good morning. My name is Aaron Tiernan, and I am the AYK Regional Management Coordinator for the Department of Fish and Game out of Anchorage, and I serve as the management rep for the state on the JTC.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you all. I'm Lisa Stubbe. I'm with the Division of Sport Fish out of Fairbanks. I'm the Yukon River Area Management Biologist for Division of Sport Fish.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Shane Ransbury. I'm a fishery assessment biologist for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service here in Fairbanks, and I'm also a JTC member.
Again, good morning. Thanks for coming, everyone. I'm Mike Parker. I work with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game as the summer season assistant.
Thank you, everyone in the room, and again, welcome. I hope your time here has been productive and enjoyable so far. We will now go to introductions online. We will start with Anika Joe. I'm just going to go down the list of participants online, so it might be a little random, but go ahead, Anika.
Hi, Annika Joe. I'm with Champagnat First Nations, and I'm an Aboriginal advisor.
Brandy, go ahead. Brandy Mays, if you're on, go ahead and introduce yourself. Otherwise, we'll come back to you. We'll come back to Brandy. Kathy, go ahead.
Hi, thanks. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kathy Merkel. I'm the manager of Treaty Implementation and Indigenous Programming at Fisheries and Oceans Canada in the Whitehorse office. I'm also the alternate Canadian co-chair to the Yukon River Panel, the Canadian co-chair of the Communications Committee, the facilitator for the Traditional Knowledge Committee, and a member of the JTC. Thanks.
Dennis, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dennis Zimmerman. I'm the chair of the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee. I'm a
Government of Canada nominee. I'm also a Yukon River Panel member. I reside in Whitehorse, Yukon. And unfortunately, I can't be there with you today for some personal family reasons, but I am in Port Moody, BC, which is the ancestral and unceded homelands of the Coast Salish people, the Kwatsi, Kwantlen, Coquitlam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh.
Next, we'll go to Fred. Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. Fred West with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. I'm the summer season research biologist and a member of the JTC. Thanks.
Eugene, go ahead. Eugene Alfred, can you hear us? Go ahead.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Yes, my name's Eugene Elford. I'm from Selkirk First Nation, serving as a traditional knowledge member. Glad to be here and looking forward to today's discussions. Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Gavin Winter. I think you might be muted, Gavin. Yeah, you're still muted, Gavin. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. Next, we'll go to Jacqueline Kendall.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jacqueline Kendall. I'm currently the acting operations manager with Fisheries and Oceans Canada for the Yukon, and I also serve as the Canadian co-chair for the Joint Technical Committee. Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Jeffrey Peter.
Morning, everyone. Jeffrey Peter. I'm Porcupine River rep on the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee and Yukon River Panel, and calling in today from Old Crow, Yukon. Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Jesse Treese.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Jessie Treris. I am here on a recent assignment as the fishery manager with Fisheries and Oceans Canada and Whitehorse on the traditional territory of Ton Quechan Council and Kwanlin Dun. I just want to say that I do really regret that I wasn't able to make the trip to be there in person, especially at a time when so many are experiencing this complicated grief and loss and uncertainty related to the declines of the salmon. And I really understand the importance of community during distressing times. And yeah, I really wanted to express for myself and I think for others as well that, that although I'm not in the room there in Fairbanks, it really doesn't mean a lack of care or commitment to this. And I'm really glad to be here today. And thank you so much and best of luck.
Next, we'll go to Kadrian Hummel. We're not hearing you, Kadrian. You look like you're unmuted, but we're not hearing you. Yeah, I'm still not hearing you. I'll go ahead and come back to you. See if you can't maybe check your settings. We'll come back to you, Kadrian.
Okay, how's that?
Oh, there you are. Thank you.
Kemia Sosan, everyone. Sorry about that. Danki Natsnia Uji Kachanki Kadrian Hummel. My name is Kadrian Hummel. Good morning. I'm a panel member from the Stewart River, a tributary to the Yukon, where Mayo Yukon is resided, and a member of the First Nation of Notchonyakdun, as well as a member on the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee. Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Carly Knight. Carly, can you hear us? If you can hear us, Carly, I'll come back to you. Maybe you can check your settings. I'll come back to you. Next, we'll go to the Whitehorse meeting room, where I believe we have several folks attending.
Good morning, everyone. Marie Ben with Fisheries and Oceans Canada and Yukon River Panel support.
Stan Dooley Senior, Salmon Subcommittee member, particularly on the Canadian side, also the panel member for the US Canada panel. And thank you, Steve, for your opening comments this morning, laying out the perspective. Also, I'm looking forward to the summer season. We've got to get through the spring season first, before the summer season, see what that will bring for the challenges that we're going to have for the salmon, and probably being positive with the whole season. And I'm sure there's a lot of members along the Yukon River and in the north looking forward to the summer season also. Have a good day.
Richard Doers, Tasman. Good to be back here. Bye. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Jillian Rourke. I'm with Tasman Community Council. I'm a First Nation advisor to the Canadian delegation. I also sit on the Traditional Knowledge Committee.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Lars Jessup. I'm an advisor for the First Nation of Notchonyakdun.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Hannah Turner. I'm the Executive Director of the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee, and I also sit on the Communications Committee.
Morning, everybody. Cheyenne Bradley. I'm a Senior Science Advisor with Fisheries and Oceans Canada at Whitehorse, and I also sit on the Joint Technical Committee.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Brandy Mays. Sorry about that this morning there, John. I just actually got to the office. I am the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee member, as well as I sit on the Yukon River Panel. I'm the co-chair for the Traditional Knowledge Committee. I am here in Whitehorse, Yukon, the original people of the top, the Tagish people, in which I am a proud person from that. I am also a Kwalendon First Nation beneficiary and citizen. I also am the Lands and Resources, Fish and Wildlife, and Operations Manager. So I'm just glad to be here, and I'm really sorry I could not be there in person. I'd like to reach out to our Yukon River Panel family and send my regrets. Thank you very much.
That concludes everyone in the Whitehorse meeting room, just to confirm.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, Carly, with your hand up. Go ahead, Carly.
Apologies for that. I had some technical difficulties and Zoom crashed as soon as I went to introduce myself. So, Kamat Hozo, Shosre, Carly Knight, Fish and Wildlife Manager, Trandakwachin, Dawson City, Huchin. I'm a First Nation advisor to the Yukon River Panel and the alternate co-chair to the Traditional Knowledge Committee. Thank you for having me.
Next, we'll go to Jennifer Hooper.
Hi, good morning. Sound check. You hear me okay?
Sure can, Jennifer. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning. Jennifer Hooper, a Alaska Lower River advisor, and apologies, I had to leave yesterday. Parent tag team duties. Thank you.
Next, we'll try Gavin Winter again. Gavin.
Can you guys hear me now?
We can. Thank you.
Okay. I'm Gavin Winter-Sinnott with the First Nation of Nutchanayak in Mayo, Yukon.
Thank you, Gavin. I'm glad we're all able to figure out our little technical glitches here and there. Maybe that's part of our test for this morning's and today's session. I believe that's everyone that's online. If I missed anyone, do feel free to raise your hand.
Brittany Au here. Sorry, I don't know how to raise my hand on here.
Go ahead, Brittany.
Awesome, thank you. Just turn my video on real quick. Good morning, everyone. Brittany Au. I'm Champagne-Ijack First Nation, but I am the First Nation advisor for Kwanlin First Nation, and I'm in Whitehorse. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking up, Brittany. And Pauline Frost, I believe you've just joined us. Pauline, go ahead.
Von Quincy, everyone. I'm calling in from Oak Crow. I'm the chief of Vantaquichin. I'm also here as a rep for on the Yukon River Panel for Yukon government.
Thank you, Chief Frost. Anybody else that may have joined us online? Okay, I think we do have one additional person, Victor Keong. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. This is Victor Keong from Vancouver, British Columbia, and I'm providing administrative support for this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do believe that covers everyone online. If we do have any new members, US or Canadian, joining us, we'll go ahead and try and introduce them as they come online. As Mr. Co-Chair mentioned in his opening comments, one of the most valuable and appreciated components of these public session meetings of the Yukon River Panel is our public testimony. Specifically there's essentially two different kinds of public testimony for these public sessions. One is for everybody that's here in person, that it's observing meeting proceedings. For those that wish to provide public testimony, we will have sign-up sheets in the back corner and that table right there. Once you sign up for public testimony, you'll provide those sheets to either Amy or Sasha over there in the corner. And we typically do 4, and we'll be doing 4 public testimony opportunities. There'll be one just before lunch here today, about a half an hour from 11:30 to noon, then we'll break for lunch. And there'll be another one at the end of the day today as well. And similarly, tomorrow we'll have a public session or public testimony session just before we break for lunch again. And again at the end of the day. And the end of the day is usually a little bit longer time frame because we tend to have more interest at that point. For those that are looking to provide public testimony online, you can go to the Yukon River Panel website. I believe it's under the meetings tab. Is that correct, Sasha? That you'll find instructions on how to sign up to provide your public testimony remotely over the Zoom platform. Additionally, we would ask, and it's somewhat dependent on how much interest and how many people we have signed up, but please try and keep your comments and testimony to 5 minutes so that we can ensure that we accommodate everybody that has interest in providing their testimony to the panel. As well, as I mentioned, we have 4 opportunities over the course of the next 2 days. There tends to be a lot of people that sign up for the final testimony opportunity at close of our proceedings tomorrow. I do encourage everyone that as soon as you're prepared and ready to provide your testimony, that you take advantage of any of the testimony opportunities today, end of the day today, or tomorrow morning. If we get so many people that are signed up for the end of the day, it's going to make it more difficult to try and make sure everybody has a chance to provide their input to the panel. So if there's any questions about that, you can feel free to ask myself. You can ask Pacific Salmon Commission staff, Amy or Sasha, if you have any questions about anything during breaks and so on and so forth. But we look forward to hearing from all those that want to provide their testimony and commentary to the Yukon River Panel. I will make further announcements about the testimony opportunities as we get closer to them and as we proceed through the next 2 days proceedings. Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I'm not sure if you had it on your agenda, but I think it'd be appropriate to get introductions from the people in the room here, the public. Did we already do that? I think we skipped that.
We can, certainly.
I just feel that they took in time to be here. I'd really like to know who is in the room during the proceedings. Thank you.
It's lucky you. You want to start? Who wants to start?
Good morning. My name is Jim Simon. I'm the new policy director for the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission.
Good morning, panel. My name is Keith Hare, and I'm the assistant fishery manager for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and I'm a new JTC member.
Good morning. I'm Jacqueline Muehlbauer. I am a relatively new policy advisor for TCC.
Good morning, Stanley Pete, Nunamiko subsistence fisherman.
Good morning. My name is Glenn Carlo. I'm with Tanakanaga board member, what represents Doyon region, 42 villages. And thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Hi, Una, Selkirk First Nation, Fish and Wildlife Manager.
Good morning, Darren Isaac. I'm work for Selkirk First Nation. It's located in Pelly Cross in Yukon.
Have you done your? I do. I already did.
Good morning, Teddy Charlie, Selkirk First Nation. I'm a land guardian.
Good morning. My name is Brooke Fisher. I work for the Division of Subsistence with ADF&G.
Hello, good morning, Francis Thompson, St. Mary's, Lower Yukon. Good to be here again and see old faces. Good morning.
Is that everyone as far as you can tell, Mike? Thank you. And again, welcome to any of those that might be members of the public and First Nations or tribes that are observing our meeting proceedings online through YouTube and our live stream. Although there's no way for you to introduce yourselves and provide your introductions to us over YouTube, we do welcome you and hi, and hope you get some good information and appreciate the proceedings here over the next couple of days. Looks like we do have 21 live viewers. I guess we are able to tell that. So thank you for that, Sasha. And welcome to all that are observing meeting proceedings. Next, we will go through review of and approval of the next 2 days public session meeting agenda. Mr. Chair, did you have any additional comments or questions before we proceed with agenda review?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not at this time. Happy to proceed with review of our public session agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next, we will go through the review of our action items from the January 2026 Yukon River Panel meeting, the 2025 postseason meeting. After that, we will then have a series of presentations from panel committees, starting with our Traditional Knowledge Committee, providing us an update on their activities and progress and plans for the upcoming year. That'll be followed by the similar presentation from the Yukon River Panel Communications Committee. We'll then try and schedule our break around the 10:30 timeframe in that regard. And then when we return, we'll have a similar presentation and update from the Yukon River Panel Joint Technical Committee on its activities and plans for the upcoming year. And that'll be followed by a report and update on the ongoing development of the Yukon River Panel Chinook Salmon Rebuilding Plan process that the panel's been undertaking for a little over 2 years now. As I mentioned earlier, then we will try and shoot for our first public comment and testimony opportunity at around 11:30 a.m., followed by breaking for lunch by around noon. We will have a 1.5 hour lunch break, given that there's not much eating options here on site at the resort. That will give folks time to get out to a restaurant and have their lunch. We'll try and get started promptly at 1:30 to proceed into the afternoon presentations, which will include or start with the preliminary outlook and Chinook salmon forecast for the upcoming season, followed by the U.S. and Canadian preliminary management strategy presentations. We'll again then shoot for an afternoon break around midday, 2:30. We'll return from break and go into the preliminary main stem and followed by the porcupine main stem outlooks, and then the U.S. and Canadian preliminary management strategies. That's expected to wrap up our meeting proceedings for the day, and we will close out the day's proceedings with another public comment and testimony opportunity at approximately 4:30. For all those, both panel members and members of the public that are joining us here for our public session, there will be a public reception this evening from 6 o'clock until 8 p.m. In the gazebo room that'll be right here in the Wedgwood Visitor Center. The gazebo room is right at the very end of the hall. So around 6 p.m. we'll start our reception. There'll be food and a cash bar, and all are welcome to attend. Moving into tomorrow's agenda, we'll begin our morning session with a quick review of the agenda for that day, for tomorrow. We'll move into first our Restoration and Enhancement Fund Committee meeting, where we will hear a series of presentations from Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat staff, Sasha Bent, on the overview of 2026 proposal submissions for this current year in the R&E Fund, and then reporting out on the panel's funding decisions that we completed over the previous few days here. We'll then have some information about what to expect for the 2027 call for proposals for the R&E Fund, what the near-term priorities are going to be, any updates or changes to the call for proposals, and guidance for project proponents, timelines, deadlines, etc. We'll then look to schedule our morning break tomorrow morning at around 10:30 a.m. We'll return from break with a presentation from Kwanlin Dun First Nation Salmon Stewardship from Brandy Mays. For those that may have been in attendance or observed meeting proceedings back in January, Brandy made a valiant effort to provide that excellent presentation. Unfortunately, there were some technical difficulties with some of the videos, so we're going to give that another shot here at this meeting, and looking forward to seeing that presentation from Brandy. We'll wrap up tomorrow morning's session with another public comment opportunity around 11:30 until noon, break for lunch again for an hour and a half. Begin our afternoon session at 1:30. That will then start with a presentation from myself with an update to the panel on the 2025 Bering Sea pollock fishery report that's provided to the panel on an annual basis. That will be followed by a marine salmon research update presentation from Ben Gray with our Salmon Ocean Ecology Program with the Department of Fish and Game. We'll then, after those presentations, schedule our afternoon break. And unfortunately, we will need to make a modification to the agenda on item number 22. Courtney Wise, who we had been coordinating with to provide a presentation on Yukon River juvenile salmon out-migration research. She unfortunately is recovering from surgery, and she had to cancel. She expressed her regrets and apologies for not being able to make it to this meeting to provide that presentation. And we'll certainly have conversations with Courtney about providing that presentation at a future Yukon River Panel meeting. Next, we will have a presentation on the Slims River or Kalawani River glacial recession and the wider diversion and associated considerations for chum salmon production from Adam O'Dell with Department of Fisheries and Oceans, Canada. And since we had a unfortunate cancellation on one of our presentations. That may give us a little bit earlier time to provide our final public comment and testimony opportunity in the afternoon. And we'll just see how proceedings go with respect to the timing for that, especially because we anticipate we might see more signups for that final opportunity at the end of the day. Once we conclude public testimony opportunity, then we will have a final wrap up of meeting proceedings with the dates, preliminary and identified dates for the 2026 postseason meeting that would be scheduled in January of 2027 in Alaska, and followed by the dates for the 2027 preseason meeting, which would be in April of 2027, and that's to be located in Canada. We'll then have any final closing remarks from panel members, followed by our closing prayer and shooting to conclude meeting proceedings by 5 p.m. Mr. Chair, any further comments or clarifications?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for sake of accuracy, one point of clarification on page 2 of our agenda. So the afternoon session for today's meeting, April the 15th. Item number 11. So the heading above item number 11 makes reference to 2025 Yukon River salmon outlooks and fishery management strategies for chum salmon. Just a point of correction that is 2026. So we will not be providing presentation of information from 2025 outlooks and management strategies. That was a typographical error, Mr. Chair. I apologize. Thank you.
And here I thought we were going to get through a whole agenda without a typo. Well, no, we're batting 1,000 on typos in that regard. Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that. Any questions, comments from panel members on the agenda? Okay. Seeing none, we will go ahead and proceed with review of our action items from the January 2026 postseason, 2025 postseason Yukon River Panel meeting. Thank you, Sasha. Amy. So again, this is something that we produce as a panel on as an outcome and a very valuable and primary documentation of all of our meeting proceedings, of the various action items and decisions that the panel made in each meeting. So the first references the Yukon River Panel Communications Committee. Will provide a copy of the presentation provided to the panel back in January to the panel chairs for distribution to panel members. Next is the Panel Communications Committee will submit, and they have submitted to the Yukon River Panel its communication strategy for consideration at this meeting. Next action item was the chairs will schedule up to 3 hours in this meeting, 2026 preseason meeting, for bilateral closed session discussion on the Yukon River Panel communication strategy. We did have that discussion today, and there'll be a report out from the in the preceding days, and we'll have a report from the Communications Committee about that. The panel approved an allocation of up to $100,000 US dollars for the 2026 Yukon River Panel Education Exchange. Again, we'll have a report from the Communications Committee on the outcome of those discussions. The Communications Committee did provide an update to the panel on that education exchange, the final budget and plans for the upcoming season. Again, that'll be a part of the presentation you'll hear from the committee today. The Communications Committee did not recommend any revisions to R&E Fund project guidance documents. The Secretariat identified a forecast of approximately $1.82 million US within the Yukon River Panel's financial account that we have had an updated information on current funding available. The Secretariat identified that there are no Restoration Enhancement Fund projects with overdue reports. I want to really highlight that to all of our potential R&E proponents, that might be listening in or observing meeting proceedings, that they're doing an excellent job with respect to their timing and report submissions. So thank you for that and keep up the great work. The Yukon River Panel did issue multiple questions to get clarification from proposals submitted. I won't read through each one of those, but there were 3 questions that were submitted to proponents for their consideration and response, and we did receive responses to those questions, and they were addressed in our bilateral discussions for final proposal approvals. During the public session, the panel requested that the Joint Technical Committee would provide a presentation or updates on the ongoing work on chum salmon escapement goal review at this meeting that did occur during our bilateral closed sessions on Monday. It was a very good presentation that resulted in quite a lot of very good discussion amongst the panel. Panel requested that the JTC also provide advice on projects proposing to study predation of Chinook or chum salmon in the Yukon River watershed. I expected that's going to be a component of the JTC's presentation in some form that we'll be hearing during our public session here today. And lastly, the panel requested the U.S. to provide a presentation on the ongoing work done by state and federal agencies in Alaska on the effects of ichthyophonus infection on Canadian origin Chinook salmon at either the 2026 postseason meeting, so the one next January, or at the 2027 preseason meeting next April. I think it's more likely that we'll be able to provide that presentation to the panel during the 2027 preseason meeting in April. Mr. Chair, any final comments or questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the overview. So as a matter of course business, so the final action item from the January 2026 meeting sessions would be advanced as an action item from this meeting session, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Any questions, comments from panel members on action items from the January postseason meeting? Okay, not seeing any online either. Let's go ahead and proceed with our next agenda item, which will be a report from the Yukon River Panel Traditional Knowledge Committee on its activities over the past year, plans for the upcoming year, and actions that it's going to be taken. Floor is yours when you're ready, Charlie.
Thank you. I'm going blind and deaf at the same time. Good morning to you all. First off, I'd like to start with thanking the people of the Lower Tanana for accepting us and letting us meet on their land. I'd also like to thank everybody that makes these meetings possible, all our support. This can't happen without you all. Thank you. I want to thank everybody for coming today, everybody who traveled here. We appreciate that. I'd also like to thank the Traditional Knowledge Committee for all their time, dedication, and sacrifice that it takes to put in the time to do this work. Okay, here we go. We wanted to start by reminding everyone of our foundation, that this is an ethical space where we bring together two knowledge systems, Indigenous knowledge and Western knowledge, to make informed decisions. We approach these knowledge systems with respect and acknowledgement that they can operate separately while also completing each other, or complementing, excuse me. Slide 3. Salmon are the thread that connects us all. Everything is connected, not linear, but interwoven. Last January, Brandy talked about building a foundation by braiding Western knowledge and Indigenous knowledge. This approach respects that both systems are valid and powerful when braided together. They strengthen decision-making for the Yukon River salmon. Science names salmon by stages: fry, smolt, juvenile, adult, to understand their development. Traditional knowledge understands salmon as our relations connected to survival instinct, family, and responsibility. When we braid our knowledge together, we have a shared responsibility for salmon. This shared responsibility requires cooperation and respect. Respect for the river, respect for each other's knowledge systems, respect for generations who depend on the choices we make today. When we braid scientific understanding with traditional knowledge, we see the whole picture, the honor, the river, the salmon, and all who depend on them. Slide 4, please. The Traditional Knowledge Committee responsibility recognizes the importance of traditional knowledge on the panel's processes. Our terms of reference outline that the committee should make recommendations to the panel regarding the management of Canadian origin salmon based on traditional laws of share, care, and respect, as well as teaching using these same traditional laws. The committee also reviews stewardship and restoration, R&E proposals through this lens. Finally, we undertake other assignments requested by the panel. Most significantly is the participation in the rebuilding plan, which I'll get to in a minute. Slide 5, please. But first, our membership. Our Canadian members include, I don't know if Brandy's on, but I'll just go ahead and read it. Brandy Mays, co-chair. Carly Knight, alternate co-chair. Gillian Work, TTC. Stanley Najou, FGFN. Alan Skookum, LSCFN. Jennifer Herks, C/TFN. Eugene Alfred, SFN. One seat vacant, and Kathy Merkel, DFO, facilitator. United States, Charlie Wright, co-chair. Serena Alstrom, Yurtfa. Sven Palkin, St. Mary's. John Linderman, Alaska Department of Fish and Game. Virgil Umpenhauer from North Pole. Janessa Newman from Rampart Fairbanks. We have 2 vacant seats. Caroline Brown from ADF&G is our facilitator, who we thank very much for all her hard work. And as you can see on there, that we have the 2 vacant seats. Moving on to slide 6, our membership is spread throughout the drainage in order to provide input from all other parts of the river. In Alaska, we are looking for representation in the Yukon Flats area and around Nulato, downriver to Holy Cross. In Canada, we need representation from Mayo. Slide 7, please. The committee met 5 times over the past Yukon panel cycle, 2 virtual meetings prior to the postseason panel meeting last January and an in-person meeting during the January panel. Since the last panel meeting, we met virtually, one on our own and other jointly with the JTC in March 26, and once in person at this panel meeting. Slide 8, please. We have accomplished a lot this year. I will just summarize the work we did prior to our last meeting, since Brandy reviewed those efforts then. For the R&E program, the committee reviewed, scored, and submitted proponent questions to the PSC in January 2025. At our last in-person meeting on Sunday night, we considered language regarding the guiding principles to the Traditional Knowledge Committee that proponents may wish to consider when writing their proposal. That language was submitted to the panel for its consideration in the next call for proposals. We had our spring meeting on March 4th and 5th virtually. We met as a committee on March 4th and with the JTC on March 5th. At our meeting on March 4th, we discussed 4 major topics. First, membership and governance. At our committee, we have each added member that we reviewed earlier. However, we still have vacant seats to fill. A potential terms of reference amendment was discussed. Members who missed 3 consecutive meetings without contacting the co-chair would be removed to ensure full participation. A orientation package to include a commitment letter that members sign. We will update the TOR to reflect membership rules about meeting attendance. Need for social media to fill vacant traditional knowledge seats. Discussion about calendar and important meetings, honoraria for members, and travel for meetings still unresolved. Next, we talked about the documentation of traditional knowledge. For the panel, we need to consider offering other avenues to give testimony, such as a lunch at the meeting venue like KDFN did in Whitehorse, folks to meet with the Traditional Knowledge Committee there. We also discussed the need for a constant forum to maintain ethics of informed consent and knowledge sovereignty. Then we discussed the development of a proposal to assist with and contribute to the rebuilding plan. To that end, the Traditional Knowledge Committee drafted a proposal to bring together and analyze various reports and programs, documenting traditional knowledge on both sides of the border to inform the social cultural framework of the rebuilding plan as designed. The work should happen between June and December of this year. The panel considered this proposal for funding at this meeting. On March 5th, we met with the JTC where the major topic of discussion were our respective workflow for contributing to the rebuilding plan and the chum escapement goal analysis that the JTC is currently working on. Slide 9, please. As we have described before, we use the concept of a medicine wheel to map out our annual activities. In the spring, we held our March 2026 meeting virtually and also met jointly with the JTC. We reviewed responses from the RNE proponents to the questions we posed. We finalized our recommendations on the RNE proposal, deciding which to support and which not to support. We met in person during this meeting and reviewed and updated the RNE guidance documents and aligned those updates with our Traditional Knowledge Committee scored and criteria and finalized aspects of the proposal document to the panel for our work on a rebuilding plan. Lastly, we finalized aspects of the proposal document to the panel for our work on the rebuilding plan. This coming summer, we will support any activities identified by the Yukon River Panel, including beginning our work on the international rebuilding plan. We also have some membership and governance issues to address, including an amendment to our terms of reference amendment about meeting attendance, developing our orientation package for new members, and continuing work on filling vacancies. Next fall, we will hold a quarterly meeting to get a report on the traditional knowledge report. We acknowledge that there's a lot of land-based traditional knowledge that will inform the panel and the rebuilding plan, and we want to reassure everyone that we are actively looking for ways to which to bring that forward at future meetings. And finally, next winter, we will review new RNE proposals and identify any questions that need to be sent to proponents. We will meet in person at the Yukon River Panel postseason meeting. We will present our work and updates at the postseason meeting. As we did last year, we are requesting a small budget of $4,000 to support our activities during the year. Slide 10, please. May we walk forward together with respect, unity, humility, honoring the teachings of those who came before us and protecting what is sacred for those who will follow. Thank you for your time and thank you for listening today.
Thank you very much, Charlie, for the informational and valuable presentation. And thanks to the Traditional Knowledge Committee for all its work over the past year. Very much appreciated. Any questions or comments from our panel members, either here in person or online on the TKC report?
Thank you all.
Oh, hold on, Charlie. Go ahead, Jill.
I just wanted to make a comment. This is Jill. Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and I really appreciated the style of the presentation and the work that you're doing, and really like those first slides. I wanted to ask who did the artwork for them.
I think it was the in Whitehorse it happened. Yeah.
I'm wondering if Brandy is online. She could probably respond to that.
Yeah, I am. I'm here in the Whitehorse office. The artwork and the first one was created by myself and Carly Knight. We did this project years ago when we were building connecting the Broken Salmon Trail plan for the Southern Lakes First Nations, Carcross-Tagish, Coleman Dunn, and Tom Kuchin Council. What we did this was that how the river connects us all, understanding that we have two systems of knowledge, historically and today even, around the oral knowledge and the written knowledge, and showing that they have similar knowledge is just used in a different way and how it's being brought to the table. And I'll just give you one example up there for reference. There's one side that says language and the others on the written side, it says that it's treaty and borders. So for First Nations here in Yukon and how we saw it is we didn't really know we were in another person's traditional territory unless they spoke a different language. And that's how a lot of our kind of treaty lines between each other were designed. And then of course, on the written knowledge, they now call them treaty borders or jurisdictions. And then showing how like everything's connected, how the salmon bring us all together and how they contribute to the whole ecosystem. And the real reason why this is like we believe that the land is our body and the river is our heart, and all the streams and the tributaries to the river are our arteries and our veins. So showing how we're all connected to the land and everything that's on it. So that's where we designed that, and it wasn't easy. Carly thought she could explain it, but I'm really glad that Carly could work with my mind and she could draw, and then we had another person do this for us. The second one, this was created, the next one up, sorry, first, second slide. This slide here was created by Carly Knight, and she's online, and maybe she can explain this one.
I'm right here, actually.
Oh, she snuck in.
I just to clarify, I didn't do any of the artwork, but just bringing different concepts of how knowledge systems can work together. And we've adopted the ethical space mentality where everybody has knowledge to share, and the ethical space is where they operate together in a good way. We've also got two-eyed seeing represented here as a way to basically reflect a similar concept.
Well, thank you, ladies, for that. Any more questions?
Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, not so much a question as a comment or a little bit of outreach. I'm just really impressed with the traditional knowledge. You know, for the public, both the communications committee and the traditional knowledge committees are fairly new, officially recognized aspects of the Yukon River Panel. They've only really been in play for a few years. Identifying the need to bring in the social cultural aspects of the people that this treaty and this body is here to represent, and the fish. And I just wanted to just really congratulate them for the amount of work they're doing, the organization they're doing, the effort that they're putting into it. It's actually quite inspiring to see the level of work that's been accomplished in such a few short years. So I don't know. I just wanted to make sure everyone understood how much time and effort and passion people are putting into that.
Thank you, Andy, very much.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation, Charlie, and in particular for your leadership in this very important committee process, and by extension to Brandy Mays and Whitehorse, as well as the Canadian committee chair. I noted that you, on slide 5, were promoting the opportunity for additional membership. From the panel's perspective, we want to ensure that we're doing what we can to have representativeness from throughout the Yukon River watershed. Is there anything that we could do further, or that you're requesting of the panel to help promote those opportunities to fill the vacancies, or perhaps encourage additional representatives to step forward, Charlie, Mr. Chair?
I think with what's going on right now, I think we're in a good place. I think we're in a good place with recruitment. I think that we'll handle it, and I appreciate the offer very much. Thank you, and thanks for your kind words. Any more? Well, thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Oh.
Thank you again very much, Charlie, Brandy, the co-chairs of that committee, all the work that you've been doing. And thanks for a very good and informative update presentation from your committee. It's much appreciated. Next, we will go into the Communications Committee, similar presentation from the Traditional Knowledge Committee about its activities and plans for the upcoming year. Whenever you're ready, Andy.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. My name is Andy Bassich. I'm the Alaska Co-Chair for the Communications Committee. I'd like to go through our membership first. If we could go to the next slide. So I'm going to introduce my Alaska delegation, and if I could have Kathy introduce her Canadian membership. As stated, I'm the Co-Chair, Andy Bassich. We have John Lamont. If you could raise your hand, John, for people in the crowd. John comes from the Lower River. We have Serena Alstrom. She just stepped out, but there she is. She runs Yurtva, and as you all know, in Alaska, that's one of the primary entities bringing people together and messaging and working on a lot of the tough issues. We also have Holly Carroll from U.S. Fish and Wildlife. I'm not seeing her in the room right now. And we have an advisor, Caroline Brown from ADF&G, who specializes in subsistence, expert on that. Kathy, could you introduce your Canadian?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Sandy. Kathy Merkel, the Canadian co-chair. Hannah Turner is from the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee in the Yukon, and Emma Hooglin is a Yukon River Panel member and Yukon Fish and Wildlife Management Board member. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. I also want to recognize our PSC support. So that's Sasha Bent. If you could raise your hand. We have Amy Liu. We also have Victor Keong, who's online. He does all of the note taking and is going to be providing all the information post-season, post-meeting here. And we also have a new addition, and that I'll be talking about that a little bit later, and that will be Carolyn Wakefield. She was recently accepted as an addition to the Communications Committee to help support in capacity. And I'll talk about that in a little bit. Her company is called Soul Strong, and she's out of Vancouver. Next slide. So our 2026 activities, it was actually a very busy year for us, very engaged in a lot of different activities. The first was working on one of our primary proposals, and that is the educational exchange. The educational exchange is one of the longest running R&E projects for the Yukon River Panel. It was started in the early 2000s and has become one of the premier projects bringing people together along the river through an exchange 1 year in Alaska, the following year in Canada. It's been very successful. We put a lot of time and work into that. We also spent a great deal of time developing a communication strategy, ongoing implementation of the communication strategy. That was quite a bit of our work. Development of ideas to increase awareness of the Yukon River Panel. I'll speak to that in a little bit. Review the communications R&E proposals that come to our table. So our regular meetings are April 5th of 2025. We met also in December 10th of 2025. We met in person in January of 2025 in Whitehorse. And then we met in March 12th to finalize a few of the items that we were bringing to this meeting. And then, of course, we met just a few days ago in person and virtual. Additional meetings that we had were workshops that we did with Carolyn Wakefield. They were on May 20th of 2025, May 22nd of 2025, and November 24th of 2025. Those were all regarding development for the strategic plan. Next slide. So what do we plan to do this year? Our regular meetings will include a fall meeting to review the R&E proposals that will be generated throughout the summer and early fall. We'll be discussing the outcomes of the educational exchange, and we'll also be identifying additional projects for 2027 for the communications to take lead on. The next meeting will be in the winter of 2026. That will be in Anchorage. We will be finalizing plans for the 2027 educational exchange. We'll continue to develop plans for additional projects if we have some, and we will review the progress of the communications projects supported by the panel in 2026. So we'll be doing a review and reporting out on that. The second winter meeting will happen during the winter there. That will be finalizing plans for the 2027 educational exchange for the panel's review and adoption. We refine plans, including budgets for additional projects, and outline and review draft meeting plans for the 2027-2028 season. And then in the spring meeting, which will be in Canada, we will be reviewing the responses to the panel's questions for components for the 2027 communications proposals and agree on final recommendations for the panel regarding 2027 R&E fund communications proposals if needed. We'll finalize plans for any additional 2027 projects, including budgets, and we'll finalize meeting plans for the 2027-2028 presentations to the panel. Next slide. So I'd like to invite Serena Ahlstrom up here. We spent a great deal of time working on the educational exchange. We actually stood down for 1 year to really try and rebuild, refine, and improve the educational exchange. And so I'll let Serena talk about the upcoming program that's going to be happening.
Great, thank you, Andy. So this year's educational exchange, Alaska will be hosting the Canadians this year. Our trip's going to start June 23rd in Anchorage. We'll all gather, do an orientation, go over the trip logistics and everything before we head out to Imanak, which is at the mouth of the Yukon River. And then we'll be spending, on our way to St. Mary's, we'll be spending a day at maybe a couple of fish camps, and then we'll go on to Pilot Station where we will be visiting the Pilot Station sonar. A lot of details in this trip. There's going to be community potlucks. We'll be able to go out and visit with community members and really engage with people in the Lower River. Let's see, we've the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee have been getting the applications in, and they'll be sorting through them. I don't know if I want to hand it over to Hannah at the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee to talk about the application process and outreach.
Yeah, thanks, Serena. So the applications this year opened on March 20th, and the last day to apply is today. So far, we've got about 24 applications, and I'm expecting a couple more still, so we're pretty happy with that number. They represent folks from all over the Yukon. Sorry, apologies. And great age range too. The youngest applicant I think is 22 and the oldest is 67. So it's really good to see all kinds of folks are interested in the educational exchange this year. We're going to be selecting those members like Serena said at the end of April. And then after the exchange, we're putting a little bit more emphasis on engaging with the participants following the exchange. So making sure that they feel supported and they're able to talk to one another about the experience that they had, but also supporting them in sharing their experience with their community, whether that be through a radio interview or making an art piece or post for social media or anything that they kind of feel drawn to do that way. So we're very excited to put a little bit more emphasis on that aspect of the educational exchange this year. And I will pass it back to you, Serena.
Great, thank you. And I'm very excited for this year. We are going to get GoPros for our participants, so we'll be looking at what our participants are seeing along the trip and creating informational videos. We will also be going Facebook Live, considering TikTok. I don't know yet, we'll see, but Facebook Live for sure, just to follow us on our journey in the Little River.
Thank you. Thank you, Serena. One of the things I wanted to point out is one of the goals for standing down for 1 year was to build kind of a waiting list. We want to try and get as many people interested in the educational exchange, foster a lot of interest in it. YSSC has been very successful in building a large group of people that are very interested in participating. So we feel really good about reaching that goal. On the Alaska side, most of the effort was put on developing the educational exchange and how it was going to work. And there'll be continued efforts to build that group of people waiting in the wings to go on next year's educational exchange. So look forward to seeing that effort coming out of the Communications Committee in Yurtva in the next few months and through the summer. And we invite all Alaskans who are interested in participating in this program to please look for those notices, contact Yurtva. That will be the main point of contact for much of this. So we feel really good about where we're at with the educational exchange and building on that. The other aspect that we really put a lot of time in is starting to discuss how we're going to do more and more outreach after the exchange, the post-exchange efforts to bring the experiences of those people back to the river and even beyond the river. So stand ready to see a lot more effort from the Communications Committee, Yurtva, YSSC on a lot of that outreach. Now, if we could go to the next slide. So the other thing that we spent a great deal of time on, as you saw in our meeting plans, was our communication strategy. This is a very, very comprehensive strategy. I'm not going to go through it here. It will be posted through the website with the Pacific Salmon Commission. I don't believe it's there yet, but it will be shortly, and we'll try and get that link out to people once it is. But the takeaway here is we identified 3 key areas that we really want to focus the strategy on. The first is raising awareness, and that's increasing public understanding of the Yukon River Panel and its role in salmon conservation and management. This is actually one of the top goals along with the educational exchange. As you all know, we are working as a panel to develop a rebuilding plan for Yukon River Chinook, and it's going to be very important to keep the public engaged, both actively engaged with us and also informed on the progress of that effort. That is a huge effort that's underway right now, and we want to make sure that the communication committee works with the panel and the strategic planning, the steering committee that is giving guidance to the panel on that. So we look forward to weekly and monthly updates on the progress of that rebuilding plan. And hopefully we can get out to the communities and engage communities as well, wherever possible, to inform them of the progress of that rebuilding plan. Again, the second one was to enhance the educational exchange. That's an ongoing process that will continue to be an ongoing process year after year. We want to really focus on building that. And that program is a very flexible program, and that's one of the beauties of it. It's able to adapt to the changing times and the changing priorities of the panel. And then the other final aspect that we have not spent a great deal of time with, but we really want to start focusing on in the future, is building advocacy and partnerships. And I'll emphasize partnerships. The rebuilding plan will not be successful unless we all work together to do that. And so that takes building partnerships between agencies, between peoples, between tribes, between NGOs. We need to all work together to make this a successful project. And so the communication identified that as a very strong future need, and that will be also a strong emphasis moving forward. We're kind of in the infancy of the communication strategy. And we always look for any input from both public panel members, advisors, for direction or needs. The more people we can get involved, the more comments we can get from people, the better job we can do to serve the panel and the public. And that's what our job is. Next slide. And that's an easy one. I do have one exercise I'd like to do, and that is I'd like people that are in the public sitting to please stand up if you are a person who is engaged in salmon conservation, salmon management, or stewardship of salmon. Can you take a minute or two to stand up if you are engaged in that? I see a few more people that are sitting down there, maybe a little bit shy. There we go. Come on, you guys. If you're engaged in salmon conservation, stewardship, stand up. I want to recognize these people. I think what we need to understand is that this entity cannot be successful without everyone working together. And I think it's really important to recognize those people that are working in the public at whatever level, and be thankful for the work that those people are doing. It's oftentimes people are not recognized for a lot of the sometimes volunteer work that they do, and they're not recognized for those efforts. But without combined efforts, we'll have a difficult time reaching our goals. I also wanted to take a second to read something to you that I think is very appropriate at this time. This was from an article that I read not too long ago, but it really struck home, and I think it's appropriate to share with the people in this room and the people online. This is a quote from an American theologian, Walter Brueggemann, who said, "Hope arises from memory. You can turn that inside out to say that despair arises from forgetting. If you forget that every good thing we have came about as a result of heroic struggle, of course, you will be in despair. When it comes to the environment, often our victories look like nothing. The river that wasn't dammed, or
is no longer polluted. The forest that wasn't cut down, the species that didn't go extinct. You cannot see those, but they were the result of heroic struggle. And to know that is to know we have tremendous power. These things we actually show up on doing the work. I'm sorry, I misread that. These things are contingent on us actually showing up, on doing the work. We have to keep showing up, and we have to keep doing the work. And I think that's very appropriate at this point in time as we go into the rebuilding plan. It takes all of us working together to be successful. And it's oftentimes the things we don't see that are the most important things that we're doing. So I'll just close with that, and I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Andy. And before we go to any panel comments or questions, I'd like to acknowledge not just the Communications Committee, but also the Traditional Knowledge Committee, that stuff that goes on behind the scenes that the public and even many panel members might not be aware of. But the presentations that you just received from those two committees, they were developed over the course of this meeting. Both of those committees met over the weekend, so they were doing committee business, reaching results and conclusions, as well as the results and conclusions of our closed session meeting. So my appreciation and thanks to all of those in the Communications and Traditional Knowledge Committee of the effort that they put into just to provide the kind of very valuable informational presentations such as this at meetings. It's recognized, and want to thank you all for that. Additional comments, questions from our panel members on the Communications Committee? Virgil? Sure. Charlie, go ahead.
We appreciate you, Andy. Thank you very much for the good job and the work that you all doing in your committee. It's like I said, it's a lot of work. We appreciate you all.
It's a very strong group effort, and we have a lot of very dedicated people that have been contributing to this for a long time with a lot of expertise and a very wide range of expertise, and I think that serves the committee well.
I guess I do have a follow-up question for you, Andy. When it comes to the communications strategy, I guess remind us again the timeline of when that initiative began.
We started working on that about 2 years ago with Caroline Wakefield. The first season, we spent a lot of time doing interviews, just trying to get feedback from people on what their concerns were and what their perspectives were. That survey work was conducted throughout the entire drainage. We focused a lot also in Alaska, interviewing people, interviewing some of the leaders that are in their perspective areas. We wanted a very wide range of input on that. So there was a great deal of time put into that effort. And then once we got together, we started identifying our 3 pillars or our 3 objectives. And then that narrowed our focus to then begin to further develop our action plans or our options for action plans. I want to make sure people understand the strategic plan, if you read it, is not an actual work plan. It is a guidance document. So it is there to be viewed in a very high level, kind of collect all information, all needs, get it out there, and then help identify areas at times when they come up that we can begin to address through outreach and communication. So basically, it's a guidance document. So don't think of it as everything that's in the strategic plan the panel is going to do. We will be addressing as priorities come up, those elements within the strategic plan.
Yeah, thanks for that. And again, thank you and congratulations on all the hard work that the committee put into that. Now that it's been adopted and approved by the panel, do you foresee on some sort of longer term schedule that there be opportunity and need to update the document and the plan on a every several years basis? I think it's comprehensive to the point that it may not be necessary, but just to review it on some sort of schedule for potential updates.
Yeah, we had discussion about that, and it is a living document. No document will stand the test of time. Maybe a few do, but certainly when it comes to people, societies, cultures, that's very fluid. And so that's why it's purposely built to be pretty broad in scope. And hopefully we've identified things within it. And certainly as people read it, if they see elements that are missing from it, we really would like to hear that information so that we can incorporate it into it. And I'd really like to shout out to Carolyn Wakefield. I hope many of you get a chance to meet her and work with her. She has been doing communications work for, I believe, over 20 years. And she spent a great deal of time that first season, that first year, getting to know the people on the Yukon River and what the issues are. And that's really important. If you're going to do communications and outreach, you have to know your audience. And more importantly, you have to know how to message and communicate in their language. And on the Yukon River, it's a very vast area. So cultures are similar, but they're also different. And needs and priorities in each community are similar, but they're also different. And those are very, very challenging to make communications reaching everyone. So what it takes is a lot of focus. The one size does not fit all when it comes to communications, and that's recognized. We spend a great deal of time talking about that in our communications meetings. So that's the challenge, and that's why we really wanted the capacity of a professional communicator to help us and help the panel get their messages across.
Thanks for that and the additional information, Andy. Yep. Further questions? Jill, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't really have a question, and I know there's already been appreciation for the work of the communications committee, but I just want to echo that. And I think for as long as we've had a communications committee that you've been involved in it, Andy, and so that's been a significant amount of time, and just want to thank you for championing this need for communications and stressing the importance of it as the panel continues to do its work.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I think from my perspective, the people are going to fix the problem. And as I said, it's the people working together. And I also would like to thank you, because actually many people don't know that Jill and I were the ones that worked together very closely to start the educational exchange, recognizing that although we all speak the same language, we communicate differently across the border. And that was the purpose of the educational exchange. And when she was the executive director of the educational exchange, we put our heads together and came up with the idea of that educational exchange. And she was very instrumental in helping to get the panel and those proposals accepted, which has then evolved into what it is today. So there's been many years. I think that was in 2004 or 2005, maybe, when we first started the educational exchange. Can't remember what year it is. I'm getting too much gray hair. But this has been in progress for a long time, and there's a lot of vision that goes into it. You have to think about the future if you're going to be ready to tackle the tasks. And so thank you, Jill, for those works and being back here with us again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions, comments from our panel members on Communications Committee report? Okay. Not seeing any further ones. Thank you again, Andy, and to the entire Communications Committee for all your hard work. And I'm sure that you will continue to do so as we tackle these various challenges associated with the Yukon River salmon stocks. So that brings us a little bit ahead of schedule on our agenda to our mid-morning break. Mr. Chair, if you're in agreement, I think we can go ahead and take our break and maybe take a slightly longer one. Let's plan on returning to the records and proceed with our agenda around 35 minutes past the hour, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree, and we'll resume at 10:35 Alaska time, 11:35 Yukon time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Okay. Yeah, sorry. In this corner general area, got it. Yeah. Sorry. What time? 11:30. Yeah. Got some more of the orange tea.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started with the remainder of our morning session agenda items. Before we go into the Joint Technical Committee presentation and updates, I did want to provide another reminder on public testimony. We will again have a public testimony opportunity just before we break for lunch here, around 11:30. We will have another opportunity this afternoon at approximately 4:30 before we break for the day. And then similar opportunities again tomorrow just before lunch and at the end of the day tomorrow. I'd encourage anybody either online, remotely, or here in person that would like to provide testimony to sign up as early as you can. There tends to be a lot of folks that sign up for the final testimony opportunity, and we do have a limited number of slots, for lack of a better term, to manage that. So if you do wait for the last opportunity, that might get full, and we would have to you'd need to wait until the next meeting to provide your testimony. So again, there's sign-up sheets over in the corner for folks here in person, and you can sign up online through the Yukon River Panel website meetings page, and there's instructions on how to submit for remote public testimony on the website. With that, we'll go ahead and proceed with our Joint Technical Committee report from the JTC co-chairs. And as soon as you're ready, the floor is yours.
Great.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks.
you. Oh.
I was just going to introduce Jacqueline that you were going to kick us off, so I'll stand down. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you. And hello again, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Kendall, and as I introduced earlier, I'm the Canadian co-chair for the Joint Technical Committee, and I will be presenting an update along with my colleague, Zach Liller, on the Joint Technical Committee's happenings over the past season and what we plan to work on in 2026-27. So you can advance to the next slide if you don't mind. Perfect, thank you. So we will start with just a brief overview of what we're going to cover today. which starts with a summary on the Joint Technical Committee's activities over the 2025-26 season. Then we'll move into an overview of what occurred during the spring Joint Technical Committee meeting that just happened recently in March. And we will conclude with a presentation of the 2026-27 Joint Technical Committee work plan. Next slide, please. Perfect, thank you. So starting with an overview of the activities for the 2025-26 season, we held two main meetings. So the first meeting was the postseason meeting held in December of 2025 to cover the 2025-26 season. And the second was our most recent meeting last month to discuss key topics and tasks, as well as coordinate and share information on the upcoming season. During the March preseason JTC meeting, we had the pleasure of coordinating for a second time with the Traditional Knowledge Committee for a full day to talk about topics such as Chinook rebuilding and the Chum Interim Management Escapement Goal Review process. The Joint Technical Committee also completed its bilateral review of the 2026 Restoration and Enhancement Fund proposals and provided a technical review summary to the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat and the Yukon River Panel chairs on January 8th. The JTC also completed a review of the follow-up responses to the questions that were posed by the panel to proponents back at the January meeting, and again provided a summary of that review to the PSC Secretariat and panel chairs. The JTC worked really hard to complete the Yukon River Salmon 2025 season summary and 2026 outlook this year, and that was published on the Yukon River Panel's website on March 25th. The report is a collaborative effort to summarize such things as the status of Yukon River salmon and research projects in both Alaska and the Yukon, while also providing an outlook of what to expect for 2026. Moving on, the JTC Run Forecast subcommittees worked to complete forecasts for 2026 for both Chinook and Chum salmon. And the Fall Chum IMEG Interim Management Escapement Goal Subcommittee continued its work on the Interim Management Escapement Goal Review process. And just to round out this slide, I know it's a lot of information, but I will just touch briefly on some of the other deliverables the JTC also completed earlier in the year related to Yukon River Panel action items. So this would include reviewing the Restoration and Enhancement Fund proposal guidance documents to identify any recommended revisions. A component of the JTC also reviewed the data that was used to populate the Pacific Salmon Commission's run size application. And the Fall Chum Interim Management Escapement Goal Subcommittee worked to develop a comprehensive Fall Chum IMEG review update that was provided to the panel. Let's go into slide 4, please. Thank you. We are now moving into an overview of the most recent JTC spring preseason meeting in the next few slides. So this meeting occurred March 3rd to 5th and was attended mainly virtually, with some attendants being able to group together where possible in some locations. Next slide, please. Okay, so we had a great attendance this year from both Canada and Alaska, with several guests that attended to help advance some key topics such as the Chinook rebuilding and Fall Chum IMEG review. Although not listed here, again, we did have the great opportunity of meeting with the Traditional Knowledge Committee on the final day, and that was also really well attended, with many Traditional Knowledge Committee members being able to join in from Alaska and the Yukon. Next slide, please. Okay, so some of the agenda topics that were covered during this preseason meeting were a status update on the Yukon River Salmon 2025 season summary and outlook, which I mentioned before was published on March 25th. We really wanted to ensure we were on track for publication and to talk about how report compilation went this year and if there were any areas we could improve on in terms of coordination for next year. We also reviewed the Restoration and Enhancement Fund proponent responses to the Yukon River Panel's follow-up questions, and we received updates from the Run Forecast subcommittees for Canadian origin Chinook, main stem chum, and fishing branch chum salmon, which were approved for 2026. And finally, on this slide, we received the planned research activity updates and pre-season management planning updates for 2026 from the respective agencies. And let's move into slide number 7. Great, thank you. So these next 4 topics that were also discussed at the spring meeting will be spoken to in more detail by Zach in the following slides, but I will introduce them briefly here. So the JTC reviewed the Yukon River Panel action items resulting from the 2025 postseason meeting that occurred in January of this year. The JTC also reviewed the 2026 escapement goals for Chinook, main stem chum, and fishing branch river chum salmon. We also reviewed and discussed the Yukon River Chinook rebuilding plan and work currently underway on that process. And finally, the Joint Technical Committee continued to discuss the fall chum salmon interim management escapement goal review that is occurring. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Zach to continue on with the next slides.
Yeah, thanks for that, Jacqueline. Nice job. Yeah, we are on the next slide. So I will give just a quick overview of some of the action items the JTC addressed at our last meeting. The first was related to tasking for Restoration and Enhancement Fund reviews. So at the January panel meeting, the panel approved 3 questions to be forwarded to proponents to provide additional information before making final selections at this meeting. And the JTC did receive the responses to those questions. We reviewed those and we did submit a technical review to the panel co-chairs and the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat on March 16th of this year. One of the other action items for the JTC was to provide a presentation to the panel during closed bilateral session at this meeting on the status of our work to review fall chum Canadian origin interim management escapement goals. We prepared for that and through some subcommittee activities leading up to this meeting and provided a presentation to the panel just 2 days ago, so April 13th. And then finally, the panel tasked the JTC with providing some advice on future projects that may endeavor to study the relationship between Chinook and chum salmon and predation within the Yukon River watershed. The JTC unfortunately didn't receive notice of this action item with enough advance to meaningfully discuss this at our last meeting, but we are aware of the action item. It'll be on our upcoming work plan, and we'll bring some advice back to the panel, possibly as early as the January meeting, so the fall postseason meeting. Next slide, please. One of the responsibilities of the Joint Technical Committee on an annual basis is to provide recommendations to the Yukon panel with respect to escapement objectives for the upcoming fisheries management season. The escapement goal recommendations are specific to the stocks covered in the Yukon River Salmon Agreement. So that is the Canadian origin Chinook salmon stock, as well as the main stem fall chum stock and the fishing branch Porcupine River stock. As many folks are probably aware, the parties entered into an agreement on April 1st of 2024 that established a border passage objective of 71,000 fish for the next life cycle. And with respect to that, the JTC was not tasked with providing an escapement goal recommendation for Chinook salmon for the 2026 season. The parties will instead manage fisheries to endeavor to achieve that border passage objective. However, the Joint Technical Committee was expected to provide a recommendation for fall chum salmon. And as we introduced just a little bit ago, the JTC is undertaking a comprehensive review of fall chum salmon interim management escapement goals. We are planning on providing recommendations to the panel in spring of 2027. So recognizing that timeline, we are recommending that the current interim management escapement goals be continued for one more season. If the panel chooses to accept that recommendation, the interim management escapement goals would be 70,000 to 104,000 for the main stem fall chum stock and 22,000 to 49,000 for the fishing branch stock. Next slide, please. One of the hot topics is Yukon River Chinook Salmon Rebuilding Plan, the international rebuilding plan. Currently, the Joint Technical Committee hasn't been tasked with a specific role in developing this plan. However, we are anticipating that that tasking is forthcoming from the panel and its respective steering committees that are overseeing that work. So we've been spending a couple of meetings in a row trying to get oriented to the work and kind of get our ducks in a row. So we met with Trinity Consultants, which is a consulting group that's been secured to assist the panel in this process. We invited them to our JTC meeting on March 5th and worked with them to make sure that the Joint Technical Committee was fully oriented to the panel's progress on the rebuilding plan to date. The process documents that the panel has already adopted and draft technical work plans that are being developed by the panel steering committees and working groups. In anticipation that some tasking may be coming to the JTC, we did establish a Chinook rebuilding plan subcommittee that right now is just kind of waiting in the wings to assist the panel whenever asked. Next slide, please. Thank you. As I mentioned just a moment ago, the JTC is undertaking a comprehensive review of fall chum salmon interim management escapement objectives. We have created a subcommittee that is doing the majority of the technical work for that project, and then bringing the products of the technical review back to the JTC to form a recommendation in spring of 2027. So we did receive a comprehensive presentation from our IBEG subcommittee at our last meeting. And we also shared some updates with the Traditional Knowledge Committee on progress towards reviewing and establishing escapement goal objectives. Discussions were primarily centered around progress to date, the technical merits of the subcommittee's approach, and clarifying options for delivering recommendations to the panel. Next slide, please. And so I'll end the presentation with a quick summary of our 26-27 work plan. So first, our meeting schedule. As most folks are aware, the JTC meets twice a year. We are hoping to meet one time in person over the next 12 months, and our other meeting will be virtual. We do schedule a fall meeting. At the time that we developed the presentation, we were anticipating sometime in late November or early December of 2026. But just over the last couple of days, we started scoping members' availability for the week of November 16th. So if that helps the panel in any way to know that the JTC is looking to meet most likely the week of November 16th. And then we also are anticipating a spring meeting in March of 2027. And much of our focus at these upcoming meetings is going to be keeping apprised of the panel's rebuilding plan developments and options for supporting that. The next update is with respect to technical and administrative products. Most of the JTC's responsibilities and the products that we deliver to the panel are clearly outlined in the Yukon River Salmon Agreement. We are anticipating and committing to providing our Restoration and Enhancement Fund review by January 15th at the latest of 2027. We'll also provide our comprehensive annual report to the panel by April of 2027, and similarly, our run forecasts for Canadian origin Chinook salmon and Canadian origin main stem fall chum salmon and Fishing Branch fall chum salmon will be delivered by April of 2027. And then with respect to escapement goal reviews, this is a big one on our upcoming work plan. We are at a point in our review process where we are nearing the end of our kind of foundational technical work and drafting reports for publication. So report drafting will be a major part of what's on our upcoming work plan, as well as ensuring that those draft reports go through comprehensive peer review. Next slide, please. And with that, that is a summary of the activities over the last 12 months, our most recent meeting, and then our work plan for the upcoming year. And with that, I think we'd both happily stand by for questions or discussion.
Thanks very much, Jacqueline and Zach, for another comprehensive and informational report on the JTC's activities. Questions, comments from panel members? Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think it was slide 10 in regards to the fall chum review. And Zach, while they're bringing that up, what I'm curious about is maybe you could remind me what the going down one, maybe 11. Yeah, clarification on IMEG objectives and best practices for delivering final recommendations. Could you elaborate a little bit more that as far as what you need from the panel and your timeline for when you would want those recommendations?
Thank you, Andy. That's an excellent question, and appreciate the opportunity to clarify. So we actually had a really fruitful discussion on this topic in bilateral closed session. What we're aiming for is some guidance from the panel as to what the intent of the escapement goals are. So if we were to set an escapement goal and manage those escapement goals, what do we want the future of fall chum to look like? So what is the objective of establishing those specific goals? So we created, and so when I reference this particular slide, keeping in mind that this was our JTC discussion leading up to presenting to the panel. So what we were discussing internally and with the Traditional Knowledge Committee was how to raise those questions, how to bring that to your attention, and what sort of timeline those interactions would play out under. And so we discussed that just a couple of days ago, and it looks like there's so the JTC has formulated some very clear questions for the panel, and it looks like right now the plan is for the JTC co-chairs to meet with the panel co-chairs and discuss strategies for summarizing those questions and giving the panel opportunity to weigh in on those over the off season and upcoming meeting opportunities.
Okay, follow up just for clarification. So your hope for the JTC is to get those recommendations in the January 2027 meeting or beyond?
I think from an order of operations and timelines, if we could get as much clarity on those questions at the January 2027 meeting, that gives us a couple of months to consider that input and develop the recommendation for your consideration in April of 27.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Ragnar, please.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Lillard, I lost it a little bit, didn't follow. So the JTC is going to be collaborating, probably wrong word, with the coach, the Canadian and U.S. co-chairs in looking at a preferred alternative when it comes to IMEG. That's the part I don't understand.
No. I appreciate the opportunity to clarify. What I meant by that was that the plan, as I understood it, following our bilateral closed session, was that the panel co-chairs and the JTC co-chairs would meet offline in the coming weeks or month to figure out the opportunities to engage with the panel regarding those specific questions about escapement goals. Yeah, so making sure there's good, meaningful opportunity to engage with the panel and how best to accommodate that. Yeah.
There's no immediate questions. Perhaps to follow up on the same topic of the provision of the JT's recommendations on the fall chum salmon IMEGs, as well as the discussion that the panel had today. Part of that, or the last couple of days, part of that, there's some ideas that were coming out of those discussions that were similar to the timeline questions that Andy was asking in clarification on how the recommendations would be provided. That were also identified that there's perhaps a need for the panel to meet prior to even the January meeting. We'll see how this process that Zach described with respect to kind of a survey of sorts to go out to panel membership with questions that help to clarify that, clarify the objectives and expectations of the panel membership to help guide the JTC and its finalization of recommendations. And if we do identify that it would be beneficial for the panel to meet again, even if bilaterally, remotely, or remotely in general, prior to the January meeting, then we may proceed with those expectations and try and schedule something. So we'll see how the coming months go along those lines, but we certainly recognize and are very open to additional engagement and discussion, similar to what we had on Monday amongst panel membership. So we'll look forward to seeing how this progresses. Andy and then Ragnar.
I'll defer to Ragnar. Go ahead, Ragnar.
Mr. Chairman, as is the goal of this interim management escapement goals to put that in effect for the fall 2027 season? Is that the goal we're looking at, Mr. Chairman?
No, the earliest that it could be in effect would be, yes, I'm sorry, the fall 2027 season. That's correct. Yes, that's the earliest. And recognizing that, again, trying not to jump too far ahead here too, but it is contingent upon where the panel lands. We look at this from a process perspective. It starts with the receipt of those recommendations from the JTC in that regard. We would always have the option if the panel feels it needs more time, with the timeline being the spring of 2027, pre-2027 season, when the panel will receive those recommendations. If the panel might need some additional time to consider those recommendations and reach a consensus agreement on what the escapement goals will be, there is that option. Ideally, we would have those discussions by clarifying expectations. That will go a long way, the panel's expectations towards the presented recommendations from the JTC as being what the panel is looking for to begin with. So that could go a very long way towards achieving a consensus from those recommendations at the January 2027 meeting. But there's always the option if the panel feels that it needs more time. We could still retain the existing IMEGs that are in place for another season, pending additional time needed by the panel to finalize and reach consensus on escapement goals in that regard. So there's options available to us. Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to maybe ask the chairs if we could just really briefly talk right now about the role of the JTC in the rebuilding plan. I guess, and I'm doing this for the public as well as panel members. I think it's really important for the public and to a certain extent the panel members are up to date on it, but I think it's really important for the public to understand the general process that is being used in the steering committee and the rebuilding plan and that relationship. You said in your presentation that you are anticipating to begin work with the Trinity consultants. And so maybe just a really brief, I don't want to get into this really deep, but I think super high level would be really beneficial to everyone.
Sorry to interrupt, but great question, Andy. Before we go to that, Mr. Co-Chair had some additional comments on the questions surrounding the timing of the escapement goal, and then we'll address that question. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and apologize for that, Andy. Wanted to, for the benefit of the panel's clarity, and then also for the purpose of our meeting record, to provide some clarification around the chum salmon escapement goal topics as presented by the Joint Technical Committee. So there's, in fact, two different topics that are relevant to chum salmon, to the chum salmon escapement goals for main stem and porcupine fishing branch stocks. First and foremost, on slide number 9, if we could move to slide number 9, please. So as panel members are likely aware, the interim management escapement goals for main stem Yukon River chum salmon and porcupine/fishing branch chum salmon were in effect for the 2025 season. That approach was confirmed by the panel a number of years ago, and for 2025, we did maintain the inter-management escapement goals displayed on screen. The Joint Technical Committee has provided a recommendation to the panel here at this session that effectively we need to take a decision on, and the recommendation is to maintain the interim management escapement goals from prior years, so 70,000 to 104,000 for main stem Yukon River Canadian origin fall chum salmon, and then for the fishing branch stock, 22,000 to 49,000. So those interim management escapement goals for Canadian origin fall chum salmon have been in place for a number of years. The recommendation from the Joint Technical Committee is for the 2026 season to maintain those interim management escapement goals. And so, Mr. Chair, we do need a decision from the panel on this specific item before we move to the second item that I had hoped to refer to, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate you making us all aware of that. I was thinking, and I'm open to other alternatives for consideration, but that we could clarify the maintaining the interim management escapement goals during the management recommendations component of both the main stem chum salmon and the porcupine chum salmon topics this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm agreeable to that that approach, and so should there be any questions from panel members at that time, again, start to think about the recommendation that's before us, and acknowledge that the panel does need to make a decision in respect of the two interim management escapement goals at today's session, Mr. Chair. The second item, if I may, pertain to the component of the Joint Technical Committee's presentation on the development of biological escapement goals for Canadian origin fall chum salmon. So there were a number of questions with respect to next steps in that process and opportunities for panel member input, and ultimately the question of when the panel will be asked to take a decision on the outcomes of the biological escapement goal review. So from a timing and timeline perspective, I think as Mr. Littler alluded to, the intention is for the Joint Technical Committee to come forward with some recommendations in respect of biological escapement goals approximately a year from now. Again, that's pending on continued work and progress through the subcommittee of the Joint Technical Committee that's developing these recommendations and some of the supporting scientific processes. So for the benefit of clarity, the panel will need to make a decision on escapement goals, spawning escapement goals in 1 year's time. And though that decision can be either the choice to continue to roll over the interim management escapement goal or rely on the recommendations provided as the outcome of the Joint Technical Committee's process to establish a different biologically based escapement goal. So just for sake of clarity, we do need to make a decision at these proceedings. It's not about the biological escapement goal, it's about the interim management escapement goal for the 2026 season, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate those clarifications and comments. Andy, perhaps it'd be good to maybe phrase your question again so we can have a response from the co-chairs.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So what I'm seeking is for Zach and Jacqueline to maybe give a very high level discussion or talk, brief, I guess I should call it, on the relationship of the JTC in working with Trinity on the rebuilding plan and what they are envisioning their role would be in the rebuilding plan moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Zach.
I'd be happy to start this off and then look to Jacqueline to backfill any additional clarity she might want to add. In short, at a couple meetings ago, panel meetings ago, the Yukon River Panel decided to establish what they're calling a steering committee to help continue developing rebuilding plan strategies and activities during the off season in between regularly scheduled panel meetings. So I'll focus on the connection between these different groups in the Joint Technical Committee in my response. So as part of the steering committee, myself and Jacqueline as JTC co-chairs were asked to participate in that steering committee process. And it was recognized relatively quickly in those steering committee discussions that there needs to be subsets of those steering committee members to advance special topics related to technical activities, sociocultural activities, communication activities, as an example. And so drawing on myself and Jacqueline and some of the Trinity technical experts, the steering committee formed what they're calling a technical working group. And that technical working group's task is to basically provide technical advice and support to the steering committee. By having Jacqueline and I serve on that working group, it creates a direct bridge between the working group, the steering committee, and now the Joint Technical Committee. So right now, the working group and the steering committee are still developing strategies for advancing the technical components of the rebuilding plan. And so the direct connection to the Joint Technical Committee is Jacqueline and I's participation in that process, and then engaging with the JTC during regularly scheduled meetings to keep them apprised of activities, such that whenever final decisions are made by the steering committee on specific technical activities, some of those activities may be directed to the Joint Technical Committee to complete. So it's still very much a work in progress. But as far as the full bilateral JTC, right now they're just trying to stay apprised of ongoing activities so that they can be prepared to assist when they are asked to assist. And I can imagine a number of ways in which the JTC can help out, but I don't really want to jump too far ahead of where the steering committee's at.
Yeah, thanks, Zach. I think you did a really great job summarizing there. I mean, I could take it even further in terms of just noting that the technical working group, which is myself and yourself, along with some attorneys, are really working on behalf of the steering committee, the rebuilding plan steering committee, to provide recommendations on technical tasks and direct or complete technical tasks approved by the steering committee. And then the JTC steering committee, or a component of the JTC, really will help to provide technical support to the technical working group as needed. So yeah, sorry, that was just a little bit of extra information, hopefully to just summarize it all as well.
Quick follow-up from Andy, then to Virgil.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for that, Jacqueline and Zach. I think the point I wanted to make is to get some of that information out to the public about the steering committee. There are also the same processes is happening through the communications committee involvement in the steering committee and the traditional knowledge committee. So just to help inform the public that there's a lot of work being done behind the scenes on this, and there is progress being made. And there is, as I mentioned in the communications committee report, there'll be a lot more information coming out fairly regularly on the progress of that steering committee as it proceeds. So thanks for the opportunity just to get some of that out to the public, Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, thanks for that, Andy, and thanks for the detailed response to Zach and Jacqueline. Just a quick check-in, Rhonda, did you have your hand up or no? Okay, go ahead, Virgil.
Okay, my question is this. Right now, the North Pacific is in a regime of really poor productivity. And so trying to figure out these escapement goals, trying to figure out these escapement goals, are you doing it as if the productivity regime was good or totally in the toilet like it is now, or kind of in between? Or maybe a couple of different ones for in case there's a regime shift and we get better productivity.
Thanks, Virgil. I'll happily take a first stab at that. I think the simple answer is we're doing our due diligence to make sure that the analysis considers the full range of productivity experienced by these stocks historically, and then using that information to design a series of recommendations for the panel that properly reflect that. Most of the models that the JTC use are structured around some version of a long-term historical average, but recognizing that we are in a low productivity phase and possibly could be continuing into the future, I am confident that that possible scenario of remaining in a low productivity phase will be thoroughly evaluated and incorporated into our pending recommendations.
Thank you.
Any further questions, comments on the JTC report? Okay, not seeing any. Again, thank you to Zach and Jacqueline for another comprehensive and informational report. Clearly, the JTC continues to do excellent work in support of the panel, and we'll look forward to further engagement, especially on the chum salmon escapement goal topic. Appreciate it. Next, we'll move into our next agenda item before we break for public testimony. And that'll be a report on development of the Yukon River Panel Chinook Salmon Rebuilding Plan. This will essentially be an update on our special session that was held on Monday from Trinity Consultants. And as soon as you are ready, Kirsten and Jason, the floor is yours.
Thanks. I'll lead this off. Yeah, we'll give an update, as John said, about the rebuilding plan. Next slide, please. So just a quick context, the Yukon River Panels engaged our firm, Trinity Consultants Canada, to assist with the development of the plan. Specifically, we're here speaking today as the facilitators of that work. Our firm's multidisciplinary environmental consultancy. I'm Jason Kurtz. I'm a fisheries biologist and project director and one of the facilitators. I'm calling in today from Terrace, British Columbia, home of the Kitsilus, Kitsim-Kalim, and Tsimshians people. Wish I could be there in person. I really value the direct interaction, but we'll do our best here to support you remotely. Kirsten Lyle, she'll be taking some of these slides later as well. For folks that have seen us before, you probably saw a different name. We used to be Ecofish Research. We've simply rebranded. It's the same people, same company, just we did some rebranding. Next slide, please. For just a little bit of background, as we know, Yukon River Chinook have progressively declined over the past 20 years. They've got historically low abundance. We know the 7-year agreement requires the development of the rebuilding plan, and the panel is leading that rebuilding plan. Our role here is to facilitate that work. We want to acknowledge that, the rebuilding plan is a discrete activity, a discrete plan right now, but we want to acknowledge the work and the efforts that many people in this room and beyond have already undertaken towards rebuilding Chinook, and we're hoping to incorporate all that into the work that we're doing here today. Next slide. So what is the rebuilding plan? So we basically have a component that is the social cultural component, what are the who is affected, what's the relationship to the fish, what's the fish relationship to the people, and then of the technical framework. So the actual technical sort of more science-based work that we'll do. And it's really focused around, this framework's really focused around 3 questions. So what's the status of Chinook and the people? What factors are affecting that? And then what can we do about it? This will all roll up in the end into a discrete plan itself, these 2 framework components. Next slide, please.
Okay, over to me.
Kristen.
Hello, everybody. So just building on the information that Jason's already presented, I want to show you folks on a revised organizational chart. And I think it kind of speaks a little bit to the conversation that was just had that related to the JTC specific update. And so hopefully this illustration can kind of help everybody visualize the different groups of people that are involved in the panel process, but really specific to that rebuilding, the rebuilding plan, or the boxes in green. So I'm just going to do a quick overview. The boxes in purple are the Yukon River Panel, the Traditional Knowledge Committee, and the Communications Committee, and we've got the Joint Technical Committee in orange at the top. So those groups of people exist in this panel process outside of the rebuilding plan. And nothing has changed with those groups. Nothing's changed with their mandate, what they do. Simply what we're trying to show here is the addition of some new groups that have come together to support rebuilding plan specific activities. So you've heard reference to the steering committee. I'll speak about that in a bit more detail, but the steering committee is essentially a group of representatives of the panel to act on behalf of the panel to make tangible progress on the rebuilding plan between the regular scheduled panel meetings. So it was acknowledged that if we try to get everybody together to talk about everything and we only have 2 options 2 times a year to do that, it's going to take forever to get anything done. So the steering committee was developed in an effort to try to represent the perspectives and voices, that diversity of the panel and its advisors on the steering committee, so that they could meet on a monthly cadence to make additional progress between the regular meetings. Building on the steering committee, it was recognized that the steering committee itself is not enough to do all of the work that needs to be done to develop the rebuilding plan. And so there was a natural sort of clustering of individuals that sort of mirrors the existing committee structure, but needs to be separate from the committee. So while we have a joint technical committee for the panel, there needs to be a technical working group to support the rebuilding plan. And the same with the communications working group and the sociocultural working group. You'll see later on our presentation about working over the last year, sort of acknowledging that there's a capacity disparity of people that could support those working groups, which has led to some of the work the steering committee has done over the last year. Also, you'll see facilitation team. That box is to represent Jason and I as the facilitators for the rebuilding plan process. So while we facilitate the special sessions for the panel that are dedicated to the rebuilding plan, we also facilitate the monthly steering committee meetings that happen between panel meetings. And then there was also reference in the JTC update of Trinity consultant technical team. So separate to Jason and I, we have an entire company that we work with that has expertise specifically in Chinook rebuilding. And we felt that, there was a natural connection there to try to leverage that experience and expertise outside of the facilitation process. And so while it's the same company, we're kind of serving 2 different functions, as it were, that support this rebuilding plan process. So for the purpose of today's meeting, we're going to really focus on our, Jason and I are here to facilitate the process, and there are members of our organization that do also support the technical working group. So the takeaway from here is that there are technical working groups, communication working group, and sociocultural working groups that feed into the steering committee. All those green boxes are very specific to the rebuilding plan. And there are lots of folks in the room that wear very many hats. They're dedicated to this process. It's incredible how much work they do. And there's lots of people like Zach and Jacqueline who just spoke that wear, hats for the for the JTC, but they're also on the technical working group. We've got folks that are on the traditional knowledge committee that are also in the sociocultural working group that also sit on the steering committee. So it gets really confusing. And we developed this org chart with the intention for us, even that are living and breathing this on a regular basis, to really start making the distinction between what the groups of people are intended to do, what their function are, and how they differ from the existing panel committees. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to run through a really quick timeline process over the next 2 slides to kind of get people caught up to where we are in the process to date. So, starting back in April 2024, that was when the initial discussions were held at the panel meeting, at the preseason meeting prior to Jason and I joining the project, to start talking about the rebuilding plan at a conceptual level. October 2024, that's when Ecofish, or now Trinity, was hired as a facilitator, and we were introduced to the panel process at the first special session meeting in Fairbanks in November of 2024. Since that time, we have had 3 additional special session meetings. There was one in Anchorage in January 2025. Next slide, please. The 3rd special session meeting was April of 2025, and then January 2026, and then most recently on Monday. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on that because this is sort of a recap. We've gone over this information before, but wanted to make it available to anybody that is new to the process or is just kind of starting this book on chapter 3 rather than the beginning. That's a little bit of a timeline in case anybody needs to go back and kind of get a sense of what happened prior to today. So that information is available on this timeline at a very high level. Next slide, please. So through those special sessions, a lot of work was done during the meetings, and obviously a lot of work was done between the meetings to support this process. But I thought it was worth just kind of revisiting some of the opportunities that we had to gather information during facilitated discussion topics with the panel meetings. So at our very first special session meeting, we had an opportunity to talk to the entire panel and their advisors to get some information about some really important foundational questions about, the panel's perspective on threats to the Yukon River Shooks population, actions that they think will positively impact the rebuilding plan. So really good information to kind of get a start of like what are we currently dealing with. And we also had an opportunity to meet with the panel as facilitators to kind of get to know each other a little bit better and figure out what was important for us to know to serve the process. Then we kind of went into more of the framework document. So Jason went over those at a high level. There's the sociocultural framework document and the technical framework document. Those were developed in draft form, and then through facilitated discussions with the panel and its advisors, we were able to refine that content so that it can be endorsed by the panel. And it really sets as the foundational, kind of to-do list for everything that needs to be done to develop the rebuilding plan. It was identified early on that having a really dedicated conversation about objectives and values for the rebuilding plan was going to be important. So when we were I believe this was in Dawson City this time last year, that's when we had some facilitated discussions regarding objectives and values. And then in January, we had an additional opportunity to do facilitated discussions with the panel in person. And we really focused on action while planning and getting information that would help feed into the communications strategy as we go through the rebuilding plan. So I thought it was worth revisiting that because all that information is really important. It's been collected and gathered and is going to start feeding into the work products as we go through the process. Next slide, please. So quick update on what the steering committee has been up to since the January meeting. Obviously, like we talked about the monthly meetings, so making progress. We were able to provide some support to YRDFA to give some input on breakout group questions that they could ask at their preseason meeting. So you just saw the list of everything that we've done at the panel process. And so trying to figure out what would make sense for YRDFA to potentially include in their preseason meeting so that there's some synergy between those different groups that are having opportunities to meet with people in person. I talked earlier about when we talked about the organizational chart, the capacity gaps that were identified with the working groups. That led us to the proposals to increase capacity to support those working groups. And that was really the focus of the work of the steering committee leading up to the April meeting, was supporting those working groups and getting those proposals developed, figuring out what information needed to be included, what was going to be presented, so that would best serve the panel process, but also that would really serve the rebuilding plan and make tangible benefits to the people, opening the gates for people to figure out, like, okay, now we know what we need to do, who's going to do what, when, and how. Steering committee provides ongoing support for a technical working group as well. We've talked about that a little bit before. And also steering committee spent a lot of their time helping to get prepared for this special session meeting that happened on Monday. Next slide.
Thanks, Kirsten. As Kirsten mentioned, a lot of the work the steering committee has been doing was to prepare proposals to increase capacity. So I'm going to give a quick summary here of those two proposals. So this information was presented to the panel on Monday in our special session. So the social cultural working group proposal, it was a research initiative proposed by Carolyn Brown and Jennifer Herkes to compile, synthesize, and analyze what we know now about traditional ecological knowledge for both sides of the border. It includes some validation workshops with communities and First Nations to, validate the information we have and make sure that we're not missing anything. We want to emphasize that this work is about making existing knowledge, which represents years and years of lived experience, more accessible. So this means that everyone has that information now that's working on this project. Accessible across cultures, communities, and borders. The plan is not to simply restate what individual people or communities know, but share that as part of the broader rebuilding plan. This social cultural proposal includes a progress report that will be presented to the panel in January 2027. And it really just, as Kirsten mentioned, it gives the steering committees and in particular the social cultural working group some horsepower, some support, some capacity to bring people in that can actually do some of the work that needs to be done. So at the meeting on Monday, the panel approved this proposal and we'll be moving forward with this social cultural initiative. Next slide. The second proposal that was put forward was from the communications working group. Again, same idea, to develop some capacity to have some horsepower to do some of the work here. What was proposed was a 12-month engagement of Caroline Wakefield. She's with Soul Strong Communications and is currently working with the communications subcommittee for the last few years. Anyways, she will provide some dedicated time and consistent communications to support the rebuilding plan. The proposal outlined a structured schedule of activities, which includes regular check-ins and weekly communications, media reviews, and a whole variety of ways to share the information that we need to share. I want to point out that one of the important deliverables that was included in here was making sure that we used some plain language reference documents. So something that can explain what the rebuilding plan is in terms that different audiences can understand. Again, on Monday, the panel approved this proposal and will be proceeding with this work as part of the rebuilding plan with the communications working group. Next slide, please. Give a quick update here about the technical working group. We've already heard from Jacqueline and Zach about some of the work that they've been doing through some of the work that they've been doing, but specifically the Joint Technical Committee, Traditional Knowledge Committees met on March 5th. We heard about that to confirm the broad support about the process that we're doing. The steering committee endorsed the working group's idea or initiative to develop an implementation proposal. And right now, the technical working group's been asked by the steering committee to identify and get going on some of the things that are safe to start, some of the things that we have capacity to do right now, and that we can jump into and get going right away. Next slide, please. I'll pass this over to Kirsten again.
Okay, thanks, Jason. So Jason's slides all related to conversations that happened at the panel meeting on Monday. And then this is sort of our forward-looking piece. So at a very high level, what's next? Communications and social cultural project initiation. So the proposals that were approved, that's really exciting because that brings additional capacity for the team to start, really get going on the work. And the working groups themselves will initiate work product development. And then the steering committee is going to roll their sleeves up, continue to meet on a monthly basis, and continue through our existing list of to-do items. And then also there's a couple others that were identified on Monday. And so one is really around authorship. So with the additional capacity, that's great. We've got lots more technical expertise in, communications expertise, social culture expertise, and we're going to have some work products coming together, but we need to determine that strategy for how the mechanics of how we really like pull all those different pieces together and who's going to sort of hold the pen on that aspect. And then we also have an action item to update a sort of forward-looking process schedule. So this will give broader visibility for what people can expect coming down the pipe. So a visual that would include key milestones, decision points, engagement activities, and expected outcomes. And then the last thing on the list was potentially planning for a fall special session. So the next panel meeting wouldn't be typically until January 2027. And it was identified that we have a lot of really exciting things coming up over the next few months. And with our additional capacity, hopefully things start moving pretty quickly in the next little while. And it feels like January 2027 might be too far away to wait to reconvene the panel for decision points, updates, etc. So leaving this one on the list for a potential for a fall 2026 special session. And I believe that is the end of our next slide just says any questions. So yeah, you can leave it on this slide or you can go to the question slide, but that concludes the rebuilding plan update from Jason and myself.
Thank you, Jason and Kirsten, for another informative and valuable presentation on the ongoing efforts by the panel on the rebuilding plan. I would like to initially note, and then we'll go to panel members for questions, that I get the sense that Jason and Kirsten kind of humble about their role and participation as just the facilitators in this process, but I can assure you that their assistance and efforts through that facilitation effort is highly valued, and that they are very engaged in working with the panel on this process. I also want to quickly note we do have a couple of folks signed up for testimony. I think our time is looking good for some Q&A here. But we do expect to accommodate some public testimony before we break for lunch. First, we have Cameron online. Go ahead, Cameron.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I may have missed the introductions this morning. I apologize. Cameron Sinclair, panel member representing the Yukon government. I have a question on the slide with the timeline, if you could go back to that, or maybe be able to describe, I think it's important for the public here to see how it started and where it's ending. And there's clearly a lot of work that has to be done, a lot of work that's been done, but a lot of work that has to be done to actually get a final plan in hand. So I guess the question is, based on the start of this, how do you feel that we are on track to have something in hand? Because I think everyone here and everyone in the public wants this final recovery plan to be able to read and to see what these actions may be. So I'm just looking sort of forward past 2026 when this plan will actually be completed. And second part of that question is, how do you foresee a lot of these groups and their input going into the final authorship of this?
It's a big question, Cam.
Yes.
You want to lead, Kirsten?
I'll give this, I'll start and then I'm sure others can jump in. So as far as the looking forward piece, I think that really speaks to the intent behind the last bullet point on my last or second last bullet point of updating this forward-looking process schedule. So in previous special sessions, we had done like a conceptual best case scenario. If we had all the funding, we had everything in place timeline so that people could kind of get a sense of what those milestones are. We need to revisit that knowing what we know now. And I think Monday's meeting was actually a huge stepping stone towards us being able to provide an actual revision to that timeline. Because until we had capacity and funding in place for people to do the heavy lifting that's required to be done, it's almost impossible to say how long it's going to take. I think there's also going to be some other really critical decision points that the panel is going to need to make along the way that will impact the timeline. Like what does the public engagement process look like? Who's going to be engaged? How? What are the functions? What is that? Are you doing lots of validation workshops? Can you roll those into a single meeting, etc.? So it's really hard to say at this point how long it's going to take. But I do look forward to having those targeted discussions with the steering committee to get their perspectives and inputs on that so that we can start working towards a timeline that has had the input and perspectives from the entire steering committee and then holding ourselves accountable to those milestones within that updated timeline. Jason, anything to add?
No, not on that. Maybe I'll just sort of take the second half of Cam's question around how are the different working groups going to integrate information into a plan. That's something that we're working through. One of the first tasks the steering committee is looking at in particular is how do we make sure that we integrate traditional knowledge throughout the process. Yes, there's a social cultural framework, but a lot of traditional knowledge is important for the technical work as well. So I'd say, Cam, it's a bit of a work in progress. The framework documents lay out the steps. There's some very natural alignment between the social cultural and the technical components, but it is a bit of work we still have to do. I think that also speaks a little bit to the bullet on here. One of our goals moving forward is to firm up the strategy on who's actually going to be doing the writing, and that will also inform how the three working groups contribute.
Okay, thanks for that. Next, we'll go to Ragnar Ahlstrom.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not clear on how this meshes with the 7-year agreement. Does it? I'm not clear. We got a Chinook rebuilding plan. At what point do we wait for the? I'm not clear on when does this kick in when done, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thanks. I'll maybe take a stab at that one, and certainly Jason and Kirsten feel free to follow up in that regard. Is that I think it'd be good to look at the 7-year agreement as a starting point. There's clearly rebuilding plan components associated with that 7-year agreement. It's maybe not as explicit as a more detailed, comprehensive rebuilding plan that the panel is currently working on, and what was just presented on in that regard. But it's certainly a starting point, and it's building off of that starting point in clarifying further details as needed, but also going beyond just the 7-year agreement. The 7-year agreement wasn't necessarily intended to say after 7 years are going to be rebuilt. It was like an interim step of taking immediate action to somewhat create the space needed to develop this more comprehensive plan that doesn't need to have the kind of constraint of a 7-year time frame in that regard. But I don't want to jump too far ahead, but I think it's safe to assume that some components of that 7-year agreement are going to be reiterated or perhaps further refined as a part of this more comprehensive rebuilding plan, as well as much more beyond just what the 7-year agreement contains. First, we'll go. Did you have any follow-ups, Ragnar? First, we'll go to Dennis and then Andy.
Yeah, just wondering, are we gonna, we're now 2 years in. I'm a little worried where the process itself is not the outcome. And I think we explored this a lot in our closed sessions. I think we're in a bit of a process loop here where we're not actually, we're not writing, we're not getting to the substance of this. And I think, is there, at which point are we going to have some checks and balances and really evaluate if we're on the right path here? Because I'm concerned we're heading down a path where it's process feeding upon itself. And, I recognize there is good work being done. There's hardworking people on this, but I'm not seeing it. And again, I'd like to be a positive contributor to it. I don't think we dedicate enough time to it at panel meetings. And I'm not even sure at this point time is the issue, because I think the process is feeding upon itself. So, I would encourage some form and evaluation of what we're doing here, where we're going. Is the methodology correct? This is not a lean process. We need a lean, quick process. We're halfway through a 7-year agreement. And so, I think we should really be asking ourselves, I apologize for being critical and I don't want to be negative. And it's not a reflection on any one individual or company or anything, but I just think I'm looking at this and I'm personally am not comfortable with where it's going.
I can again maybe try and take a stab at that. And the critique and constructive criticism, I would call it, that you're mentioning, Dennis, I think is understood. And I have felt the same thing. You always want things to move quicker than your own expectations and anticipation in that regard. One thing I would note is that it's well received. Certainly, it's something for us to all keep in mind, so if we see inflection points where we're getting stuck in that loop, as you call it, the process loop, in that regard, we need to be conscientious of that and ensure that we move through those inflection points as quickly as possible. But if there is one component that I think all the different panel members, Trinity, myself, and Mr. Co-Chair, and all the panel members involved now in the steering committee have recognized, is that there's capacity limitations. I think we've made very, very good strides as an outcome of this meeting of bringing some additional capacity to the core components of the rebuilding plan. I certainly have an expectation, and we'll be keeping the eye on the ball, that we are going to be able to really make quick progress over the next several months, given that result. But it's a very good reminder from your commentary, Dennis, that we need to make sure that we make that progress, that we don't find ourselves getting stuck in a process loop. So I do appreciate the sentiment, and it's a good reminder for all of us. Thank you for that. We'll go to Mr. Chair, then Andy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just would like to add to your response to the question from Canadian panel member Dennis Zimmerman, and maybe for the benefit of the broader delegation and the public, considerable amount of work to date undertaken by the panel has been really focusing on the scope of this rebuilding plan and starting to compile information. So earlier in the presentation from Trinity Consultants, we heard about some specific work that's being undertaken as recommended by the Traditional Knowledge Committee, essentially an information gathering component to collect up materials and information. I think that'll be absolutely essential to informing the development of the actual plan itself. We also have some, quite obviously, some communications components, and then technical components that our technical subcommittee is assisting with. So although perhaps from an early stages context, it may seem like there's not a lot of progress being made, or that there's some sense of anxiety around how quickly will we see a final product. It's important to understand that this rebuilding plan is intended to really form the foundation of ultimately seeing a return in abundance of Chinook salmon to the Yukon River watershed, and we want to ensure that it's well thought out, that it considers all of the various elements, be it sociocultural, be it biological, be it scientific, and the different perspectives throughout the watershed to inform the ultimate outcomes within the plan. So as far as perhaps kind of getting to the question of when can we expect outcomes, and I know U.S. panel member Mr. Ragnar-Ahlstrom's question also alluded to this. I think that the intention is really for the Yukon River Panel to develop a plan within the current 7-year time frame, so between 2024 and 2030. And that is the timeline that we're operating under. And I expect that as we move in from 2026 to 2027, so we have about just under 4 years left to finalize the plan, we will be shifting into the phase which starts to compile information and starts to build out specific actions that will ultimately support outcomes that are meaningful and tangible for salmon and for salmon people throughout the watershed, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And we'll go to, I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. We'll go to Andy and then Rhonda, and we'll need to break so that we can accommodate our public testimony. Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll keep this very brief. Kirsten, I was wondering if maybe, I was looking through your presentation. I didn't see much mentioned about action while planning. And I thought it'd be really important for maybe a really high level brief overview of some of the thoughts behind that.
Yeah, Jason, we got a slide from Monday that maybe would help.
Yeah, I mean, I think
I can pull it up in the background if you want to start talking.
Sure. I mean, the easy answer, Andy, is that action while planning is important. We don't want to wait until the plan is finished before we start doing things that we can do now. At the last panel meeting, we had a breakout session where we solicited input from the panel and advisors around what kind of action while planning would be useful. I think one of the key things, now that we have some funding and capacity for both the social cultural and the communications working group, we'll be doing more of that. But I guess bottom line is it's important. We now have the tools to start doing some of that. We have a bunch of information around what type of activities would be useful. And that'll be one of the things that the steering committee and the working groups get going on here now.
Yeah, if it's worth looking at, it's on slides 11 and 12 that pulled up there.
Yeah, so
I think that's good. We do need to try and speed up our process here. So thank you for that. Rhonda, go ahead.
Really quickly, I would like to acknowledge that TCC President Sharon Hildebrand has entered the room. And my next question is the fall special session. Do we have a range of dates? And also, I don't believe that the steering committee introduced itself. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I guess maybe that's a good note for subsequent presentations, is listing the membership of the current membership of the steering committee. Off the top of my head, I don't think I'd be able to capture everybody in that regard, but let's go ahead and include that for future reference in that regard. And the timeline question that you asked, Rhonda, I think we'd be shooting for sometime in November. I think ideally we would, a month or two prior to that, we would send out notice, like a poll of some kind, to both U.S. and Canadian panel membership to find out what time frame would work best for them. If that means that even perhaps early December might be better, in some form, we'd want to seek that consensus of availability. We certainly wouldn't want to schedule something if the vast majority of our membership is unable to attend. So we would definitely be seeking some engagement and feedback from our membership to identify the best time frame. Please, quickly.
Yeah, very quickly. I just want to make the recommendation that you do that polling as soon as possible, because so many people in this that are engaged are wearing so many hats, and the meetings are just incredibly abundant.
Yep, very good advice. Thank you, Andy. Okay, with that, thank you to Jason and Kirsten. Again, this is a presentation that was developed in the intervening days from our special session on Monday. Thank you for your quick turnaround and always informative and helpful presentations to Kirsten and Jason.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, next we will move into our public testimony before we break for lunch. We do have two folks that have signed up. The first is Sharon Hildebrand, the Chief and Chairman of the Tanana Chiefs Conference. It's up to folks what they're comfortable with, but they're welcome to come up to the podium for their testimony.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having us. Thank you for that recognition, Chair. It's Atlan sa Uzat Nolado, Hadzain Sedanslit Fairbanks Lista. I'm Sharon Hildebrand. I'm from the village of Nolado. I was recently elected as Chief Chairman for Tanana Chiefs Conference, and I appreciate all the work that you're doing for tribes, especially the partnerships that we're creating with the First Nations tribes. I want to start by first recognizing the leadership in the room and all the work that you've been doing. We appreciate in the interior all the policies and the changes that we look forward to creating good partnerships so that we can create sustainable change for our future generations. TCC is the tribal consortium for Interior Alaska, serving the 42 communities along the Yukon River watershed. As directed by full board resolutions, TCC works to advocate for the tribal hunting and fishing rights and to advance tribal food sovereignty for the communities that we serve. TCC has many priorities, but one of the most important priorities is that of our sustainability of our natural resources, meaning hunting and fishing. We advocate for salmon, and that has been a priority for a long time. Salmon is not only a food staple, but is also a cultural resource in the means that we transference of our cultural knowledge to our young people, not only in the cutting food spaces, but also it provides not only our values teaching, but it provides teaching that of which that our younger generation brings forward as our next elders and leaders in our communities. We recognize also that the sustainability of our resources also transfers to our cultural practices. I was recently involved in a potlatch that happened in my home community, and some of our community members noticed that we used to smell a lot of dry fish during different things that we would participate in, and that's not so much anymore. There used to be like bags and bags of dry fish that people would pass around, and I was very blessed by one of the members here that shared their resource with me, and thank you, Chief Charlie Wright, that I was able to share with my community members while I was honoring my past son and my past mother in traditional ceremony. It's very important that we have these resources to share with our loved ones to show our appreciation. Since the first signs of the Yukon River salmon undergoing distresses, TCC has advocated for better and quicker management actions and stronger bycatch restrictions in the ocean, fisheries, and for the strong collaboration between state, federal, tribal entities for salmon management. We ask for collaboration between the agencies, and we recognize that you are here today to do just that. We also ask that you treat this for what it is. It is a crisis. It's a crisis happening now, not only in our state, but as you see in the First Nations communities as well. There's a working group between the Yukon River Panel, the State of Alaska Board of Fish, and the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, and it also includes agencies such as the Alaska Department of Natural Resources and BLM. This is created so that any projects affecting the watershed are being taken into account when under consideration. There's a crisis at this level, and it requires multi-agency response and collaboration across various jurisdictions to prevent further impacts to our natural resources. Again, the agencies that are collaborating, we understand we have collaboration with our First Nations brothers and sisters, and we acknowledge that. We ask for continued collaboration going forward. In addition to having strong cross-agency partnerships, it's also critical of the work that needs to include, and we understand this, the tribal governments in all leading roles where decisions are being made. The people who know the watershed best are the ones who have managed it since time immemorial. These are people who have watched the watershed and shifted due to climate changes, and they know the best way to go forward. They are the boots on the ground. They are our people, and they know the impacts to our fish and the best position to move forward in a good way. I'd like to thank you again for the opportunity to speak and share on behalf of our tribes in the interior and the various impacts that we've felt. TCC looks forward to engaging further with the Yukon River Panel and to support the tribes in our region. Not only the tribes in our region, but also the First Nations. We recognize the strong partnerships created here. It's a critical role of tribal engagement and leadership on a rebuilding plan for our salmon resources, not only now, but in the future. Iduada Laktanik, you take good care of yourself until we see one another again. Masi.
Chief Hildebrand, thank you so much for joining us here today and what I'm sure is a very busy schedule for you. We very much appreciate you taking the time to be with us here today. There may be questions, comments from panel members if you do have another moment. Any questions, comments? Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Chief Hildebrand. Perhaps an open question and an opportunity to provide advice to the panel. As an international body, what do you recommend we do more of or do differently to start to further build or advance the relationships that you spoke to this morning? Do you have any advice for us?
I think one of the ways is to see that we have the same numbers that we're working with. We know sometimes we don't always have the same data. It's important to also work towards the same goal. I know that many times the middle part of the Yukon, they implemented their own moratorium to not fish many years before an actual no fish was implemented. And so I think our people know when there's an issue rising. It's important for it's important for us not only just to listen, but also to ensure that we do the work that's involved with listening, to follow up, to ensure the work is being done afterwards, the work after. This is kind of like the easy stuff right now, but going to work after is going to make the difference in the long run. Masi.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you again very much for joining us here today, Chief Hildebrand. It's much appreciated.
Thank you. Masi.
Next, my apologies. We do have a hand up in Whitehorse meeting room. Go ahead.
And Julie Senior here, panel member. I just wanted to make a comment. Thank you for your presentation, Sharon, and also it would be something for you to consider is looking at probably establishing some type of relationship between Canada Chiefs and CYFN, Council for First Nations, and look at how would that be best for us and how we would look at dealing with salmon into the future. So just making that general statement and something for you to consider and looking at that, what that would look like for the future also. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you for those recommendations from the First Nations in Whitehorse. We will work towards that. We have a great land stewardship department at Tanana Chiefs Conference. One of them is Delula Erickson, and she's here. We look forward to her reaching out to your group so that we can create stronger partnerships. Masi.
Okay, next up for testimony is Richard Dewhurst, who will be joining us online over the Zoom platform. Richard, if you are online and ready to go, please proceed.
Yes, I'm here. The other day when I was getting ready to come into these meetings, my grandson was down at the house and he was asking his grandma, where's Grandpa going? Oh, he's gonna go fight for salmon. And he's sitting there and he looked at her for a minute and boy, I hope Grandpa wins. He's still pretty tough, you know. But I was in here yesterday and there was a presentation put on chum salmon out on the panhandle where there were some closures on some blocks in the ocean there where chum salmon were known to be most dense. And they could not be fished. Paul could not be fished in the blocks.
My apologies,
For Chinook
Richard.
salmon.
You're coming in very garbled. I don't know if you might be able to shut your camera down. Maybe that would help. So you're coming in very garbled. Try again, Richard. Go ahead.
Okay, when we were in here yesterday, there was a presentation on chum salmon out on the panhandle, where they had some closures in blocks on the ocean, where they fished pollock, and they could not fish pollock in those closed blocks where the chum were known to be the most dense. I was wondering if they can do the same thing for Chinook salmon in different areas in the ocean out on the coast there.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and maybe take a stab at your question there, Richard. There are existing caps and regulatory structures that have been in place now for several have come in over the years, but perhaps 10 years in total in that regard. They don't have as specific of a kind of corridor closure that was developed and then approved by the North Pacific Council, like you referenced on chum salmon. In that regard, it's certainly possible there could be some further action taken that might mimic or mirror similar corridor closures as was taken action on chum salmon for the future. But I will say that on the Chinook salmon regulatory structure, there is the most recent action that was taken was to implement essentially a lower cap that would close fishing based on what's called an index that includes Yukon River Chinook salmon, specifically Canadian origin Yukon River Chinook salmon. It's 3 different systems it's the Norton Sound, Kuskokwim, and Yukon components. But it is specifically directed at having a lower cap that, if hit or met, would result in closure for those specific Western Alaskan stocks, including Canadian origin king salmon. So I hope that helps to clarify a little bit. And stand by for tomorrow. I will be providing a presentation that will be reiterating some of the same information from the presentation yesterday in that regard, but you may find that to be informative as well.
Well, I remember some years ago, there was more Chinook salmon caught as bycatch that come into the mouth of the Yukon River that year by pollock fishermen.
Yes, and you may be referring to, I think it was 2007, which is a record high year for that. And thankfully, since some of these regulatory actions have been taken that I was just describing for Chinook salmon bycatch, we haven't come close to that high number again. So I think there is some evidence there to show that those regulatory actions are having the desired effect to keep the bycatch of Chinook salmon lower in that regard. So it's good to see that we haven't come close to that record high level that we saw in the mid 2000s.
All right, thank you.
Does that conclude your testimony, Richard?
Yes, for today.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And it's always wonderful to see you, Richard. I'm sure we'll look forward to seeing you and your ongoing commitment to engaging and participating in these processes and giving us your testimony and comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions, Andy? Go ahead.
Yeah, actually more of a comment. I just wanted to recognize, I think almost every panel meeting I've been to, Richard has shown up in one form or another. And I just wanted to point out the dedication that he's put towards this process for many, many years, and has a lot of experience and has given a lot of great advice. Some of it we listened to and some of it we haven't. And so I want to thank you, Richard, for all the years that you have dedicated to helping to save and protect salmon sustainably. Thank you.
If no further comments or questions, thank you again, Richard. I'm sure you'll continue to observe our proceedings here over the next couple of days. So thank you very much for giving us your comments and testimony. So that concludes our testimony signups for today. Again, we'll have another opportunity this afternoon and 2 more tomorrow. Let's go ahead and break for lunch. We're a little behind. It's 10 after. Let's please proceed and continue with our 1:30 after this afternoon start time. Hopefully that will be enough time for everyone to get their lunch, and we will see you at 1:30. That would be 2:30 Yukon Territory time. Thank you. Okay, I think we'll go ahead and get started. We've still got a couple folks we're waiting on, but we need to try and stay on schedule. Dennis, I see you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, John, I'm just wondering, is it possible when there's someone presenting at the front that we can see them on the camera? The way the camera's set up is we can't see who's presenting, and I'm not sure if that's a simple camera turn or it's maybe harder than that.
Yeah, we can, I've been thinking the same thing, so thanks for mentioning it. We only have one camera, and the problem where it's located is that it would be looking at a speaker if you tried to turn it to the speaker thing. So we'll need to move the camera a little bit. So yeah, we'll go ahead and proceed, but we'll try and make those changes while we're in progress. Thanks for the mention. So before we get started with our afternoon session, we can go ahead and get presentations queued up and presenters ready to go. Again, just a reminder about public testimony for anybody interested in providing public testimony at the end of our afternoon agenda. There'll be an opportunity to do so. For those online, you can sign up through the Yukon River Panel's website in the meeting section of the page. There's instructions there. And for those here in the room, there are sign-up sheets over on the side table that you'll just need to hand off to Amy or Sasha over there in the corner. And with that, we will go into the first of multiple presentations that we'll be seeing this afternoon, starting with the summer season Chinook salmon outlook, or preliminary Chinook salmon outlook and management strategies. We'll start with the forecast, then the U.S. preliminary strategy, followed by the Canadian strategy, and then discussion of any panel management recommendations. And Adam and Fred, if you're ready, the floor is yours.
Okay. All right, thank you. Oh, we got the camera. Perfect. Yeah. I'll just wait a moment here till that gets dialed in. Yeah, just proceed. All right. Yeah, so yeah, my name's Adam Odell. I'm a senior fisheries biologist with Fisheries and Oceans Canada in Whitehorse. I'll be presenting today with Fred West, research summer season research coordinator for Alaska Department of Fish and Game. Since he's unable to travel and be here today, I'll take the bulk of the presentation. I'll just pause at every transition just to allow Fred an opportunity to chime in if I happen to misspeak or miss something critical, but we'll both be here to address any questions or comments afterwards. So oh, not quite yet. Sorry. No. Thanks. So this presentation focuses on the JTC efforts to forecast Canadian origin Chinook salmon run abundance for 2026. Consistent with last year, the presentation will share the total run abundance anticipated to the mouth of the Yukon River. And in addition, we'll also provide a passage expectation to the international border in the presence of potential natural en route mortality downstream of the border. Now, this attempt to account for mortality in preseason forecast process was at the request of the panel during the 2024 postseason meeting. And with this in mind, I'd like everyone here to know that the drainage-wide forecast for all Yukon River Chinook salmon, so US and Canadian origin, that is an ADF&G project or product, and that will be shared in the following presentation, just for your awareness. Yeah, next slide, please. All right, so the Canadian total run forecast are the number of fish expected to reach the mouth of the Yukon River and is based on standard forecast methods approved by the Joint Technical Committee. The point estimate is 27,000 with a credible 80% credible interval of 22 to 33,000 Canadian origin Chinook. And as I described just on the previous slide there as an introduction and consistent with last year, 2025, we're providing a border passage prediction. It's based upon the total run forecast and the level of estimated natural mortality in the recent 5 years, as informed by the observed differences in run abundance between Pilot Station and Eagle sonars. This results in a 2026 border passage expectation of 18,000 with a range of 11 to 31,000. Next slide, please. And now I'll introduce the methods used to develop the forecast. So we want to remind everyone that the methods used are the same as previous years by using a Bayesian framework to combine the individual models and produce a combined probability-based forecast that best accounts for uncertainty.
Since this method has been our standard approach and presented for the past several years, this presentation will only touch on updates or changes to the models themselves. So the Joint Technical Committee uses 4 models for this forecast, each providing unique but complementary information about the likely run size. These are a stock production model, a juvenile abundance model, age class, relationship model, and a prior year model. Each of these model predictions of run size are combined and weighted by level of trust, which is based on how closely each model would have predicted the prior year run size. Okay, next slide, please. Now, just a reminder, so the JTC forecast represents the number of Canadian origin Chinook salmon that are expected at the mouth of the Yukon River in 2026. The forecast considers a range of complementary information to provide the best possible preseason information about total run size. And over the past 5 years, the forecast has aligned well with the total run size estimated near the mouth of the Yukon River. And this provides a measure of confidence in this year's forecast. So we can go to the next slide. So at the request of the panel, the Joint Technical Committee is providing a prediction of border passage. It's based on the last 5 years' data, as I mentioned previously, from Mainstem Yukon River sonar projects, which suggest that between 7 and 52% of adult Canadian origin Chinook salmon may have died due to natural causes before reaching the international border. So this data shown in the figure on the left here on this slide, where the estimate of Canadian origin Chinook passage at Pilot Station is in blue, in those blue bars, and Eagle sonar passage in green. Harvest of these fish in Alaska has been very low during this time period, and it's shown on the top of the green bars, which, as it suggests, is a very low value, even though you can't really distinguish it. It's this data and the observed differences between these estimates that were used to form our 2026 border passage estimate. Next slide, please. So in summary, harvest is not expected this year, not only due to the low forecast run size, but of course the 7-year agreement between the parties, which includes a 71,000 border passage goal. The expected 2026 total run size for Canadian origin Chinook is 22,000 to 33,000 and is similar to recent record low abundances. And natural en route mortality is possible this season, and border passage could be much less than the number of fish at the mouth of the river, with an expected range of between 11,000 and 31,000 fish. And lastly, additional information about the actual 2026 run size will become available in season as data are collected. Okay, we can go to the last slide. Yeah, so just throwing out a quick acknowledgement here. The entire Chinook Forecast Subcommittee, which in addition to Fred and myself, also includes Jim Murphy, Zach Liller, as well as Dr. Curry Cunningham. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam and Fred, and all the efforts made by the JTC each year to put together these forecasts. Questions and comments from panel members? Ragnar, then Andy.
Mr. Chairman, one of your last comments, it says naturally en route mortality is possible in 2026 and could be substantially less than the number of fish at the mouth of the river. I was trying to, you probably provided it. Why do the managers believe there will be putting this backwards substantially a large number of, it looks like increased mortality. I guess I'm trying to figure out what that last little bullet there means. Or where can I find that, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, so I think that's just being more conservative in the approach, that recognizing, the slide you're showing there, which is, I think, slide 5, outlines the past 5 years of data. And, So, Mr. Chairman, I guess what I was getting at, your reference, 5 years, Mr. Odell,
looking at 24 and 25, there's seems like those confidence intervals are the numbers at Pilot Station and numbers that Cross Eagle are pretty close. I guess that's where I was trying to tease out. So you've added in 2021 also?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and the border passage expectation is based upon, like, we have limited information on potential mortality in the river, so this is the best information we have to go off of, and including that 5-year range is consistent with what we have done previously, and so it just happens the past couple of years, as you can see here, there has been very low indication of mortality in the river. So it's not necessarily that there's an expectation of having substantial mortality this year. It's just recognizing that given this trend and consistent with what we provided previously, that there is a potential of that to occur based on previous records.
Andy, then Rhonda.
I'll defer to Rhonda.
I was just going to ask, could the increased natural en route mortality be because of the temperature forecasts for this summer? It's going to be a much warmer summer.
Here, Fred, I don't want to hog the microphone here. I'll let, if you want to speak to this, I'll let it, or I can follow up on it.
No, I can address it and you can follow up. So technically hasn't been considered. It's I mean, that could play a part, obviously, but like Adam was saying, the current range is just using the last 5 years, and so and in 2021 we did see a difference of, I think it was the highest difference we've seen, which was like 52% compared to the last 2 years, which is, I think, in 2024 we saw a 13% difference, and then in 2025 you only saw like a 7% difference. So that's why the range is so high, is because we saw the highest level of mortality in 2021, and then the lowest was in 2025, and so the average is around 32%, and so that creates the point estimate, and so that's the range we've seen is just the extremes of what we've seen for mortality.
If perhaps I could follow up on that briefly, then we'll go to Andy, then Mr. Chair. Is that certainly a warmer than normal weather for the summer could have additional effects. It could increase those stressors on salmon, especially those that might already have existing infections like ichthyophonus. So if that does materialize, then there is a general assumption that it can result in more mortality in that regard. Andy?
I'll defer to the co-chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Andy. And my comment is actually building on the questions and discussion around potential for en route mortality. And I apologize, Adam, I think you went through it relatively quickly, but slide number 2, please. I think it would be important for panel members, delegations, and more broadly the public to understand how we'll call it adjusted border passage predictions were determined. And where I'm going with this specifically for sake of clarity is that in the top row, the Canadian total run forecast has a point estimate of 27,000. I think that's clear. And then a lower bound of 22 and an upper bound of 33. So between the midpoint and the lower and the upper, difference of 5,000. For the adjusted border passage prediction, the midpoint isn't in the middle, and I understand that there's a reason for that. So the upper bound only changes by 2,000, the lower bound changes by 11,000, and the midpoint by 9,000, excuse me. So could you, perhaps for the benefit of the panel or the delegation, either yourself or Fred, maybe describe what criteria were used to inform the identification of the lower bound to help understand kind of this range that's being presented to the panel, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So when we were looking at the previous slide, I think it was slide 5 there with the previous 5 years indicating the difference between pilot and Eagle sonar. Those represent numerical values, obviously. And as Fred was saying, 7% was the smallest difference that was observed, which was, I believe, in 2025. And 52% was the largest that was observed in 2021. And then across all those 5 years, there's an average. And so what we did to create the border passage estimate was to the midpoint, we applied the average difference between those 2 projects. And so that's where I don't know the number offhand, but that's where we calculated 18,000. And so then for the ranges, to try to be a little bit more conservative, we applied the largest difference, 52%, to the lower end of it. And that's where we came up with the 11,000. So that's why it's, not proportional across all of it. And then for the upper end of the range, that's where we applied the 7%. So applied 7% to the forecast upper end to come up with the 31,000. That's why there's a very small, just a smaller difference between the upper ends. Sorry if that makes sense. I hope that was clear.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. And so the intention behind the border passage prediction is to, relying on recent years' information, provide kind of the highest degree of confidence that the border passage will be between X and Y. And again, the variability in en route mortality was very significant year to year, from very little in recent years, as Ragnar pointed out, to considerably more in prior years. So thank you for that clarification.
Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to change the topic a little bit here. So I was just wondering if there's any more discussion on this topic. Not seeing any. Okay. I might be a little bit ahead of myself, and I apologize if I'm kind of ambushing you a little bit, but I'm curious what the past few years spawner recruit numbers would be.
Do you have those in front of you, Fred?
Yeah. So the return per spawner currently, if we include ages up through age 7, is 0.37% or 0.37. So well below the 1-to-1 line. And then if we assume 2019 brood year, and that includes all the ages up to 6, the return per spawner increases slightly, but it's still below the 1-to-1 return. So it's maybe increasing slightly, but it's still, we're still not, the populations are still not replacing themselves, essentially.
Yeah, thank you for that. I guess I don't want to get into a big, long discussion about it, but it begs the question, once you fall below 1-to-1 recruitment, what are the methodologies, and I guess I'm not a biologist, but what are the methodologies that you can do to bring it at least to 1-to-1 so that you don't continue to decline? And I think that's important, A, going into the rebuilding plan, but B, just for the general public who are not deeply into the science of this, it seems like almost an impossible task. So give me some hope is what I'm asking for.
I'll take a crack at that. So I suppose there's a number of actions you can take. Obviously, none of them are maybe applicable or appropriate in all instances. But even just, I think the cyclical nature, and by having reduced number of spawners, in a sense, it could, how do I say that in a way that makes sense? I think there's a natural pattern in which the population size is going to decrease to a point where that recruits per spawners is going to jump up, and it might not appear as though it's having an impact in the abundance of the population, considering the abundance is so low, but then it should at least maybe level off to a point where you're actually having a bit more of a 1-to-1 until a point, and maybe in which productivity changes or some other dynamic corrects itself, naturally, to then increase that, and it may be an increased survival event in a certain year. Now, human intervention can also try to impact this, and I mean, obvious one, you can try to supplement populations to try to increase it, but I mean, that's not necessarily going to affect the recruitment, but rather affect just the actual number of fish, right? So it's, yeah, I mean, Fred, if you have anything else you want to speak to that might be making more coherent sense than what I'm speaking to right now, that'd be appreciated.
Yeah, I don't know how much to add, but I mean, with the size and age of salmon, since we're seeing less, 7-year-olds and those carry the more eggs, and with the reduction in mesh sizes, and we're fishing with 4-inch, or we're not directly fishing for snook at the moment, and the gear we have in the water is selecting for non-salmon. So I mean, as for management, we're doing what we can to get the biggest fish up to the spawning grounds as we can. And so, but yeah, like Adam was saying, as production changes with the lower run sizes, it depends on, the survival that happening with the juveniles in the ocean. And we may see it get back to 1-to-1, but yes, I mean, things have to change somewhere out in the ocean to see some come back at any number or high level, I think.
And a quick follow-up, I guess. So just to summarize, you're maybe hoping that some of the brood years that contribute to each year's returns may have a little bit greater survivability in their return. That's one aspect, a small aspect may it be, but that's one aspect that might be the improvement. Number two would be artificial introduction to help rebuild some populations potentially. I guess the point I wanted to make is the one thing that I heard naturally would have brought it up or maybe kept it from declining was the loss of those older age class fish. And so I just wanted to highlight that because that's something we've been talking about for a long time, and watching the decline. I believe when this treaty was signed, 7-year-olds were somewhere around 15%, or it might have been even a little more, to see it now down at 2, maybe, is really kind of sad to me. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. Time.
Yeah, if I may, and it's a really great question, Andy, and I very much appreciate the feedback and response from Adam and Fred. I would like to add another thing, I guess 2 more things, is that keeping in mind is that from the most recent year returns, like what we're seeing on the graph, we won't know what the return per spawner is for several more years until all of those age classes that are contributing to those returns have come back, still years down the road. It's mildly encouraging what Fred mentioned, that there's a slightly upward trend. Is that going to continue? And if you look at the slightly upward trend of still very, very poor runs compared to where it bottomed out, that may be a sign of hope. We still have to wait and see. I'd also want to note that through a lot of the marine research that's been going on for 20 plus years at this point now, and we'll be seeing a presentation on this tomorrow, is that we've long identified a kind of bottleneck to survival on king salmon in particular, on Yukon king salmon in particular. And that is that transitional period between when they out-migrate from freshwater, leave the Yukon River, through the end of their first summer in the ocean. That's where that research is targeting, the end of that first summer in that regard. And if there's conditions in that component, overall ocean life cycle as well. But since that's a known bottleneck where survival is probably its lowest during that transitional time frame in their first summer in the ocean, if we do see the conditions improve in that component of near shore marine waters that might be a lower level of survival, that would probably be one of the larger positive effects on affecting this very poor production below 1-to-1 ratio right now. So there's absolutely some things that we can and are doing to try and address this that both Adam and Fred were speaking to. But it is just understanding that there's so many other factors we don't have tremendous control over. So it's a great question though, Andy. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. And really brief follow-up. I guess the only other thing that we haven't talked about is the fact that when people aren't fishing in the river, all of those fish can make it up to the spawning ground, especially those 7-year-old fish. So that's one of the built-in rebuilding tools this 7-year moratorium is doing. And I think I just want to mention that because I want to recognize for the people who are living along the river that are not fishing, that is a contribution you may not recognize. And it's a very important one at this point in time, because I firmly believe that if we lose the 7-year-old component, it's going to vastly complicate a rebuilding effort. So I just wanted to thank people who are not fishing, because that does make a big difference. Thank you.
We'll go to Cameron online. Go ahead, Cameron.
Yeah, thanks. Adam, can you go to the next slide? Yeah, you already know what I'm going to ask here, but so I really want to ask it in the form of a question. But I just wanted to talk about this slide a little bit. Maybe it'll point to some of the stuff that we saw on the last slide. Is we're seeing a decrease in the proportion of 6 and 7-year-olds, meaning that there's essentially a higher proportion of 5-year-olds. Not necessarily more 5-year-olds, but just that we've lost that higher proportion. But I think what would be interesting, I think what should be done, maybe undertaken by the JTC, another report sort of suggested this is sort of the next step in some of this analysis, was is there a change at size and length of these 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds that are essentially now the larger spawners in the system, since we've lost those really large, more fecund 7-year-olds. So what I'm trying to say is, have the 5 and 6-year-olds decreased in size over time? So not only do we have small runs, now we have younger fish being the predominant spawners. Have those fish decreased in size over time? It's more of a story of, is there any difference in marine prey and feeding habits? Since it's a larger red flag, or it's one of the red flags, but definitely a larger red flag than proportion is the proportion that's left. Have those fish actually changed over time? So I think we have the data in there to start digging into some of those answers. And it may or may not help to point to the last slide with those recruits per spawner. Because if those fish are getting smaller, you're going to see less potential recruits because they're going to have less eggs. So I think the next step here is to really find if there is any both statistical and biological change of these fish, these 5 and 6-year-olds over time throughout the runs.
Yeah, thanks, Cam. Just so everyone, I didn't speak to this slide during the presentation, as I'm sure you can tell, but this slide is just outlining the age class and proportions of those ages over time of Canadian origin Chinook salmon. So the black bars on the bottom are the component of 4-year-olds each year. The red are the 5-year-olds. The grayish color there is 6-year-olds, and the blue at the top is 7-year-olds. So it is clear by looking at this slide that the age 5 component is increasing in proportion compared to the other age classes, whereas age 7 and age 6 are both declining. So this is, like Cam said, this is only part of the story, what we're seeing here. And I mean, typically this type of demographic information would be presented postseason through agency updates, but I mean, that's fine. The slide's here, and I think it's a valid point, and it touches to what Andy was speaking to as well. But the latest, so there was some part of the last Chinook IMEG review. There had been some published papers and some research on this and some analyses. And that included data set up to 2019. And so at that point, there was a reduced female component over that time from 1980 to 2019 by, I think, about 12%. So not, it was fairly substantial. But over that time period, there wasn't a reduced size at age, as Cam was indicating. However, given the changes of the age components that we're seeing here, given the lower female portion of the run, you can kind of do the math yourself and realize, well, if there's younger fish coming in, which are smaller, and there's fewer females coming in. So obviously the biomass, then the egg biomass, or the number of eggs that are going to be into the gravel every year, is going to be less and less. And so that is, I think, what Cam is getting at, and indicating that the productivity and the returns per spawners is declining, and that is likely, one of the large components or influences on that. And with that in mind, like that was a research document through the CSAS process, or Canadian Science Advisory Secretariat, that's available online and publicly available. The last, I think 2025 had the smallest average size of all Chinook salmon, all Canadian origin Chinook salmon on record, and 2024 was next to it. So there has been a bit of a decline in the past couple of years, even further than what was seen, and that isn't factored into that research document and the work that was done previously.
And we'll take one more question from the Whitehorse meeting room, and we'll need to move to our next presentation. There may be additional information in the following presentations that will help address some of the questions that folks might still have. So go ahead, Whitehorse meeting room.
Yeah, okay. Stan here from Whitehorse. Just a question about timing on pilot station. Like earlier in the season, is there nets in the river to fish for freshwater fish other than salmon in Yukon River? And is there a time when you drop a checker flag and say no more fishing because the salmon are coming through pilot station? And I put a number in terms of Chinook that are coming up. You consider that the run size coming up Yukon River. Just a question on that.
Yeah, Dina should address it in her presentation, the next presentation for the management. But there is a time where before the ice, or a certain time where there is fishing, but as soon as I think they're selecting like the June 1 is the date where before any Chinook salmon are observed that they close it. So there's so everything's closed before there's any salmon observed. But she'll address it in her presentation.
Okay, I think that's an excellent segue to our next presentation up. Thank you again, Adam and Fred, for your presentation of the JTC's annual work on forecasts. Next up, we'll have the U.S. Summer Season Management Preliminary Management Strategy presentation from Dina Jalen and Fred West. They both collaborate on this. That'll be followed by the Canadian Preliminary Management Strategy presentation. Whenever you're ready, Dina.
As soon as I get the microphone down to appropriate height. Can folks hear me okay? All right. I'm Dina Jalen with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, the Yukon River Summer Season Manager. And of course, we've got Fred West online, who unfortunately couldn't travel. Also want to acknowledge our counterparts with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Holly Carroll, and I don't know if Shane's still here, and also Keith. We work with them extensively preseason and during the season and postseason to formulate our management strategies. We meet regularly during the season to discuss the runs as they come in and continue those management preseason strategies into the season. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of a maybe backtrack, but why do we have forecasts? So forecasts help to tell us what run sizes to expect this year and give us an idea of how to prepare for the season. So just trying to think ahead of how we want to spend our time. The run sizes and forecasts, the run size forecasts are based on previous year's information and trends, as we just saw. And then we begin to transition from the forecast to in-season run size, and that's based on information collected at assessment projects and observations from throughout the river. So we'll start seeing fish at pilot. We'll start, kind of hearing from fishermen about what the conditions in the river are like. And information about this year's actual run size is refined as the run develops and is used to guide management in season in case we need to take any deviations from our preseason management or adjust things as we go through the season. Next slide, please. This is very much just a recap of the presentation we just saw. So for Canadian orange and Chinook salmon, we're anticipating a run between 22 to 33,000 fish with that median of 27,000 fish and that border passage expectation of 11,000 to 31,000. So that's kind of the range of like worst case scenario to best case scenario. Best case scenario is we'd see a run come in at the upper end of the outlook and we'd see most of those fish survive to get upriver. Worst case scenario is that the run would come in small and a lot of those fish wouldn't make it. So that's kind of what that range represents. But also the big point is that the 2026 forecast for the whole run is well below the border passage objective of 71,000 fish. And so we don't anticipate having, meeting that border passage objective. For the drainage-wide Chinook salmon outlook, we're looking at a run of 52,000 to 79,000 fish with a median of 64,300. And that's based on the average of 42% Canadian origin Chinook salmon at pilot. So this will just be the rest of the run. Our run in 2025 drainage-wide was about 60,000 fish and no escapement goals were met at the projects in the US or Canada. So we're kind of, again, looking at a run that's small and not expected to meet any escapement goals. Next slide, please. I'll just briefly touch on summer chum salmon because they do come in with Chinook and the management of the two species is really closely related. The figure down below, escapement for summer chum is in the light green portion of the bar, and then harvest is in the upper green portion, and that harvest represents subsistence, commercial, and sport combined, so all harvests. And then those dark black lines are the drainage-wide escapement goal of 500,000 to 1.2 million. And then the 2 years that have the arrows pointing to them, 21 and 22, are the primary parent years for this year's summer chum salmon run coming back. So our outlook for summer chum salmon is for a run of 160,000 to 580,000 fish with a point estimate of 600 fish. The 2025 escapement was around 400,000 fish, and that was below the drainage-wide escapement goal, so we didn't have any fishing. And the 2026 run is also unlikely to meet the drainage-wide escapement goal, and so we don't anticipate fishing for summer chum salmon either. The run the bulk of it's going to be below the drainage-wide escapement goal. All right, next slide, please. So with all those outlooks and factors in mind, we'll be discussing the management strategies at our meetings this spring, including this meeting. We've also been discussing it at advisory committee meetings. You might have seen us duck out a couple times this week. That's because we spent a few hours with advisory committees just during this meeting. So we've been relaying the preliminary outlooks and management strategies at those meetings as well. There'll also be meetings for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, tribal consultations, and other stakeholder meetings coming up this spring, including the YERDFA preseason meeting on April 21st and 22nd, which will be taking place at the Captain Cook Hotel in Anchorage. And then after all these meetings wrap up and after we get our management recommendations from the panel and any further management refinements for our strategies, we'll send out an outlook flyer in earlier mid-May to about 3,000 households in the Yukon River drainage. So everyone will kind of get a nice good heads up in their mail as to what to expect for this upcoming season. So based on the outlooks for Chinook and summer chum salmon, subsistence management actions may look very similar to 2025 with fishing closures. We anticipate that fishing for salmon will close in each district based on the expected arrival date of early Chinook salmon. In recent years, this has meant that we've closed salmon fishing on June 1 in District 1 on the coast, and that's been before we've seen any Chinook salmon in any of the projects. This year, that may end up being right close on the heels of ice out. We're going to be really kind of watching breakup conditions this spring. And so if we stick with that June 1 date, and if ice goes out late, that may mean that there's maybe a very small to no window between ice going out and nets having to get pulled out of the water for salmon. So just kind of a big wait and see for that as the run starts to come in the lower river. We do anticipate having selective gear types like dip nets, beach seines, and hook and line gear remaining open. However, all Chinook and chum salmon must be immediately released alive. That's a requirement that we can put in by emergency order and require that those species be released alive during times of conservation. And we can allow the retention of sockeye and pink salmon in selective gear types for salmon fishing. Next slide, please. All right. And so again, also layered on these considerations for Chinook salmon, this is also impacting how we manage fishing and harvest of non-salmon species. So when fishing closes in each district based on the run timing of early Chinook salmon, gill nets will also be restricted to 4-inch or smaller mesh set nets and limited to 60 feet or less in length. And gill nets should be operated close to shore as shore-based set nets. And fishermen should be targeting non-salmon species and use their traditional knowledge to set gill nets in locations without salmon. And then we anticipate that similar to 2025, during the bulk of the Chinook salmon run, so from the first quarter point to the third quarter point, all gill nets must be removed from the water. So it'd be taking these 4-inch nets out of the water during the bulk of the run. Throughout the season, other gear types will be allowed, including hook and line, long line, jigging gear, hand line, beach sets, and fyke nets. And fishermen can use those for non-salmon species. And then again, all Chinook and chum salmon must be released alive. Next slide, please. And so then throughout the season, there's going to be ongoing research and monitoring efforts. There's ongoing fish health studies to look for the evidence of large-scale undocumented and delayed mortality. Chinook salmon radio tagging efforts this year will be based near Tanana and Rampart to tag Chinook salmon that are most likely to be Canadian origin and focus on their migration just in the upper portions of the drainage. You might recall that a couple years, or for the last, not last year, but the previous couple years, we were tagging Chinook salmon at Immonik and watching them, or near Immonik, and being able to track as they went throughout the entire drainage all the way upriver. This year, tagging is going to just focus on taking place above the Tanana River, so just getting stocks that are more likely to be Canadian origin and just focusing on migration in that upper portion of the drainage. Ideally, trying to figure out if there are die-outs and drop-offs, where is this happening? You know, if we see fish tagged in Rampart and then, you know, do they make it? How many make it further upriver? There's going to be continuing monitoring for ichthyophonous disease, paralytic shellfish poisoning, otherwise known as PSP, and other fish health-related topics. That'll largely be continuing at Pilot Station Sonar Camp, and samples will come from the test fish mortalities through the operations of that project. We'll also be doing biological sampling, such as ASL, age, sex, and length, to monitor fish and run health characteristics for both Chinook and summer chum salmon, and ongoing measurements of water levels and temperatures at projects as they operate throughout the drainage. Next slide, please. And so here are some of the locations of those projects. So the green circles are normal operations and the yellow and red are modified or partial assessment. So down at the Lower Yukon Test Fishery, we have stopped operating that project for Chinook salmon. There may still be test fishing that goes on this summer for summer chum salmon, just to kind of look at when they're coming in and the characteristics of that run as they come in. Up at Pilot Station Sonar, we anticipate operations as normal. They will usually start counting fish around June 1, so that may be before Chinook salmon even start to arrive. And then also the ongoing fish health studies. The Anvik Sonar should start operating around the middle of June. The Kayakuk Sonar feasibility, there may be some ongoing work with that this year, looking at kind of narrowing down and picking a site, but I can definitely defer that to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. They've had some concerns with funding. The Chinook radio tagging will take place up above the confluence of the Tanana River. And then the Eagle Sonar up near the border between US and Canada, we anticipate operating as usual, and they usually start at the end of June because it takes fish about a month to get from the lower river to the upper river. And then the Chena and Salcha projects will operate as counting towers this year. They've had a lot of issues with keeping sonars in the water because of flooding and high water. And then just some cost estimates and those resources being deployed elsewhere. Those projects focus on counting Chinook salmon, and so they tend to stop operating before the bulk of the summer chum salmon run gets there. But those are very important Chinook salmon projects in the upper part of the Alaska drainage. Next slide, please. So switching topics just a little bit, just going back and recounting some actions that have taken place in the Board of Fisheries process this year. At the October 2025 Board of Fisheries work session, Yukon River Chinook salmon were changed from a stock of yield concern to a stock of management concern. And this change was based on the previous 5 years of information. A stock of yield concern is defined as a stock having a concern arising from a chronic inability, despite the use of specific management measures, to meet specific yields or harvestable surpluses above a stock's escapement needs. And then a stock becomes listed as a management concern when it has a chronic inability, despite the use of specific management measures to maintain escapement goals or other management objectives. And so those management objectives would include the IMEG or the border passage objective. Following those listing for Chinook salmon, action plans were drafted and were discussed at the Board of Fish meeting in March. And then additional discussions on the action plans are going to continue on May 1st at a special online meeting, just to kind of focus on a few proposals, which include the action plan proposals. The written public comment period closes on April 30th. There was an amended date for that, so you've got until the end of the month if you want to make any comments on the action plans. And unfortunately, oral public testimony will not be taken at the May 1 meeting. It's just kind of a special session for the Board of Fisheries. Action plans are very different from the rebuilding plan. These are just very limited in scope, and they just address regulations for fishing time, area, and gear in the Yukon area. So nothing out in the ocean, kind of nothing beyond that, just kind of tells us what we can write emergency orders about, what fishermen can expect, what sort of changes they might need to make in their fishing gear and their activities. The action plans do also include criteria for when a stock can be delisted, and so those are all detailed, laid out in the plans. Okay. And then next slide, please. I think this actually might be the last slide. So we've just got contact information and acknowledgements, and Fred and I are standing by in case you've got any questions.
Thank you, Dina. Fred, go ahead, Rhonda.
Usually Andy raises his hand before I get it. Okay, so on slide 9, you list the stock of concerns, the management concern. What is the next level beyond management concern?
Conservation concern, and that relies on, that looks at whether stocks are meeting a sustainable escapement threshold, and I would defer to Zach or perhaps John if they want to detail anything more about a SET threshold and what that means.
So an SET or sustainable escapement threshold is defined in existing regulation as being the level of escapement below which you risk the chance of extirpation of the stock or extinction of the stock. At this current time, we don't have any validated methodologies to accurately determine what that level might be. There has been ongoing work, honestly, for decades to try and evaluate that, and it still is ongoing to some extent. But it's essentially statewide, not just within the Yukon, that until there's a viable methodology that's been validated and in place to establish an SET, that the ability to determine or establish a stock of conservation concern is still elusive.
Thank you for that. And listed on that is also an action plan. Is there a place where the public can access the action plan?
Yeah, it's on the Board of Fisheries website. I believe for Chinook salmon, it's proposal 190, and then fall chum is 191. Yeah, those are on the Board of Fisheries website.
Next, we'll go to Dean and then Virgil.
Yeah, thanks, Dina. Good presentation. Again, on slide 9, it says that the stock is listed as a management concern. What does that refer to? Listed in regulation, listed in management actions? What does the listed refer to?
So it's a determination that the Board of Fisheries makes, and it puts that stock into that category. We've got a whole stock of concern website where it lists all the stocks in Alaska and if they've got a level of concern applied to them. So it kind of puts it into that. It triggers these prompting of more action plans, kind of more considerations of further management actions or strategies that might need to be taken to kind of change the course. In this case, we've already got really robust regulations in place to help us close fishing or restrict fishing or modify our fishing activity. So there wasn't much added to the action plan for Chinook salmon this go around.
Virgil, go ahead.
You might think my question is inappropriate, but I don't think it is.
Depends.
As I said earlier, I've been to 2 Board of Fish meetings, one in February and one in March. And at those meetings, I had the opportunity to do a lot of discussing about why we have such poor returns. I know that, and now this information I got from our statewide director of Sport Fish Division. The 2 main rivers that produce king salmon on Kodiak that used to have thousands of king salmon coming up them had less than 100 this year in both of them. In Cook Inlet, there's several systems that used to have thousands of king salmon that have only about 50 now. This is in the last year. And so my question, and then of course Chignik's totally in the toilet as well, which is just across from Kodiak, the Chignik River. And so my question is, have our researchers and people that try to figure stuff out been coordinating with the staff, saying westward, which is where Kodiak and Chignik are, and also in Cook Inlet? That's my question. And I have another thing to point out when I get that question answered.
I guess yes is the answer to that question, especially on the research aspect of the equation. One thing to keep in mind is that our senior fisheries scientist groups in both the Division of Commercial Fisheries and the Division of Sport Fish that Virgil was just referencing, they are statewide level groups in that regard, and they coordinate very closely on various research initiatives, especially when we're seeing trends like what Virgil just described about it's not just Yukon, it's not just Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim king salmon, Chinook salmon that are in decline. It's throughout the state. So there's been prior research initiatives that have been put in place by the Department of Fish and Game, going back 10 years almost at this point, where there's ongoing work, even building out of some of those initial programs in that regard. So yes, there is ongoing coordination between at the statewide level, going down to those individual areas and then back up through the same process in some form.
My second thing is not really a question. I just like people to look at graph 10 or page 10 on the Canadian origin Chinook age composition. And if you look at those, look at the 7-year-olds. You could put that thing up there.
From the previous presentation?
Okay, the blue at the very top are 7-year-old fish. And I know this from my fishing experience, partially, and then partially from being in this group since 1988 and having spent 3 terms on the Bird of Fish. But if you look at the top, the blue, starting in 82 up until 88, I know that from looking at the old ASL data, harvest data that's done in the commercial fisheries, that the lower Yukon, the average age of king salmon in the commercial fishery between 1982 and 1988 were 7-year-olds. Now, the number of 7-year-olds that are coming up the river is down to only, I don't know what it is exactly, but I think it's only about 2 or 3% at the most. But I just wanted people to notice that, because the 7-year-old fish were the large fish. Those are the ones that were 30 to 50 pounds. I've seen them over 60 pounds caught up at the rapids and in Rampart, and actually right out here in the Tanana River, right beside us almost. Because where my fish wheel, my son's fish wheel, is only 8 miles below where the Chena River, which is right next to us, runs in to the Tanana. That's just an observation that I wanted to point out, because those large fish like that had probably 3 times as many eggs in them as a lot of these smaller fish that are getting up here now. And I think that that problem right there demonstrates what has happened. to our fisheries. Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Charlie Wright and as a final question, and then we'll move on to the Canadian management presentation. Go ahead, Charlie.
Thank you. Can you explain the equation used for finding the amount of natural mortality? I got a request on that equation that you use. Can you explain it really quick, please?
Fred, do you want to take that one?
Are you talking about looking at how we came up with the forecast, or basically we're just using the proportion of the difference between the pilot station sonar and eagle sonar plus harvest. So it's just the number of fish that we expect to be at the border that haven't shown up. And so it's just the difference between those two. So we have the genetics program at pilot, and so we have an estimated number of fish that we see at pilot based on genetics of Canadian origin. And then we have the number of fish that show up at eagle, and then we just get the proportion that of the difference between those two. And like we were saying before, the last couple of years, it's been a lot, or we've seen a lot more make it up to the border. So the proportion is a lot less, or smaller, I should say.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Dina and Fred, for another informative presentation. Not the best news that any of us have heard by any means, but thank you nonetheless. Next, we'll move on to the Canadian preliminary management strategy presentation from Jacqueline Kendall. As soon as you're ready, Jacqueline, the floor is yours.
Yep, absolutely. I see the presentation coming up now. Am I coming through okay to the room?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay, great. Thank you. So hello again, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Kendall. I'm the acting Yukon River Operations Manager with Fisheries and Oceans Canada, and I'm going to be introducing the Canadian Yukon River Chinook Salmon Management Outlook for 2026. So if we can proceed to the next slide, that would be great. Perfect, thank you. So this slide is just a brief look at what we may expect to see in 2026 for assessment projects within Canada. And it's largely based on what occurred in 2025 and what we possibly heard may occur in 2026. So we will have more certainty on projects occurring over the next couple of months as we move into more domestic preseason meetings. But this is really meant to just show the spread of assessment projects and really the huge amount of effort that goes into assessment annually by Yukon First Nation governments, external partners, and DFO. In particular, I will touch on just DFO and Ventekwitchin project, which is the Porcupine River sonar. This project is located on the Porcupine River near the community of Old Crow and has run for a number of years now. It usually goes from about mid-June to mid-October and estimates passage of Chinook and chum salmon into the Canadian Porcupine River. So just a brief glimpse. I think most of you might be aware that postseason meetings, we usually provide a really detailed breakdown on what occurred for the season. So this is just a bit of a preseason attempt to capture some. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So in this slide, I am going to briefly describe the annual Canadian management process, which has several factors and obligations that need to be met. So some of the international obligations that we all are aware of really are the Pacific Salmon Treaty Principles, specifically Chapter 8, which is the Yukon River Salmon Agreement, as well as any Yukon River Panel recommendations that may arise within a given year or arise from this meeting in particular. Another more recent factor is the Canadian origin Yukon River Salmon Agreement, which was signed in 2024. And on the domestic side, within Canada, we engage early with Yukon First Nation governments, as well as the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee, to discuss the season's outlooks and work to share information on any proposed assessment and management plans. These meetings can really help to shape the annual Yukon Salmon Subcommittee recommendations that are delivered to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, and those are particular to salmon management for the season. And those meetings will also assist in the development of strategies that we incorporate into the Integrated Fisheries Management Plan. So DFO completes that plan annually, and it covers July 1st to June 30th every year. Next slide, please. Great, thank you. So moving into what we expect this year, this slide is really capturing the 2026 Canadian origin Chinook salmon outlook that was introduced in the earlier presentation by Adam and Fred. And we're comparing that number to the rebuilding target of 71,000 that has been identified in the agreement between Canada and the US for 2024 to 2030. So as we see here, we start out with that total Canadian origin Chinook salmon outlook range of 22,000 to 33,000, with a most likely point estimate of 27,000. So when we account for the possibility of natural en route mortality or loss during migration that was identified in the Outlook presentation, we get that border passage projection range of just 11,000 to 31,000 with the point estimate of 18,000, which is really similar to last year. So all in all, that border passage projection of just 18,000 falls well below the rebuilding target of 71,000 and does not leave room for harvest in 2026. Next slide, please. Okay, so in these next two slides, we'll look at the anticipated management actions for 2026 that align with the low border passage projection of 18,000 that we just covered and the management aspects outlined within the Yukon River Chinook Salmon Agreement. So the first one I will cover is the requirement to suspend directed Chinook commercial, sport, domestic, and personal use fisheries in both Alaska and Canada for 7 years, regardless of expected outlook. So in response to this, DFO will close the public angling fishery in Canada in 2026 and will continue to close it annually through to 2030. As well, the commercial and domestic Chinook salmon fisheries will remain closed. Let's go to next slide, please. Thank you. So the next management aspect of the agreement we're going to go over is the closure of any directed subsistence fishing, except when the international border passage is expected to exceed the 71,000 rebuilding target. So in Canada, the priority for harvest opportunities first starts with conservation, in that we want to allow as many salmon as possible to get back to the spawning grounds to try to meet those rebuilding targets. But after conservation, the next priority is for First Nations subsistence fishery harvest needs to be met. But unfortunately, based on the very low expected border passage projection for 2026 of just possibly 18,000 Chinook salmon, with that number being so far below the rebuilding target of 71,000, the First Nation subsistence fishery is anticipated to be closed in 2026 in line with the agreement. And next slide, please. I believe we are at the last, yeah. So thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Much appreciated. Again, not the greatest news to relay, I'm sure.
No.
It's been the case for a while now, but excellent work nonetheless. Questions, comments? Andy, go ahead. And then
thank
John.
You, Mr. Chair. I probably should know this. Jacqueline, I'm curious, does the Canadian system have any type of an identification, such as the U.S. for stocks of concerns or stocks of management, or identifying when a stock is in decline or in in near extirpation levels. I don't believe I've ever seen any presentation on that, so I'm just curious.
Yeah, that's a good marker. I would reference the wild salmon policy. Others may reference other things, but that's the first thing that comes to mind for referencing those types of pieces. I think Adam touched on it briefly too, in regards to the latest CSAS process for Chinook, where some of those pieces were identified or spoken to. You may be able to elaborate on that, but those are the first ones that come to mind. But it gives me a good indication of maybe a possibility of including that type of information moving forward in some of the presentations.
I believe, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Adam.
Well, I have an answer. Sorry. I have an answer to the question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to be clear, Andy, so in 2021, the Government of Canada designated Yukon River Chinook salmon as a stock of conservation concern. So that elevates the status of that particular stock with regards to the level of precaution that the government takes with regards to providing fishery opportunities. Consistent with that designation, there was a decision to suspend any directed commercial fisheries for the foreseeable future. We referenced at that time to it for the longer term. Longer term is not defined. It simply means until such time as the population begins to demonstrate measurable biological signs of recovery. So that status was designated in 2021. The status continues today. The closure of directed or suspension of directed commercial fisheries in Canada for Chinook salmon will remain in place until further notice. It's complementary to the 7-year agreement that was signed by the state of Alaska and Canada in 2024, but it was initiated prior to and follows a separate designation process, Mr. Chair.
Maybe a quick follow-up then. Is there anything beyond that designation? I guess the next step would be if it's chronic, then you might look at some sort of EIS or endangered species. Could you explain that, please?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So for species or populations that demonstrate a prolonged period of decline, there is a stepwise process in Canada where initially the population would be assessed under we'll call it an independent body known as the Committee for the Status of Endangered Wildlife in Canada. So that's we'll call it a scientific advisory body that reviews the availability of information on a particular stock and the recent trend in population abundance. And the result of that review process provides, we'll call it a recommendation as to a particular designation category. So there's different terms associated with different levels of concern. We'll just describe it as that. So that process simply results in, as I say, it's an independent scientific evaluation and an associated recommendation. Separate or complementary to that would be a process initiated under the Canadian Federal Species at Risk Act, at which point if a population was determined to be at risk of, we'll call it extirpation or extinction, if it were designated under that federal legislative instrument, a different set of requirements, so to speak, would take effect. And that would be far more broad-reaching than simply the designation that I referenced in 2021, which was specific to suspension of directed commercial fisheries, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to, since we're on this topic, I don't want to repeat it. I'm just curious, is there any movement in any of those directions for fall chum given their chronic poor returns? And I'm talking about main stem, Canadian main stem. I'm just curious if there's any movement in that direction or what their status is right now as far as Canada goes.
Mr. Chair, proceed. So thank you for the question. With respect to main stem fall chum salmon stocks, the same stock of conservation concern designation has been applied. That was applied, I believe, I apologize, I'm going from memory, but 2023. And effectively what that means is, as I described for Chinook salmon, that directed commercial fisheries are suspended until such time as the stock begins to demonstrate prolonged or sustained period of improvement, meaning an abundance. And associated with those two mechanisms, I'm trying to recall the year, it may have been 2022 or 2023 in December. Canada had provided a presentation, and I spoke to it at that time, describing the complementary measures that were put into place with respect to the designations of stocks of conservation concern, specifically as it pertains to commercial fishery administration. And to summarize that, over the last, say, 4 years, there was a program implemented by the Government of Canada, which provided the opportunity for commercial license holders to voluntarily retire their commercial license, with some remuneration provided to the license holder on the basis of we'll call it the type of operation and the associated assets. And so that opportunity was extended to commercial license holders that held licenses, we'll call it, for either Chinook or for chum salmon. Again, the same mechanisms are currently in place for both species in the context of Canadian commercial fisheries on the main stem. Mr. Chair.
Rhonda, did you have a comment or question along the lines of this same topic or something different? Go ahead.
I can keep on track.
No, I was going to go to John next.
Okay. On slide 2, on the anticipated Canadian Chinook assessment sites, I really like that slide. And I think that's actually one of the most useful slides that I've seen. What would be really cool would be to put the number, the N number on each of those. I sort of started just based on the Chinook salmon outlook book. But, porcupine sonar right there would be 337 fish. And so, when you get to eagle, there's 24,000 fish escapement, and it goes wherever. But we really don't have any information on the United States side, like how much, like no way to assess the amount that go into the Porcupine River from the United States side. So I think if there's obviously very little assessment happening in the United States right now, and it's kind of bothersome because there's this big list of sonar sites on the Canadian side, but 2 on the United States side. Do you know if there's any other plans to, I guess, beef up those assessments on the United States side? Because with the natural en route mortality, we really don't have any investigations into where those fish are dying. Thank you.
I guess I'll take a stab at addressing that. Zach, if you want to add to it, please do. I guess one thing to note that this is a very incomplete slide. It's intended to just show Canadian assessment. So there's clearly a lot more in a similar slide that was shown by Dina on her presentation. And yes, there's definitely fewer in Alaska by comparison. But one thing to note is that it's somewhat driven by the nature of the assessment that you're trying to accomplish. Because there's such a wide array, you're at the headwaters where you have an array of individual spawning tributaries at that level that are trying to characterize and assess and evaluate the stocks at that spawning tributary level in the headwaters. So that it just comes to a different assessment and research focus that you need to have multiple sites in those various tributaries to be able to assess that. So where I'm going with that is that it's not, that phenomenon is not unique to the Yukon. We see that in other large river systems where you tend to see more assessment programs in the headwaters of all those individual tributaries than you might see in the main stem of those large river systems. or it is more focused and concentrating on assessing total run at that main stem level in that regard. That being said, there's ongoing efforts to evaluate and potentially implement new programs within Alaska. One is the main stem sonar project that TCC has been focused on and working on. That's still in the evaluatory and developmental stage. There's also ongoing discussions to develop and implement a sonar program on the Kayakuk River as well. Again, these are evaluations and assessments that need to occur over a period of years before you may be ready to implement full-blown assessment in that regard. It does take time to determine the best way to implement any sonar project in particular. But at the same time, we have lost some projects as well. We do want to acknowledge that, in particular, the loss of the primary salmon spawning tributary of the lower Yukon in the Andreevsky River, the East Fork Andreevsky specifically, on a weir project that ran there for many years. So it's a balancing act, to be sure, but we are always looking at different ways that we can improve assessment programs in both countries in some form. I would note, and I want to acknowledge from the standpoint of Canada's efforts in this regard, that 20, 30 years ago, there was a lot fewer dots on the Canadian side. They've made a tremendous effort, and they are to be congratulated and thanked for improving the level of assessment in Canada. Next, we'll go to John Lamont.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you, Adam and Jacqueline, for an excellent report. This question is pretty simple. Is there a comparison between border passage and the other on the main stem and the other 6 sonars and 1 weir and 1 fish ladder between, the amounts, just by percentage wise? How does that look? Or do you see a large number of dropouts, or what is that like? I haven't really seen any comparisons like that before. Thank you.
I don't have a comparison that I can necessarily share on screen. Post-season presentations often include a good breakdown in terms of what each assessment site had or measured in terms of the season. These assessment sites don't cover all of the distribution, though, or all of the areas that salmon spawn or migrate to in Canada. I don't think we had anything in the forecast presentation that would necessarily show that, but we could definitely work to build something like that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll just add a couple things here. So every year through the Eagle Sonar program and the TestNet program at Eagle Sonar, there's samples collected, and part of those samples are tissue samples that go for genetic analysis at our DFO lab, and they're assigned to reporting groups or conservation units, or what they're termed. Now in the main stem Yukon River, so everything from like Eagle Sonar essentially south on the Yukon River drainage here in Canada, there's 9 conservation units. And so we do have an estimate on the number of fish past Eagle that are assigned to those different conservation units. Now, the coverage of the assessment programs don't necessarily line up well to estimate entry of fish into each of those individual conservation units, but there are some that line up well. For example, Pelly sonar would be a really good example of one that's kind of heading right at the mouth of the Pelly River, and which happens to be a conservation unit. So those 2 numbers could be compared and to see how well they line up. And I mean, obviously there's going to be error in not only the sonar estimates, but also the genetic analysis and the sampling and all of that, right? So there's going to have to be some nuance and some consideration taken in there. But overall, I think this question has come up before. And I apologize that I don't have something prepared and we haven't presented something on this. But there is some additional work that was done last year that brings in a little bit more light, I suppose, on some of these programs, and maybe that's something that we can include in a subsequent presentation. In one of these presentations, maybe the management one would be suitable, just to have a quick figure or something like that that shows the relationship between those estimates and between the sonar projects and border passage.
Okay. Don't see any more questions or comments. Thank you again very much, Jacqueline, for your presentation on the management strategy. Much appreciated. There is one final task to complete on the 2026 preliminary Chinook salmon outlook and management strategies, and that is on panel management recommendations. Both the U.S. and Canadian sections have had an opportunity to discuss this in their sections in one form or another. And based on the poor run forecast and international border passage prediction, the panel recognizes the need to maintain Chinook salmon fishery closures in the U.S. and Canada, consistent with the 7-year agreement that was signed on April 1st of 2024. That is consistent with the presentations that you saw for both Canadian and U.S. preliminary management strategies in that regard. And I guess I would look to Mr. Chair to add any additional information or details.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we'll confirm on behalf of the Canadian delegation and in respect of the preseason outlooks and forecasts presented to the panel this afternoon. Canada concurs with the bilateral management recommendation to maintain Chinook salmon fishery closures in the United States and Canada, consistent with the April 1st, 2024 agreement regarding Canadian origin Chinook salmon between the state of Alaska and Canada. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that. So making sure to capture that as our action item for the press release. With that, we're a little bit behind schedule, not too terrible, but we'll go ahead and take our break. It is now 5 minutes to the top of the hour. Let's shoot for 10 after. So 15-minute break. 10 after the hour, we'll return and proceed through the rest of our afternoon agenda. Another quick note that if there is any interest in public testimony for this afternoon, either online or in person, to get your signups submitted for that opportunity. Again, we'll have 2 more tomorrow as well. Thank you. Eats, get some refreshments, and we'll get started here soon. Okay, we will proceed with our afternoon agenda items, starting with the main stem chum salmon outlook and management strategies. Similar to the Chinook presentations, it'll start with the forecast for main stem chum salmon. Then we'll go into 2 separate presentations on the U.S. preliminary and Canadian preliminary management strategies. So Bonnie Borba and Adam Odell provide the forecast. As soon as you're ready, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Okay, my name is Bonnie Borba. I'm the fall season research biologist for Alaska Department of Fish and Game Commercial Fisheries here in Fairbanks. And I'm going to present an overview of the 26 drainage-wide fall chum salmon forecasts, followed by Adam Odell from DFO. He's going to present the Canadian origin outlooks for the main stem. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, to start, here are the 2 forecasts this presentation will discuss. The 26 drainage-wide forecast forecasted fall chum salmon run size is a range of 209 to 413,000 fall chum salmon, and the point estimate is 311 fish, and it represents a well below average run size of 944,000 fall chum salmon. The Canadian origin main stem forecast is 31,000 with a range of 15 to 62,000. In this presentation, Adam and I will Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this map orientates us to where fall chum salmon spawning occurs, which is primarily within the Tanana River and upstream of its confluence in the upper portions of the Yukon River drainage. The drainage-wide forecast includes all of these spawning stock groups, and the Canadian origin main stem is just the stocks in the largest circle in Canada we'll be talking about first. Next slide, please. The development of the 2026 forecast began prior to the fall JTC meeting in November, and we presented for discussion again at the spring JTC meeting. We reviewed the forecast methods, and this year there were no changes to the drainage-wide forecast methods. All harvest, escapement, genetic, and age composition data sets were updated to include 2025. Each year, the forecast is developed in 2 stages. First, the drainage-wide is based on the Ricker production model, and then the Canadian origin forecasts are based on proportional contributions, which in 2026 included an adjustment to better capture the recent trends in lower production in the main stem stocks. Next slide, please. Important to note, first off, is the parent year escapements contributing to this year's drainage-wide forecast. This graph shows the number of fish on the spawning grounds back to 2020. The yellow bars represent the estimated drainage-wide escapement of fall chum salmon. It's the parents. The solid horizontal line represents the historical escapement goals and the current range. The 4 age classes from 2020 to 2023 that will be contributing to this year's run are highlighted in the blue rectangle. And the 2 primary parent years producing most of the run as age 4 and 5 fish this year are highlighted in the 2 gray bars. Both primary parent years, 2021 and 2022, were well below the lower end of the escapement goal range, as the lowest and the 4th lowest on record. Next slide, please. This is the same chart as the previous slide, showing the escapement in the bars, and this year's 4 parent years that will make up the run in the blue rectangle. However, the black horizontal line is the 1-to-1 return per spawner line, and the blue line is the observed return per spawner, showing the improvement in the survival based on the age 4 fish that returned last year. Incomplete brood years are estimated for 2020 and 2021, indicated as by those blue circles on the line. For the parent years 2022 and 2023, the red circles on the line, a Ricker production model was used to generate the expected number of fish coming back. Following the blue line from 2016 to present, the return per spawner has increased over the last 5 years from 0.8 in 2017, but it leapt up to greater than 2 return per spawner for the 2021 parent year that returned last year as age 4 fish. The Ricker is predicting the age 4 this year to also be 2 return per spawner based on past data. Though the return to spawner is increasing, the parent years are still small numbers of spawners. In the next slide, I will show the numbers predicted for each of these parent years contributing to the 2026 run. Next slide, please. Okay, this table shows the estimated number of fish in the 2026 return by age class for the 4 parent years highlighted in the box from the previous charts. The primary parent years of age 4 and 5 fish in the 26 return are highlighted in the center 2 gray rows. The primary parent years normally make up most of the return. In the table, the age 4 fish are forecasted to contribute 79%, while the age 5 are anticipated to contribute 15% of the run. Adding each of the numbers by age class in the rightmost column of the table provides the point estimate of the forecast, 311,000. Considering the consecutive low parent years and poor performance of the Canadian main stem stock, I suspect the fall chum salmon run to be from the midpoint to the lower end of this forecast. Next slide, please. This graph depicts the historic preseason run forecast in the purple bars. They represent the observed total run size of fall chum salmon back to 1995. The blue line with the white open circles represents the historical forecast and the ranges since they began in 1999. In 2026, the forecast of 311,000 is slightly above last year's forecast and is depicted as the last whiskered point on the far right of the chart. Ricker does not capture well either severe depressions like observed in the late 1990s, early 2000s, and the recent downturn, or explosions of return like we saw in 2005 and 2017. Next slide, please. So summarizing the take home from the slides that were just presented, the drainage-wide forecast represents a well below average fall chum salmon run size. There is a fair amount of uncertainty since both primary parent years are extremely low escapements, and the return is expected to be near the low end of the forecast. And Adam's going to take over.
All right, so I'll be presenting the fall chum forecast for the main stem Yukon River in Canada. So this forecast, it has been created by estimating the proportion of chum in the Canadian main stem compared with the total drainage-wide return. And historically, approximately 25% of the drainage-wide run returned to the Canadian main stem Yukon River. And this 25% was the proportion we used in our forecasts. However, in recent years, since 2020, the run strength of the Canadian main stem component, it has declined. For the 2024 forecast, we adjusted the Canadian main stem proportion to 15%, just to better improve our forecast and better reflect the year's observed returns. But in 2024, we saw the poorest Canadian main stem run strength on record at 7%. So starting last year in 2025, and again this year, we reduced that proportion, the forecast proportion, to 10%, as this aligned with recent years' average. So to calculate this year's forecast midpoint, we took 10% of the drainage-wide forecast midpoint. And then to create this range, the recent worst and best proportions, as shown on the table on the right here, were applied to the confidence bounds of the drainage-wide forecast. So 7%, being the lowest proportion in recent years here, was applied to the lower bound of the drainage-wide forecast, and 15% applied to the upper bound of the forecast. Next slide, please. Okay. So based upon the drainage-wide forecast and what I just explained, the main stem Yukon River forecast is 31,000 with a range of 15 to 62,000. And this estimate is below the current IMEG, intermanagement escapement goal, of 70 to 104,000. Next slide, please. Okay, and as Bonnie showed for the drainage-wide forecast, here's the forecast performance comparing the observed run sizes to reconstructed run sizes for the Canadian main stem component. So again, forecasts from 2009 to 2024 used a 25% proportion. And in 2024, we used 15% and 25%. And this year, we used 10% to calculate these. So you can see that in recent years, these proportions, they haven't resulted in forecasts that are aligned with the observed runs, as the run strength has been shifting. So this year's forecast, showing by the dot on the far right, using 10% of this as the proportion, it's very close to last year's forecast. Okay, next slide, please. So in summary, we use the same methods developed for the 2025 forecast, which represent weakening run strength for the Canadian main stem Yukon River aggregate. We expect to see below average run size in the Canadian main stem this year. And although there's a large forecast range, we expect the return to be near the lower end due to the low parent year escapements. And this forecast is for the run size, that is similar to what we saw last year. Next slide, please. So in summary, here are the forecasts again. Considerations that go into the drainage-wide forecast include that the H4 survival is unknown, but should make up the bulk of the return. There are concerns that the Canadian origin run strength will be below average once again, as observed in the last several years. So the Canadian origin main stem forecast was based on 10% instead of 15 or 25% that had been used in previous years, and better reflects the observed returns. And the Canadian origin main stem forecast indicates the intermanagement escapement goal will not be achieved. And the drainage-wide forecast indicates a slightly larger return than in 2025. So discussions to this point have been about the preseason forecast, which is used as an initial management guidance planning and planning. However, in season, there is another tool that is used and based on the relationship between summer and fall chum run sizes. And we can go to the next slide here. So in season, the forecast will be replaced with the application of the summer to fall chum relationship, which becomes available mid-July. So this figure here was initially described by Bonnie on slide 7, which compared the observed run with the preseason forecast. In this version, however, the predicted summer to chum run size is added, indicated by this black line with the solid circles. In most years, the observed returns compared much better to the summer to fall chum regression to that black line rather than the preseason forecast. This regression still does not predict large explosions in production, but does a better job indicating declines than the Ricker forecast model does. And both the drainage wide and the Canadian origin main stem forecast will also be adjusted based on this relationship in season as data becomes available. And we can advance to the final slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie and Adam. Thank you to the JTC for all its good work on annual forecast development and your presentation with great information, questions, and comments from panel members. We'll go to Andy, then Sven.
Yeah, thank you. I believe it may have been slide either 6 or 8. It had to do with the spawner recruits on the overall drainage. Keep going. Maybe up one more. So one that we showed that's it there. So this is on the full drainage wide, and we know that the Sheenjack River on the Porcupine, it seems to be one of the better escapements being made at this point in time. So could that element be what is causing this jump, seeing that other drainages or discrete stocks are not doing as well? And I guess Tanana is doing fairly well right now. So I'm just kind of curious. Obviously, the Canadian main stem fall chum, we see pretty much a flat line. There's been very little growth, very little improvement overall in the last 6 years. But yet this is indicating that there should have been an improvement. So I guess would I be correct in assuming that maybe the differences here would be the Sheenjack and potentially to some extent the Tanana? Do you get my drift there, Bonnie?
Well, this is drainage wide. We don't do them for all the individual stocks, but Chandelar is actually bigger. But just the proportion of the stocks in Alaska, if the main stem's 10% and then 4% for fishing branch or whatever. So the difference of that is the U.S. stocks. So the U.S. stocks are doing better, and they're probably overwhelming this. So yeah, but still 2 return per spawner. We haven't had that average for a long time. It used to be 2.5 back when I started, and it's been much lower, like 1. I'd have to look it up, but 1.5 or something is what it had been through some of this. Well, you can see that the average of that on the line, but I was surprised, happily that we got 2%, but or 2 return per spawner. But it's also it's a small number of fish when you look at numbers, so it's going to still take a while for it to increase. So The other good thing that we did see last year was the coho salmon. It's a different life cycle in the ocean, but they also had 2 return for spawner last year, which was a big jump for them. So I'm hoping that that's some improvement. For one, we did it for more than one species and for this stock. But whatever's going on with the Canadian main stem is not helping it. Yes.
Yeah, okay. I guess from my perspective, my concern is that this might be an artificial hope, I'll put it that way, for Canadian stocks. Because this is drainage wide and it's only the US stocks that seem to be doing well or potentially improving, whereas we're seeing flatline on the Canadian stocks. This treaty or this body here is responsible for Canadian stocks. I'm just a little bit cautious in looking at that and saying, oh, we're starting to come out of the woods for Canadian stocks. I guess that's the point I'm trying to make. Would that be accurate? It just seems like this is pertaining probably more to US stocks than it would be Canadian stocks. Is that a fair assumption?
Likely, but I haven't looked at the brood table. We will have a brood table for the Canadian main stem stocks, especially when we go through the IMEG review, and we will look at all of that. I haven't looked at it recently. So I'm not sure what theirs is doing. And we still only have a couple years back returned from this event that we're having right now. So we'll know more, particularly in a couple more years, because the red line is just the Ricker, which is an average of like all the years farther back than that. But so those ones are still iffy. But the big increase, those two aren't that far off. One is estimating for the 6s, which there's not hardly any of those anyway. So that one's pretty good. And the next one estimates for 5s and 6s, and usually it's not far off those two. So, but what the future holds is still, it's still up in the air.
Sven, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Going back to slide 14, the summer to fall salmon relationship. Are those bars and points summer or fall or both? I'm trying to read what the relationship is. I mean, are we looking at what the fall chum returns are compared to the summer chum returns?
Yeah, no, not on this chart. This one it's the number of fall chum that relationship is telling us it's going to be. So it's already combined in another. I didn't present that chart here. We did have it's in your US section notebook, I believe, of the actual regression between the two summer and fall. So this is just the fall component and shows how what it's predicting in the black line lines up better with what we observed in the return and better than the Ricker forecast, which is in the blue line. So it's 2 different methods of looking at it, and getting the one, once we get the summer chum out at Pilot Station later, it'll predict it better for us than the Ricker model. But this gives us a start for the season until we get to July to make our decisions. And I can show you or talk to you about that later if you need on the actual relationship one.
Not seeing any further questions or comments. I'd maybe make an additional comment. It's building off of Andy's questions in that regard, is that I wouldn't characterize it as we're being out of the woods. I think it does warrant caution with respect to the decline in the proportion of Canadian origin. That's something very important for us to keep in mind. And in particular, when we move into the management strategy presentations, this is something that's going to be of significant effect on what you're going to hear along those lines. That it's, first and foremost, management starts in the Yukon with the treaty and our border passage obligations, and that doesn't change in any given year. So I think it does warrant caution. It's cautiously optimistic on the spawner recruit, but it has kind of flatlined. Yes, it improved, but it's not continuing to improve. So it's encouraging, but I wouldn't say we're out of the woods. We need to see that continue to either increase or continue to see the runs increase before we had some confidence that it's really starting to recover. If there's no further comments or questions, we will segue into the U.S. preliminary management strategy presentation. Again, thank you, Bonnie and Adam, for your forecast presentation on the main stem. Again, this will be the main stem U.S. preliminary management strategy presentation.
All right. Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Matt Olson. I'm the Yukon River Fall Season Manager for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game in Fairbanks, and I'll be presenting the fisheries management considerations and strategies for 2026. Next slide, please. So this is a map of the Yukon River drainage shown in gray. The Alaskan escapement goals include the drainage-wide goal of 300,000 to 600,000, the Trinjik and the Delta River. And then Canadian treaty objectives include the fishing branch and then main stem Canada. Next slide, please. Yeah, so below are the three forms of fall chum salmon assessment used to inform management actions. So the forecast, developed in spring, based on parents recruits from 52 years of data on Yukon River fall chum salmon. Then there's the preseason projection. It's developed in mid-July using the 2026 summer chum salmon data. And then it's based on that summer to fall chum salmon run size relationship that we just heard about in the last presentation. And then there's an in-season projection developed using fish counts from assessment projects and genetics. We use biological indicators such as age classes, male-female ratios, et cetera, to help assess the run strength and timing, as well as local observations to help make management decisions. Next slide, please. So this is a summary of the 2026 forecast for fall chum salmon. Drainage dry forecast 311,000 is just above the lower end of the escapement goal. However, that Canadian main stem forecast of 31,000 is still well below that IMEG treaty objective. And then forecast will be revised based on that summer to fall chum salmon relationship come mid-July. Next slide, please. So this chart shows the preseason projections of prior years. Summer chum is on the horizontal axis and fall chum is on the vertical. Note that the recent low runs from 2020 through 2025 are all near the bottom of the plot in orange. And then this is the graphical representation of the summer to fall projection used to inform initial fall season management decisions come mid-July. So please. Yeah, so this chart is a simplified representation of the management plan that's in regulation, and it doesn't include all the context and nuance, that would be incorporated in season. So note that our drainage-wide escapement goal again is 300,000, 600,000, and for this upcoming season, we're forecasting a run that's just barely above the lower end of that goal. In addition to the drainage-wide goal, we also need to meet our other escapement goals and treaty objectives in the upper river, including Trinjik, Delta River in the U.S., and then fishing branch in Canada main stem. And given the low run trends, it's unlikely that any of the fall chum salmon goals will be met, and we'll need to act as if we are in the red zone in this chart, meaning all directed fall chum salmon subsistence fishing will be closed, in addition to closures for commercial, personal use, and sport fishing. So, in short, just to summarize, fall chum fishing will be closed, and even if the run comes in above the lower end of the drainage right goal, we would still need to be very, very confident in meeting those IMEGs for there to be any directed fishing. Next slide, please. So here's an outline of the approach or management approach for 2026 and the components that we use to determine any opportunities. Early season decisions will be based on preseason projection, the summer fall chum relationship, local observations and recommendations, and then early season run assessment. Mid to late season decisions will be based on assessment project information, including fish counts, genetics, age class, and male to female ratios, local observations, recommendations, in-season projections for fall chum and coho salmon, and then current escapement levels relative to the goals. Next slide, please. Yeah, so in 2026, fall chum salmon subsistence fishing will be closed starting July 13th in the Lower River, but will otherwise look very similar to 2025. Selective gear will be open for non-salmon. Gear would include dip nets, hook and line, beach seines, and manned fish wheels. Will also require the release of specified salmon species, including Chinook, fall chum, and coho salmon, if warranted. 4-inch or smaller mesh set gillnets will be used or could be used for non-salmon only. Will be limited to a max length of 60 feet with additional time and area closure approaches to limit the potential for incidental harvest of salmon. And again, like last year, 6-inch or smaller mesh set gillnets could be used for non-salmon only, but only in designated non-salmon areas off the main stem river. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the new wrinkle for this upcoming season, the Alaska Board of Fisheries accepted the department's recommendation that fall chum be officially designated as a stock and management concern. And with that designation, an associated action plan was developed. These action plans are limited in scope and address regulations for fishing time, area, and gear within the Yukon River. And they also include criteria for eventually delisting when in-season management actions can be relaxed. As mentioned a few slides ago, moving the start date for the fall season to July 13th. That's up 3 days from what's in regulation as July 16th. And then utilizing fish-friendly fish wheel construction, soft mesh baskets, and foam line chutes are some of the considerations of the plan. Final wording hasn't been officially accepted yet, but will be finalized by the Board of Fish at the supplementary meeting on May 1. And just as a note, any proposed action plan components will be consistent with existing treaty obligations. Next slide, please. Yeah, and I would like to thank our collaborators listed here that help with fall season fisheries assessment projects and communication in season. Thanks for listening, and we'll take any questions.
Questions, comments? We're going to go to Ragnar first this time instead of Andy. So Ragnar, then Andy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Olson, if the, it is looking ahead, I guess, or I don't know when you make a change, but based on drainage wide, using the 10% estimate of mainstem Canada return, in my mind that you'd have to look for a drainage wide return of over 700,000 fish before fall chum, before you get the 70 above the 70,000 Canadian mainstem. Am I reading this right? A bit if you continue. So you'd have to have get into, I don't know, I can't remember what the average return of fall chum is, but you'd have to have a return of over drainage wide 700,000 fish. Am I understanding that correct?
Yeah, I think you're understanding that correctly. So it would have to be much better than what we've seen recently, given the recent contribution estimates for those Canadian origin fish.
Andy, then we'll go to Virgil, then John Lamont.
Yeah, thank you. I have two quick questions. First, are you observing through the ASL at Eagle any changes in the size or the phenotypic elements of chum salmon?
I may have to ask for Bonnie's help on that one. Okay. I think.
Yeah,
I don't want to stick my foot in my mouth.
I guess the reason I'm asking is for the most part, it's been reported around the state that pretty much all fish are getting smaller. So I'm just wondering if that's being observed at Eagle Sonar. And I do know that it's less of a percentage for at least for king salmon I'm sorry, for fall chum than it may be for kings. But anyway, Bonnie, if you can answer that, that'd be helpful.
I do not have the eagle data in front of me or haven't looked at it lately, but the lower Yukon test fish, yes, they're declining in size over time.
Okay, that just goes to some of the earlier comments about food pastures. I use that terminology I borrowed from Virgil out in the marine environment, competition for food in the marine environment. The second question is actually more, this might be for you, Mr. Linderman, and that would be, can you define what stock of management concern is? We had a little bit of discussion in the Canadian, on the Chinook portion of these presentations, but we never got a definition. We got kind of what it meant, but we never got a verbiage definition of it. And that might be helpful for our Canadian folks and the public. Thank you.
I'll actually defer that to Aaron Tiernan, our regional management coordinator. He was very much the point person on our engagement with the board on stock of concern.
Yeah, so
introduce yourself first, Aaron.
Aaron Tiernan, the AYK Regional Management Coordinator. Thanks, Mr. Chair. So stock of management concern is the same definition that you saw in Dina's presentation. It's when the stock fails to meet its escapement goal, even when you're taking, pretty severe management actions to try to achieve that goal. Yep, so that's consistent with the species. Yep.
Virgil, go ahead.
That's a 4-basket fish wheel. And so my question is, where is that and whose was it?
Which side was that? Like I say, even if I do see the picture on there, I'm going to be hard pressed to make a good guess at that one. So it was a picture in our network that I thought looked good. So.
Was that it?
That's it. I mean, I've never seen anyone with a 4-basket fish wheel. I've heard of them, but never seen one. Most of them are 2-basket fish wheels, and a few people have made them 3-basket, but I've never seen a 4-basket.
John Lamont, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you for the report. Mine's a simple question, again, related to setting your fall chum salmon forecast. How do you define the relationship between summer chum and fall chum for those of us who maybe new or unfamiliar to that? How accurate is that? Thank you.
Okay, this goes back to Sven's question earlier too. So this is the relationship between the summer to fall that Sven was asking. Like, so summer chum are on the bottom axis and fall chum are on the upper axis, on the far axis. Why? So it's the summer chum is, we look at how much Pilot Station has through when we change the date, July 18th to the 19th, plus Andreevsky, plus Harvest Below. For this is like in season, like back of the envelope, doing it at first. And you come up with the summer chum, what we think the summer chum run size is. Mostly it's based on Pilot Station. And then the relationship that we have for all these years, how close they are to that line is telling us something about it. And so we add, I'll put in the 26 number, run the regression, and it'll give me an estimate of what it thinks fall chum is. And that was on the previous slide that we ended with, on the purple one with the lines, that's showing you that what it thinks the forecast is going to be. But it's based on this relationship of the summer to fall, the value, the number of fish that we see at Pilot and what it thinks. And basically it's about 30%. Fall chum is typically about 30% of the run. If you add all the chum salmon for the whole season at Pilot, all the chum, summer chum and fall chum together, The fall chum represents about 30%.
Follow.
He wants a follow up.
Yeah, thank you for that. You know, back in the 60s and 70s, when and you probably don't have no relationship between summer and fall because there was no commercial fishery, but the summer chums were coming in real late, like in June, you know, and then the fall chums coming in August, or historically back in those old days. How would you, if there are two different stocks, I mean, is there a similar relationship out in the ocean as they group themselves and travel into the river? In my mind, I can't really picture how the department, I mean, even looking at statistics and putting down data and trying to figure out, you know, how close this range is and what's the standard deviation between these two species, I still can't figure out how that relationship would work between two different stocks.
They're all chum salmon. It's one species. It just has two runs. I don't know anything about, you know, the ocean part of it. That'd be somebody or SOAP personnel that'll come speak about the marine stuff might know more about like where they're going or what's different about them in the ocean. I don't follow that stuff as much. And yeah, I don't know how else to explain it.
Oh, we could talk off about it. I mean, I just want to.
We're lucky that it does work because the work we're doing right now, even with like they tried to do, you know, with the Chinook forecast, they have the juvenile, and it has a relationship with the adults. The chum salmon don't, so we weren't able to build a juvenile model like that because they go offshore quicker than the Chinook do, and so we haven't been able to make a relationship. So we have to use something different for this species. And right now this one's working the best and it's in season. Of course, we got to wait till we get the summer chum back this year to make the estimate.
Thank you.
Adrian Hummel, I noticed that you had your hand up. I don't know if you still had a question or comment to make.
Yeah, I was just wondering if we could get the data of the accidental harvest to try to inform our decisions on if the time frame of closures are working, as well as the restrictions on the mesh nets.
Yeah, that information would be reported in our postseason presentations. If you want, you can check back to the January presentation. It'll have that specific data in there, but since we're really just presenting on preseason forecast and management strategy, we're not repeating, I guess, the data from prior seasons and its harvest, but that it is readily available in those presentations from the January meeting. Did you have any follow-ups, Kadrian?
Forgive me if I'm not familiar with the process, but would it be good to have that information to inform our upcoming run season?
If you think it'd be of value, we can look to include it into future year presentations. Yeah, and we can try and get it to you here today.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Zach, do you have a follow-up on this? Hold up. Sorry. We'll try and get it to you, Kadrian. We do need to be a little conscious of time. Virgil, do you have a separate question? Hold on. Sven's next. And then Virgil, and then we'll need to move on to the Canadian presentation.
Thank you. Going back to slide 9, management concern, the third hash mark on the second bullet point, criteria for when stock can be delisted. Any idea how long that may take?
So in the proposed action plan as it sits right now before it gets debated, it is 5 consecutive years of meeting the lower end of the drainage wide escapement goal with the expectation that it would be met into the future.
Virgil, go ahead, and then we'll move on to the Canadian management presentation.
Maybe this will help John Lamont. The difference between the fall and summer chum is the summer chum average right around 6 pounds. That's average, the equal number of males and females. And the fall, that's caught up in District 6 or District 5. And then the fall chums averaged around 8 pounds. They were 25% larger. But that's the only difference I could tell, except that a lot of the fall chums will be, some of them are actually silver bright when you catch them, even on the Tanana River. Thanks.
And just a very brief follow-up to Kadrian's question as well. Zach did mention that all of that data and information is also available in the recently published JTC report, in addition to those presentations that I referenced from the January Yukon River Panel meeting. So with that, we will go ahead and move to the Canadian preliminary management strategy presentation for main stem fall chum salmon.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. I will just wait till the presentation loads. Okay, thank you. So hello again, everyone. Again, I'm Jacqueline Kendall, and I'm going to be walking through the 2026 Canadian Origin Chum Salmon Management Outlook for the Yukon River for Canada. So next slide, please. Okay, so similar to my previous presentation, we're going to take a brief glimpse at the Yukon River Chum Salmon assessments planned for 2026 in Canada, and along with the pilot station sonar and the Eagle sonar that will provide in-season and post-season estimates of Canadian origin chum. In Canada, we will also complete aerial surveys at 2 index locations. The first one being on the mid-main stem Yukon River near the community of Carmacks, and the second one being on the Kluane River in southwest Yukon. These 2 aerial surveys have been long running, but they have experienced some gaps over time. So they started in the 70s and 80s, did have some gaps 2010 and on, and they are the only 2 assessment locations for main stem Canadian chum salmon in Canada. Next slide, please. Perfect, thank you. So moving into more management-related information, in this slide we are looking at the 2026 Yukon River Chum Salmon Outlook that we were just introduced to in the Outlook presentation, and how that relates to any US or Canadian harvest shares and total allowable catch. So the Canadian Origins Chum Salmon Outlook is for that 15,000 to 62,000 range, with that most likely point estimate of around 31,000. Now, the 2025 IMEG in Canada for Yukon River Chum is 70,000 to 104,000. And as we know, we're currently awaiting decision from panel to adopt for 2026. But if we consider that for 2026, then the outlook is below the minimum of that lower portion of the IMEG. And at this time, there is no harvest share available for 2026. We'll go into the next slide, please. Thank you. So moving here, we're now looking at how the low outlook of that possible 31,000 Yukon River Chum salmon relates to any management actions in Canada. So as there is no anticipated harvest share available, the public angling fishery will be closed ahead of the season, and the commercial and domestic fisheries will remain closed. Similar to Chinook salmon for 2026, harvest opportunities are not anticipated in the First Nation subsistence fishery again this year, as conservation is a priority for all. And as with previous years, we will really watch closely how things go in season for any possible revisions that may be able to be made based on how the summer to fall chum relationship looks, and then report out on that as the season progresses to Yukon First Nations and Yukon Salmon Subcommittee, as well as other harvesters. And I think we can move on to the next slide. I think I covered everything there. And that is it. It's a pretty small presentation on this one from Canada.
Thank you, Jacqueline. And again, to you and your staff for your diligent work on this and these presentations. Questions, comments on the Canadian main stem management strategy presentation?
Sorry, excuse me.
I'm not seeing any questions or comments from panel members, Jacqueline. That means that you covered it just great and there's no additional questions or clarifications. So job well done in that regard. Okay. Moving into our next topic, as mentioned both in the JTC presentation this morning and as was highlighted by Mr. Co-Chair as well in follow-up to that, the panel does need to take action with respect to the escapement goals for chum salmon in both the main stem and porcupine for the upcoming season. This is again in anticipation of the completion of the JTC's development of recommendations for next year on the escapement goal. But we do still need to take action at this meeting so that we can confirm the escapement goals that will be in place for the upcoming season. Again, referencing the JTC's presentation, the JTC recommended to maintain the current IMEG escapement goals for main stem. We'll just be acting on main stem fall chum salmon in this example for the upcoming season. Just as a reference, that escapement goal is 70,000 to 104,000 across the to get a minimum and get across the border into Canada plus harvest share. But that would be the main stem fall chum salmon escapement goal as recommended by the JTC. Look to panel members to provide any comments or questions in that regard. Mr. Chair, did you have anything to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the Canadian delegation, we concur with advancing the Joint Technical Committee's recommendation to adopt a intermanagement escapement objective for Canadian origin main stem chum salmon, 70,000 to 104,000 for the 2026 season, Mr. Chair. And commensurate with the management presentations and associated recommended management actions, Mr. Chair, Canada would recommend a continued precautionary approach with regards to providing any fishery opportunities and acknowledgement of likely closure of all fall chum salmon fisheries in 2026 on the basis of the preseason forecast, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would concur for the U.S. section of accepting the JTC's recommendation to maintain the main stem spawning objective of 70,000 to 104 for the upcoming season. I think that would be prudent and acceptable in anticipation of additional potential action by the panel starting as early as next spring on escapement goals. I also concur with your recommendation for management recommendations on the main stem fall chum salmon run in that regard. And perhaps we can work on the language a little bit, but I'd say it's very similar to what we described for Chinook salmon based on the poor run forecast and international border passage predictions for main stem fall chum salmon. The panel recognizes the need to maintain chum salmon fishery closures in the U.S. and Canada, consistent with the Yukon River Salmon Treaty Agreement. Mr. Chair, if that's acceptable to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Concurrence from Canada in this regard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Any comments or clarifications on this topic? Ragnar?
Mr. Chairman, no, I have no problem with the action. I had a question though concerning the future, and if I can, so Mr. Chairman, looking ahead, we see the percentage of contribution to the drainage wide run of Folsom historically was at 25%. If their current projection of 10%, how much into the future, or is it during the escape and goal debate, I guess? How many years do you go into the future if this for productive, loss of production maybe in Canada, and this average continues? When is that, or is it ever changed from 25% to a different number? And I'm coming at this from, I asked earlier, take a run of over 700,000 fish just to get the low end of that, of the mainstem I make of 70,000 at 10%. And if you look at the, and I don't know if it's regulations or not, but you look at the U.S. default salmon directed fisheries, it makes these numbers moot because, it from 300 to 550 on the U.S. side, there's possible openings for subsistence, but not meeting that I make a 70,000 when you have to get over 700,000 drainage wide. It leaves their subsistence fishery kind of out. Maybe they can fish using dip nets or something like that. But it's at some point in the future, not right now, but is it next year, year after, 5 years out, that something needs to be looked at, whether it's our U.S. side Folsom salmon directed fishery chart, I guess we follow loosely, or the contribution at at 25% if that's not going to be met. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that up so I could reference it at a future year.
Yeah, thank you, Ragnar, and I'll take a first attempt to address it. So, it's something that has been on, I think, everybody's mind. The concern for the not just significant decline in total run size that we've seen concurrently in both Alaskan and Canadian fall chum salmon stocks since 2020. But concurrent with that, we also have seen a decline, dramatic decline in the proportion of the Canadian component of the run from an average of 25% to an average in the teens in that regard. And in my mind, I think the biggest question is that a function of the crash? Is that being dictated by the crash that occurred in 2020? When you consider that these are the fall chum that have the furthest to go, that could be potentially more impacted than the U.S. component of the run that doesn't have to migrate as far to its spawning grounds. Is there the potential for delayed mortality? We haven't seen real evidence of that in chum salmon compared to kings in that regard. But there's many, many questions that arise with respect to what might explain that. And I don't think we're going to have many good answers to those very good and valid questions that you and I'm sure many others are posing until we see this run start to recover. If we do start to see recovery and run sizes are starting to push even into the upper hundreds of thousands, pushing maybe 1 million, 600, 700,000 in that range, and it's still staying in the teens, that might start to give us some insight into this question. So we do have to be patient. And we do, and I want to be very clear in saying this, that the U.S. fully recognizes this from the standpoint of we have an obligation to achieve our border passage objectives for Canadian origin stocks. Until we can answer these very valid and very important questions in that regard, to be able to even incorporate that into escapement goal considerations, that we are going to continue to meet our obligations under the treaty. Does that mean that we might potentially be sacrificing harvest opportunity if and when this run fully recovers in Alaska to try and accomplish that? It may. We have to be honest with ourselves about that in that regard. But we will obviously be continuing to track this very closely. And again, until we see the runs recover, that's the first inflection point that I see of what happens to that proportion for Canadian Ocean. Still unanswered question yet. Further questions or comments? You laughing. Okay, thank you. That very good question, Ragnar, as well. Appreciate the opportunity to address it. Did you have anything to add on this, Mr. Chair?
Nothing further, Mr. Chair. I believe we've captured the confirmation of the interim management escapement goal for the 2026 season, as well as associated management recommendations for main stem Canadian origin chum salmon, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Let's move into now the last series of presentations we will be hearing today. We will start with the Porcupine River chum salmon forecast. Again, we'll hear from Bonnie Borba and Adam Odell, and then we will move into the U.S. preliminary management strategy for the porcupine, followed by Canadian, and then addressing the panel's escapement goal and management recommendations. Adam and Bonnie, as soon as you're ready, the floor is yours.
There we go.
All right, thank you. Again, my name is Adam Odell, senior fisheries biologist with Fisheries and Oceans Canada. It's a pretty brief presentation, so I'll take the lead on this one, and Bonnie will just stand here for moral support and to help with addressing questions, comments at the end. Yeah, so we can go to the next slide here. So the 2026 drainage-wide forecast run size is presented as a range of 209,000 to 413,000 fall chum salmon. The point estimate of 311,000 represents a below average run size. That average run size being about 950,000. This is a pretty quick summary of the drainage-wide forecast. So for additional information on that, please refer to that main stem presentation that we presented earlier, item 11A. We can go to the next slide, please. So looking north or east to the Fishing Branch River, the standard method we've used is to anticipate that 4% of the drainage-wide forecast the drainage-wide run consists of Fishing Branch chum salmon. So in this case, the forecast of 12,000 suggests a return that is slightly higher than what we saw last year as escapement. And recalling that the interim management escapement goal for Fishing Branch chum salmon is 22,000 to 49,000. Next slide, please. And now looking at forecast versus run size performance for Fishing Branch chum back to when the forecast was first created in 98. Over the past 4 years, the forecast has performed well, with only 2024 overestimating the return. Now, these years have shown that 4% continues to be a good representation for Fishing Branch chum salmon returns. This year's return, shown on the far right here in that dark circle, reflects the very low drainage-wide return or forecast, which was similar to 2023 and slightly higher than last year. So as with the main stem chum salmon, you need to remember that we will benefit from in-season projection that's developed mid-July with the summer to fall chum relationship. And this will give us a clearer picture on what to expect for the 2026 return to Fishing Branch. Next slide, please. So the two forecasts are shown here for drainage wide. Again, 209,000 to 413,000, and Fishing Branch River, 8,000 to 17,000. The Fishing Branch River forecast is below the lower end of the interim management escapement goal, and which is not expected to be achieved. So considerations that go into this forecast include that the age 4 survival is unknown and the parent year was among the lowest on record. The forecast, as I just said, does provide a starting point for planning. However, it will be revised in season based on the summer to fall chum relationship. And ultimately, in-season projections will be used to refine management actions, which management staff will speak to next. Yes, we can go to the next slide, and that's the conclusion. So any questions or comments? Thank you.
Questions, comments? Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe not so much a question for you, Adam, but for some of the folks from Porcupine River, I'm just curious if there's any local knowledge up in that area of seeing maybe a shift of where fall chum are beginning to spawn at. I'm just curious if people are noticing any kind of changes in where fish are at up in that region. If anybody has any information like that. And the reason I asked that is many years ago, and even fairly recently, we've been getting reports and presentations on the effects of climate change and thawing permafrost and changes in habitat and that sort of thing. So I'm just kind of curious if the locals are seeing anything different happening up there. Maybe I would pose that to you, Adam. Do you have any insights or have you seen anything like that?
White Horse.
Okay.
Yeah, White Horse meeting room. Go ahead.
Good day, Stan Senior here, Mr. Chair and Andy. I think, historically, there's been some projects looking at a spaghetti tag and chum salmon going up the Porcupine River, and I think the majority of them as the spaghetti tags have showed up in fishing branch. So, and there's at the mouth of David Orr Creek, there's some spawning there, a very small amount, right in the main stem of the river, and they've been seen there late in the fall, and right on Porcupine River, David Orr Creek runs out into Porcupine. And other than that, our historical records from the Hudson Bay and RCMP on the Bell River system, when they had a trading post up there in the 1800s, there's some records of what they fish for freshwater fish, and there's very little, I think, no numbers on chum salmon. So that would be the case. The other scenario is the salmon trout river, which is at on the Alaska side on Rampart House, the old Rampart House. They back in the day when they put a trading post there, Hudson Bay, before they got moved the second time, they couldn't identify what was coming up that river or Rampart House River. So they didn't know whether it was a trout or a salmon, so they called it salmon trout. So that was their conclusion. So it's a salmon trout river, and I think that they could identify it. So that was the Chinook that was going up there in the summer. And I think that's the, other than Shinjik, there's salmon going up there. I'm not sure the where. I think they put the where out there. And so I think that's just the extent of information I have to know. Thanks.
Thank you, Stanley. Much appreciated. Further questions or comments on the porcupine forecast? Not seeing any, we'll go ahead and move into our U.S. management strategy presentation for porcupine.
All right. Yeah, again, good afternoon. My name is Matt Olson, Alaska Department of Fish and Game, Yukon River Falls season manager. Then we'll be presenting the 2026 fisheries management strategies for the U.S. portion of the Porcupine River. So, please. Yeah, so the 2026 Yukon River drainage rate forecast is for 311,000 fall chum salmon. That 4% was applied from the drainage wide forecast to estimate the Canadian origin fishing branch river forecast. And for 2026, that number is about 12,000 fall chum. And given this forecast, it is unlikely that IMEG, the interim management escapement goal, will be met. Next slide, please. So during the season, we use the Mainstem Yukon River sonar near Pilot Station to assess the run in the lower river. And then we also look at 2 projects in the upper Yukon River to guide management actions in the Porcupine. These include the Porcupine River sonar and the fishing branch river weir. And then we also rely on local observations and reports from fishermen along the river. Next slide, please. Yeah, so based on the forecast, the 2026 management actions can include that fall chum salmon subsistence fishing will be closed. Non-salmon selective gear would be open with the required release of Chinook, fall chum, and coho if warranted. And then again, the 4-inch or smaller mesh sec gill nets for non-salmon only, limited to 60 feet in length, and with additional time and area closure approaches to limit the potential for incidental harvest of salmon, similar to 2025. Next slide. And thanks for listening. I'll take any questions.
Questions, comments on the preliminary U.S. management strategy for porcupine? I think it's somewhat obvious that these presentations are a little bit shorter than Mainstem or Chinook in that regard, understandable, given the recommendations for management and continued closure in that regard. John Lamont, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Quick question. The 4%, is that taken from genetic sample down at Pilot Station to get to that number? Thank you.
Yeah, so correct me if I'm wrong, Bonnie, but do you want to be shaking your head at me? So
No, sir, it's not based on genetics. What we get at Pilot Station, the sample sizes are too small to use that. It's based on historic, the number of fish that make it to fishing branch applied to the observed run, total run. And it was, that proportion is what was applied in the past, and we've just continued that because it's not having, or the problem, the difference that's going on with Mainstem is different than what's going on with fishing branch, and because we don't have any genetics for it. Follow up. Go ahead.
Thank you. So going back when the fishing branch was at like 120,000, and what ratio was that to the main stem Yukon? I know I can go back and look at old numbers, but do you guys have that information? And then do you just utilize that percentage when we're having low returns?
Let's see if I can find both numbers. I think they were high in 75 was the big year for porcupine. And at that time we had 2.8 million fall chum altogether. So yeah, but it's an overall average for the whole 1974 to the present.
But that ratio would still be equivalent to what
it fluctuates around, but that's what it is for the
okay, thank you.
Total.
Any further questions or comments on the U.S. porcupine management strategy presentation? Not seeing any. Thank you again, Matt and Bonnie. We will now move to the Canadian preliminary Porcupine River fall chum management strategy. Jacqueline, as soon as you're ready.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I'll just wait for the presentation to load. Great, thank you. Okay, so hello again, everyone, and I'm here to now present on the 2026 Canadian origin chum salmon management outlook for the Fishing Branch River. And similar to the previous presentations, this one will be a little bit shorter. So we can move into slide number 2. Okay, so again here we're going to start with a map and a bit of a brief overview of the assessment projects planned in the Canadian porcupine drainage in 2026. So this year we will again be operating the Porcupine River Sonar and the Fishing Branch River Weir Sonar projects, both in collaboration with Vantekwitchin government. The Porcupine Sonar is located near the community of Old Crow and is intended to provide an estimate on the number of salmon entering the Canadian portion of the Porcupine River drainage. It has been in operation for a number of years now and annually runs from mid-June to mid-October. And Fishing Branch Sonar and Weir is also a long-term program, operational since the 70s actually, that monitors for chum salmon and is located upstream of the community of Old Crow. And that program runs annually from late August to late October, depending on weather and water conditions. And I just wanted to note that these are just 2 examples of projects with DFO involvement. Vantekwitchin First Nation works hard every year on a number of different projects to advance salmon conservation and restoration, as well as community engagement and outreach. So lots of work happening. Let's go on to the next slide. Perfect, thank you. So we're now going to move into just a brief introduction to the anticipated management approach for Fishing Branch chum salmon for 2026. So as introduced in the outlook slides, the 2026 preliminary preseason range is 8,000 to 17,000, with that point estimate of just 12,000, which is well below the 2025 interim management escapement goal of 22,000 to 49,000. So with this in mind, harvest opportunities are not anticipated again this year. The public angling fishery is planned to be closed, and opportunities in the First Nations subsistence fishery are not anticipated given the very low outlook. As with main stem chum, we will of course watch how things go in season and share any information on revisions should they occur during our in-season meeting sessions with Yukon First Nation government representatives. And I think that brings us to the last slide. So yes, a bit of a brief presentation, but thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Much appreciated and all the hard work that you and your staff do in that regard. Any questions, comments on the Canadian Porcupine River chum salmon management strategy? John, go ahead. Lamont?
I'm sorry, real quick question. Going back to the 10% Canadian origin at Pilot Station or so, is that 4% included in that, or is that 4% encompasses the whole mainstem return? I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, I can get this, Jacqueline.
Okay,
Yep.
sure. Thanks, Adam.
Yeah, it makes complete sense. Yeah, the 10% is separate from the 4% for Fishing Branch. So cumulatively, they would be 14%. But I mean, on top of all that, there is an assumption that there's Canadian porcupine is actually 5% to confuse things. So there's an additional 1% there. So collectively 15. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any further questions, comments? Not seeing anything online. Okay, well, thank you again to all the presenters for the information on porcupine outlook and management strategies. To proceed with closing out this agenda topic and the primary agenda topics for today's session, similar to the main stem fall chum salmon escapement goal topic, as you may recall from this morning's JTC presentation and Mr. Co-Chair's comments, the panel does need to take an additional action item with respect to the escapement goal for Fishing Branch. for the upcoming season, again, in preparation for potential or the JTC's recommendations next spring. The JTC's recommendations as a part of its presentation was to continue with the current interim management escapement goal of 22,000 to 49,000. That seems like a reasonable recommendation to me, especially in anticipation of the ongoing work of the JTC. I will look to Mr. Chair to provide any comments or concurrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on behalf of the Canadian delegation, we concur with continuation of the interim management escapement goal for Canadian origin fishing branch river fall chum salmon with a spawning objective of 22,000 to 49,000 for the 2026 season, and acknowledging the preliminary preseason outlook of, I believe it was 8,000 to 17,000 fishing branch chum salmon, which is below the interim management escapement objective. Our recommendation would be to anticipate closure of fall chum salmon fisheries for the 2026 season, consistent with the management strategy recommended for main stem Canadian origin fall chum salmon, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I definitely concur with the recommended management strategy concurrence for the upcoming season in that regard. Any final comments or questions on porcupine management, forecast, escapement goals, management strategies? Not seeing any? Okay, that concludes our primary agenda topics for today. I'm sorry, we're 1 minute late compared to the agenda. We're at 4:31 Alaska time on our clock. We do have a couple of folks that are signed up for testimony this afternoon. So we will go ahead and proceed into our second public testimony opportunity for today's day one of the public session of this meeting. Up first, and again, folks that are here in person in the room, feel free to come up to the podium to provide your testimony. Our first testifier will be Francis Thompson, who will be here in person. Francis, as soon as you're ready.
Good afternoon. Honorable co-chairs, John and Steve, honorable members of the panel. My name is Francis Thompson. I'm from the community of St. Mary's. I currently hold the position for chairman for the Algonquin tribal government. And I sit on the Jalista Elders Council and serve as secretary treasurer there. And they put me on the Jalista Elders Committee as their chair. So those two seats I sit in there. And also member of the Yukon River Salmon Commission as a commissioner for Algonquin. I participated in this panel process for about 16 years, about 9 years as an advisor, and probably like 3 years as an alternate panel member and 2 years as panel member. So, and during my participation in the panel process, there was great hopes for this body, the Yukon River Panel, because that time salmon throughout the drainage was decreasing, and there was a lot of management restrictions coming into play. Reduced time, reduced gear, missed steps, missed size, no fishing, and then now we're our gear is a 4-inch by 60-foot long net that we use and are allowed to use on the side streams in targeting non-salmon species. I went to a parochial school in St. Mary's, and they taught us the ABCs pretty well. They taught us that O was O and A was A. So during this process, and then of getting the treaty, we heard a lot of processes and processes. So, and almost got into the process because the Canadians say, oh, the right way. Anyway, I heard a little bit about the exchange program for the panel here. It's getting very hard for participants to sign up because there's no real activity in the river. No fishing, no camping. I haven't gone to camp for 3 years. And my grandkids are asking me, when are we going to camp, Grandpa? I tell them we're going down this summer. And as I testified for the during the council process, North Pacific Fisheries Management Council process, and the State Board of Fish, my first opening comment that I spoke to them was, I'm going fishing this summer. And I left it at that and continued on with my my testimony. And when I was done, I was waiting for questions. I was hoping somebody would ask me, how am I going to go fishing? So, but I guess nobody asked, and must sound okay. So yeah, a lot of folks in the river are frustrated because of all the sacrifices that they have given to return, for the salmon to return to the Yukon. For the last 20 years, salmon population's been going. These last 10 years, it's drastic. For 6 years, we haven't fished salmon on the lower river for subsistence alone on the whole river. And for 20, like I mentioned, 20 years, we've been sacrificing to get our salmon back, but no avail. So we've been diligently working internally on the Yukon, managing the Yukon River. Where are we getting? We see in the chart, worse than ever this summer coming. Forecast is worse than last year. So even we do our part on the river, that is showing that we're coming down. We need to go external. We need to go to the council process. We need to go to the State Board of Fisheries process and make our point there. Like the Pacific Salmon Treaty in the Southeast. They had to shut down the Chinook fishery down there because they got their quota. That kind of action we need with this Yukon River Salmon Agreement. We need to work with the Pacific Salmon Commission and make the points that when certain number of fish are caught, we need it closed to the treaty level. That was our hope in the early days, and I hope that we carry that hope forward. We've heard about the rebuilding plan. We've identified, smolts going out, and we talked about, what's the harm, from transitioning from freshwater to saltwater. Those in the early days were not, I want to say, real topics or issues to talk about. It was what we got forecasts from the department. Thank you, staff. We got reports from the department. The forecast, this is going to be the forecast, and that's what it was in them days. But now it's hard because we've been going down steadily for the last 10 years, and it's concerning. The 7-year moratorium on Chinook, what's our management strategy to get there? When I testified down at the State Board of Fish, and they talked about the Chinook bycatch and the purse seines in the different areas in the Area M region, there was no report or any indication to where those Jack Kings were going. We need to ask that question. What's them fish hanging on them purse seine nets, the Chinooks, Jacks, where are they going? And when they open an area and there's a high Chinook bycatch area, we need to question them on that. Because we're not going to get the 75,000 managing in stream. We need to do it externally. And that's one area. We've heard discussions about 7-year-olds and that they're not coming back no more. I'm sorry that, that size fish is going to be hard to come by. But we need to look at the Kenai River. How come, they have huge kings down there. They don't have this declining problem that we do have on the Yukon River. So we need to look at what's going on with the Kenai kings. In the early days, they identified Canadian-bound Chinook, and I figured those are the 7, 8-year-old class that folks have concern about out on the Pacific side. And I have not heard much information about the kings over there, identifying it. So we need to look at the Pacific side bycatch and do data collection there. That's one of the reports was that's where they mill and grow the 7-year-olds way out that way. So we need to look into those. And then the 4-inch gear, the argument with the 4-inch gear was that we want the salmon to pass by unmolested with gear, nets. And we do say, we have a question on fish wheels, when they get scooped up how many times going up the river and released? And how many times did they get released in the lower river? So there's a lot of releasing of, the concerned salmon we have. So should we be talking about 4-inch drainage wide, those kind of things. And those are some of the concerns that are in our area. in order for the salmon to come back, the Yukon River salmon or Yukon River staff, ADF and G, need to work hand in hand with the Area M staff people. And I don't know, a lot of times one department for an area don't know what's going on in the other department, their management. So we need to work and try to get our salmon back working together. These last 6 years, as I participated with the council process and the Board of Fisheries process, I was saddened by the quietness of this panel. You know, like I mentioned, that the hopes was that we could use this panel to get our salmon back. But if we be quiet as a panel, then what we dreamt about, you know, is not going to become fruitful. So please, I urge you guys, you know, you have international power. And working with that, we can hopefully get our salmon back. The forecast for me to fish for chum, 12 years. Forecast for me to harvest Chinook, 20 years. I'm not going to be fishing that long on the Yukon River. And if and when we're allowed to, within those years, I might not be here, you know, the reality of things. So every year we delay, that's 6 years down the line for those in the river that need the salmon. You know, all this here took 50% away from the people, from their table, from my cupboard is bare, my freezer's empty. You know, that kind of story. And it hurts. So urgency, again, please, you know, we need things to move along quickly. And, you know, like I mentioned, I was saddened to not see this panel during those important times. One thing I heard was that chum is not addressed in the treaty agreement. It's not addressed in the treaty agreement, but in the council, chum is everything, chum. No matter if it's fall chum, any other kind of chum, it's chum. And when they do give reports, they say they're catching fall chum, Canadian-bound fall chum. So we need to make some noise there. You know, your silence is deafening. And we need for you guys to, you know, speak up for the people, you know, for, you know, what the intent was for the salmon agreement. I have the original reference manual. I'd like to auction off for $1,000 starting. Any bidders? But yeah, this is what I got. I think it was that year the treaty was signed. We had a manual. always in my heart. Thank you.
Don't go too far away, Francis. We may have some questions and comments for you. Any questions, comments from panel members for Francis? Not seeing anything. I guess what you had to say was very, sorry, go ahead. Charlie, go ahead.
I want to thank you, Francis, for coming all the way here. I know you're a long ways from home, and I really appreciate you coming here to give your testimony. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Charlie.
Yep. Thank you, Francis. I know you spent many years, we fished together up there, Old Fish Village for years and years. And you've always been dedicated to making sure you don't take for subsistence. You never took more than you needed. We all appreciate that. But thank you for serving on the panel for those years. And thank you for your wonderful words of advice. You didn't bring up one issue you were going to talk about. I'm waiting for you.
Okay. Remind me. Yes. Thank you for those kind words. Yeah, we can go a long ways, and always remember, like our elders said, try to do your hardest work for those most in need. For when you leave, they will accompany you on your journey home. Thank you.
Thank you again, Francis. Always good to see you. Next up for testimony this afternoon will be Craig Chyfluk, who will be here in person. Craig?
Good afternoon. Man, hard to follow Francis is always so good and always much appreciated. Well, thank you, panel members and co-chairs, for the opportunity to speak. This is my first time visiting and participating and engaging in a panel meeting, and it's very refreshing to see way more familiar faces than going to a Board of Fish sometimes or North Pacific. I like that it's in Fairbanks, and really encouraged and grateful for this opportunity. But for everybody's information, my name is Craig Chyfluk. I am the recently appointed Executive Director for the Yukon River and Tribal Fish Commission. And a part of my introduction, I'm a Yupik. My folks are Joe and Molly Chyfluk. We're all from Bristol Bay. And now my wife, boys, and I are living here in Fairbanks, and really honored to be working with this organization and having the opportunity to do things like this, meet a lot of people and grow my understanding on who's here to help, who's here to do a lot of work, and really meaningfully engage in this. So a little bit about the Yukon River and Tribal Fish Commission. We're currently composed of 44 member tribal governance authorized by tribal resolution. Our mission is to protect the health and well-being of our people, our future generations, and all Alaskans and Canadians who rely on the health of our salmon. After a decade-long incubation as a program of the Tanana Chiefs Conference, we were born as a standalone 501c3 organization on March 4th, 2025. The purpose of the commission, as stated by our constitution, is to act as a unified voice for the conservation and restoration of all Yukon River fisheries, protect our traditional ways of life and well-being, establish a comprehensive management plan and program based on distinct customary and traditional Indigenous knowledge and practices, while striving for co-management to ensure the meaningful and substantial tribal First Nation participation in all aspects of fishery stewardship. It's really important for me to kind of frame that who we are as the Fish Commission. We're authorized by tribal resolution. We're here to represent All First Nation and tribes within the Yukon watershed. That's how we were birthed in St. Mary's in 2014. And as we continue to push forward and grow in this space, that's the main goal, is to start thinking about our collective Indigenous knowledges and participation and recognition of our engagement and active stewardship and management of this, of our Yukon fisheries. We have three main goals that me as a young executive director starting in October of this last year, so all of 5 months in, want to share and update the panel and people listening. Strengthen organization, infrastructure, and governance. So one of our biggest priorities now that I've been very grateful to take on is thinking about our infrastructure and our abilities and our capacities to do the functions of the Fish Commission, which are develop an intertribal cooperative agreement with federal agencies to achieve co-management and start thinking about building intertribal unity and collaboration to advance and protect our subsistence ways of life. So those goals and objectives were laid out by many in this room, including Francis, who is a fish commissioner. What I really love about a lot of this is action-oriented. That's a primary focus. I don't need to restate, but completely agree with everything that Francis had brought up. Same thing with Chief Chair Hildebrand spoke to this morning. I don't want to duplicate a lot of that. But the updates that I would like to provide is just where we're physically at and some of the next steps. So growing that infrastructure, we've secured a fair amount of funds to hire staff. Jim Simon is our most recent staff hire as of March 3rd to work on our policy front. We had hired administrative assistant, and then Jasmine Vent is also on our staff as a communication. And then we have Janessa Newman, who is on your Traditional Knowledge Committee as our Indigenous Stewardship Coordinator, as well as Charlie Wright as our existing chair. I had all of this stuff here written, but what I think I really want to focus in on versus just reading a bunch of material is you all had updates about what was going on this last winter. Yeah. Board of Fish, North Pacific, connecting what's going on within the watershed to actions that are going on elsewhere. And since I've been on board, and as one of our goals and objectives is to really focus and build that capacity to connect in river and watershed concerns to equity and representation and reflection of decision making at that state and federal level, 3 miles and out. So that's something that, as you've heard, with a reduction in fishing opportunity in the Area M fishery, and then thinking about chum salmon reduction or changes of regulation at the North Pacific level, that's a big part of our recent engagement and participation at this front. We were really happy and honored to support Eva Dawn Burke as the advisory panel member to the North Pacific to really engage and support and uplift her there, and work really closely and collaboratively across many tribal organizations to unify perspective about the most conservative options and alternatives between over 150 tribes to come to consensus in that space, so that we're doing the actionable work at that regulatory front to ensure the best opportunities for chum salmon to come back to the Yukon watershed. Same thing at Area M. We are very honored and happy to be supporting board member here, Denahi Irwin, who is from Nenana, and actively sitting on the board, providing her information and support on what is a fall chum and Chinook stock of concern action plan. How do we physically get this into regulation and continue to advocate on the tribe's behalf on our own standards and metrics of success? How do we physically get across the line of getting and bringing equity into decision making? We have other primary focuses and functions of the organizations, but I think the most important update that I can share with everybody, we have our annual meeting coming up May 4th through the 6th. We've got several invitations out to people, but what I have listened to in the very, very short time in this meeting here and the last meeting online, I'm really looking forward to, as the executive director, working with our staff, working with our commissioners to continue to grow and extend that invitation of unity and collaboration amongst all of the tribes in the watershed. So it's really great to have Charlie as our chair and building relationships across the border and having that consistent communication with Charlie, start thinking about planning and outreach and engagement and participation and educating myself and ourselves on how best to equitably represent and participate and engage from an entire Yukon watershed perspective in this work, in this very time-sensitive and actionable work. So I don't have a whole lot of additional information to give outside of we have our existing goals and objectives set and given to us by our tribes. Really looking for collaborative input at this annual meetings for some follow-up strategic planning to really start executing on a management strategy and contributions from the entire watershed. So a big priority and focus, I think, will be relationship building and communication infrastructure and creating that opportunity if there are questions from our tribes, from our leadership, that we have that capacity to have that conversation and to build that relationship, to start thinking about what is a collective understanding of a standard or a metric of success when we think about the management of our salmon. That's something that I'm really proud to share with you all. It's not my idea. It's what was created by our commission, our elders, the folks like Francis and others who are participating and engaging in this space for a long time. Just really excited to have a lot of my staff here, a lot of friendly faces here, to open the opportunity for additional layers and intentional communication and relationship building amongst everybody here. Let's get dates on the calendar to have a chat. Let's visit more. Let's spend more time together. That's my big message that I think I wanted to share with everybody. There's a lot of concerns that are outside of the control of fisheries governance. One of the things that I'm really looking forward to within our little organization, growing organization, is focusing on what we can control. And that's growing our capacity to, as Charlie likes to say a lot, lead with love, spend a lot of time with each other, and have hard conversations that need to be had. So I think that's really where I'm wanting to end the conversation here. I wish I knew more about this governing body so I could maybe have a more targeted focus with some of this information and contribution, but I am very excited to see a lot of faces here that I don't get a chance to speak with a lot. So hopefully we can speak a little bit more in the next couple of days to start thinking about next steps for all of us and what is a management strategy and how we as one Yukon, one family would like to share that information with Holly, with Matt and Dina, with the department, state and federal agencies, so that our perspectives can be our perspectives, not a sustained yield, not a maximum yield, not an equality clause, but a really strong recognition of tribal governance and stewardship. So that's plan A. Well, thank you for everybody's time. My Yupik way, I'm always conscious of taking up too much space, but yeah, really honored to have this time to share with everybody where we're currently at and the hopes of where we're going to be going. So thank you.
Okay. Questions, comments for Craig? Andy.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Craig. I think you mentioned you weren't really sure what you wanted to bring to this panel, but I think you hit it right on the head, and that's collaboration and communication. And I'm hoping that we can work very closely with the Intertribal Fish Commission to do both of those things. So yes, let's continue the conversation and build that relationship. I think it's going to be super important in the rebuilding effort of the Yukon River, Chinook, and Fall Chum. And I'll leave it at that. But thank you for your words. Appreciate it. Look forward to working with you very closely in the future.
Yeah, building on that, Craig, as you may have heard from this morning's presentations, we are working on a rebuilding plan, have been for a couple of years. I think we're really on the cusp of engaging in broader communication and engagement with stakeholders in both Alaska and Canada. So without belaboring the question, how often does the commission meet where there might be opportunity for us to engage and identify timeframes when your commission is in session and meeting in some form where we could collaborate to engage with the commission on some rebuilding plan feedback and communication?
Yeah, thank you. That's a really good question. Our executive council currently meets once a month. One of the big hopes and goals out of this annual meeting is to reconstitute a couple of committees. One, I need a lot of help with the budget. So our finance committee, but then our technical committee. That was a big part in giving Eva Dawn Burke support on the last go around of the Chum EIS. So those types of in-between opportunities, as well as our executive council meetings, I think are really perfect opportunities. We have our communication director, Jasmine Vett, who's currently in the room. Not to be super prescriptive, but definitely wanting to offer our capacity for a lot of that. I think as we're growing our relationship with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, communication is key. We met with Keith Hawley, Shane, a few weeks ago, and that's one of the few things that we could really firmly agree on that is needed immediately and where we can focus that capacity and that collaboration. Getting information to and from. Janessa Newman, who's on our traditional knowledge committee, she's our Indigenous Stewardship Director. How do we decipher the legalese of a rebuilding plan, of a U.S. Fish and Wildlife announcements, of an ADF&G proposal, so that we can have meaningful two-way communication from the tribes back to the tribes regarding an agenda item or an issue. So thinking about the importance of a rebuilding plan. We actually just had this conversation recently, is how as we are growing, what is our internal infrastructure and division of duties and internal collaboration going to look like? So please reach out. I'm really looking forward and a big proponent of regular comms and then structure. Like I'm not really joking when I say, please reach out so we can put, dates on a calendar to actually get this going immediately. Sooner the better, in my opinion. So please, there was some consideration for Jasmine to be on the communications committee. I still think that's a very, not to like volunteer because she's got a lot on her plate. To make that as an opportunity, there were three main identified roles within the Fish Commission. Executive Director Comms and Indigenous Stewardship as a three-legged stool for the infrastructure that's needed to physically do this work. And comms is a part of that, that infrastructure that's absolutely necessary, because without it, it's really hard to get meaningful anything to and from. So very happy to engage outside of the regulatory work, to start thinking about those infrastructure, the relationship buildings and the trust buildings that needs to happen. But please, we can share all of our contact information. You can bug Charlie. We're definitely open and available.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I think that that's the direction we're going to be taking here soon with respect to our ongoing work on the rebuilding plan. I think we are fortunate to have many commission members as a part of our U.S. section, but definitely wanted to take the opportunity to engage with you on that directly. So thank you for the response. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Craig, for taking time out of your busy schedule to visit with us. And I'd like to, on behalf of the Canadian delegation, congratulate you on your appointment, but then also very importantly, commend you on your leadership vision and what you described as a very collaborative and solution-oriented approach. And I think that's something that's absolutely essential for us as we look towards developing a comprehensive rebuilding plan that will be effective for all people throughout the Yukon River watershed, and importantly for the salmon that they depend on. So we look forward to engaging with you and Tenanut Chiefs Conference further. Or the Intertribal Fish Commission. Misspoke. Thank you.
Can I make one response to that? I think there's definitely a big emphasis on collaboration, the relationship building, but one of the big part of our goals and objectives is focusing on what we can do right now. So that really meaningful engagement and coordination at that state and federal policy level, building up our internal infrastructure to do the data analysis, to create meaningful memos and get the information in front of our decision makers, our executive council, and our commissioners now, so that we can really effectively engage, not just in the policy world. We've signed on some MOUs thinking about, like we're a C3, so we can't lobby, but we can work with other people who have that ability to go down, like the point I'm trying to make is that we've heard a lot of like the next handful of years of this process, but we're really wanting to focus and invite people in on the action of the Yukon River and Tribal Fish Commission here and into the future. So then the interim, what does meaningful decision making and representation look like from a Yukon or a tribal perspective? That's a big part of our day to day. So really appreciate the comments, but also thinking not just on the U.S. side, but across borders. We're very meaningfully engaging at both state and federal, and would be really, really happy and honored to have that opportunity to share our experiences, thinking about the differences of positions on governance, so Indigenous stewardship and governance versus maybe Western. So, yeah.
Yes, Rihanna, for your testimony. I really appreciate it. You're like a breath of fresh air. I've only been participating with the panel for the last 6 years, but I've known the panel existed for a long time before that. I was sitting at the table at home, listening to my dad talk about the panel and the process and the engagement with everyone along the Yukon. So I look forward to collaborating with you. It sounds like your organization is just like popping up and doing a lot of great things, and I can't wait to see what's going to come of this. Thank you.
All right, good. Thank you, everybody.
And Thank you, Craig. And I did want to quickly acknowledge that I imagine your winter has been spent at a lot of meetings and the potential for fatigue is quite high. So thank you for coming to join us at another meeting today to share your words. Thank you. With that, my apologies. We do have a question and hand up in the White Horse meeting room. Go ahead.
He ran away though. Come back. As Brandy Mays, panel member, I really appreciate the testimonies and I really appreciate the collaborative approach from the Tribal Commission. I had the pleasure to join you guys in a meeting previously. And as you do, I really feel that it's really important to have collaboration, especially across tribes and First Nations along this river that who are impacted by what is happening right now. It's felt definitely right from the mouth to the headwaters, and I appreciate your testimony. I don't really have a question, but maybe it's a question, more of a suggestion and recommendation. I know that there's interest here in the Yukon for the Intertribal Fish Commission to continue or reach out again to establish that partnership and a couple seats at the table on the Intertribal Fish Commission through the Council for Yukon First Nations. There is some interest on this side, so it's just you know, if we could talk later. I'm going on holiday, so not until May. But yes, I think that's a really, really important part is us to get back to, you know, collaborating, sharing our stories, sharing our teachings, and, you know, passing that knowledge up and down this river is really important. So, and then again, I just wanted to say I appreciate you coming today and speaking to us and, you know, really getting, you know, the Intertribal Fish Commission in this process and hearing from you is really, really important. Thanks, Chief.
Okay, thank you. Really appreciate it. It's definitely not lost on me as a new executive director that within our constitution, we include First Nations, but we are yet to have a First Nation sign on to our existing, you know, through resolution onto our constitution with the Fish Commission. That's a massive priority. Our last executive council meeting was April 10th. We had an opportunity to share at least my perspectives of kind of where we are at operationally with the goals and the objectives that our executive council has shared and tasked. So thinking about the governance of the Fish Commission, green being good, yellow a work in progress, and orange it needs more attention. So just to give you a direct answer, it is a massive priority. A lot of those cross-territorial, cross-state lines, goals and objectives need a significant amount of attention. And what I really want to do is continue to thank Serena and Yurdfa and a lot of the organizations that have been doing this work for a long time. It's not our intention to be duplicative or come in as a wrecking ball. We are growing our capacity, and thankfully we have a lot of understanding. So much of our Yukon Fish Commission Executive Council and commissioners are also on the same board as Yurdfa. So yeah, really looking forward to more conversations. Please, Charlie is a great resource between the states and the Canadian side. And it's my hope and goal after this annual meeting, May 4th through the 6th, that we can really prioritize what a lot of these relationship buildings look and feel like. And just, yeah, thinking of Yurdfa's example of that educational exchange program, it's just so important. So thank you for your comment, and just wanted to recognize that it is just a massive priority, and that we really looking forward to reaching out and hearing from each other.
Thank you again, Craig. Again, thanks for taking the time to be with us here today. Well, that concludes our meeting proceedings for today. We'll look forward to further testimony tomorrow, as well as the conclusion of our agenda items in that regard. We will meet again tomorrow morning in this room at 8:30, again, same time as today. We'll look forward to seeing you all then. The panel's reception will be starting around 6 p.m., again in the gazebo room at the end of the hall. Everybody that's here in person, you're all very welcome to attend, to join us for discussion, some good food and good conversation. And if nothing else, we will see everyone in the morning. Mr. Chair, any final comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we'll look forward to seeing you this evening at the public reception at 6 p.m. and otherwise tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. Alaska time, 9:30 Yukon time, Mr. Chair.